Hello and welcome from the sands of South Wales and the links turf of Royal Porthcawl, the setting for the 2025 AIG Women's Open. A first time in Wales, the last of the majors this season, so who will add their name to the roll call of winners?
In incredible fashion, in a playoff, Mao Saigo is a major champ here at the Chevron.
And Maya Stark is the latest from Sweden to take a U.S. Women's Open title.
Minjee Lee battles the Texas wind and heat, and now she's a three-time major champ.
So Saigo, Stark and Minjee Lee, and then what a finish to the Amundi Evian Championship. Australia's Grace Kim eagled the last to get into a playoff and then did this. Chipped in for birdie, then eagled at the second playoff hole to win her first major title. So who will follow them? What about Nelly Corda? No wins yet this year for the world #1, but found good links form at the Scottish Open last week. Gino Titicun missed out in the playoff at the Evian, but has been so consistently good this season as she looks for her first major. Or perhaps the defending champion. Last year at St Andrews, Lydia Ko ended a wait of over 8 years for her third major title, and she loves the links. And what about Lottie Wood, Irish Open champion as an amateur, third at the Evian, and then winning the Scottish Open in her debut pro tournament. So much focus on her, and for many she is the favourite. Remarkable at this stage in her career. So good afternoon, just a couple of minutes after midday. This week, and just under 6,600 yards. The green's not running too quickly, as they cannot do on links courses when the wind is blowing. It's blowing but gently at the moment on quite a pleasant day. 12 miles an hour, expected to get up a little bit, possible showers, he said with due sense of foreboding, but it's warm, it's pleasant, and the scoring has been pretty good. Although the course has been biting back in places. So we'll show you a few of the players who've been making a little bit of a move here and there, and the first shot was struck at 6:30 by the 2020 champion Sofia Popov, the German, getting us going, and we were up and running. And putting, Ingrid Lindblad was once a fantastic amateur, and she's won on the LPGA this season. Rolling one in early on, you can see that the conditions were a little bit more overcast, but also a little bit calmer. So here is Grace Kim, who won the Evian in such dramatic fashion. And the greens rolling very, very smoothly, very undulating greens at Porthcawl. The players have been getting used to them over the practice rounds. Shio Kawaki actually qualified for the Open to make her debut last year, but then had to pull out ill, so this is her first time playing in the Open, and this on the closing hole to sneak sub 70, 69 for the 23-year-old from Tokyo. Fine round. Talk about the strength and depth that Japanese women's golf has at the moment. Mao Saigo, we know what she can do, having won the Chevron earlier this year. She got on a bit of a run as well. After bogeying the third hole, she birdied the fourth and the sixth, and here at the seventh as well, out in 34, 2 under par, 2 halves of 36. A couple more birdies on the way back in, a drop shot in the 14th. This was her final birdie attempt on the par 5 18. A little bit wayward. Leave yourself one of those on the final hole. But again, the composure that we saw at the Chevron, and we've seen many other places as well. Confidently struck in for a 69 as well. And again, we mentioned the strength in Japanese golf. Well, a couple of very good players from one family, the twins, and this is Chisato Iwai, Akie Iwai, a later starter. But this was for the lead for Iwai. At stage there wasn't a blemish on her card, just all birdies and pars. And it all meant that there was a big block at the top of the board on 3 under par. Kawaki and Saigo in with 69s, and the others coming towards the end of their round, although Alexa Pano, the American, just reaching the turn. Kushkova of the Czech Republic. 3 under after 8 holes. You see the names of Minji Lee and Charlie Hull on the first page as well. They're playing together and playing well. And Rose Zhang, what a talent she was, and coming back to some form as well. So good to see her 2 under after 11 holes. Actually, in that tie for 12th place on 1 under par, we see the name of the Canadian, Brooke Henderson, and we'll join her on the course and in the company of Katrina Matthew and Christina Kim.
Yes, welcome, Andrew. And here we are watching Brooke Henderson on the par 3, 15th for a birdie to get to 2 under, down the hill. A nice start though for Brooke, isn't it? 1 under through 15 holes.
Just hear that wind starting to pick up a little bit. Christina Kim, I found out, is an avid weather watcher and has been telling us exactly what direction it's coming in, when it's going to pick up, just generally what's going to happen in life.
Yeah, generally. The beauty of this golf course is that with the winds, especially coming off of the ocean here in the west, as we see Ingrid Lindblad getting ready to tee off on 17, it really can wreak havoc. There are so many holes where the wind just seems to continuously whirl around in every direction as you move about. We're in almost these 2 circular routes for the front and back 9, and you almost lose sense of where you are. So Ingrid's got lesson driver in her hand here on 17, really just trying to put a premium on placing her tee shot in the right spot to give her a chance at, adding to her birdie count. 1 under on her round so far.
Darkening skies behind, and you can see the pace that the clouds are moving across as well. So coming from her right hand side, a little bit of help as well.
Yeah, from where Ingrid's coming in with less than driver. Just a long iron in her hand. If this tee shot were to run out much more than 235 yards off the tee, you're going to have a difficult time getting to see more than the top third of the flagstick. So she's laid it well back, but in prime position to be able to access that back right hole location.
And here's Grace Kim. She's got a nice read there from Brooke Henderson. See if she can convert. Oh, just slid past that left side, but a good effort.
Yeah, you can see the pace that we're measuring just over 10 on the stimp, which is not quick, but they cannot be when the wind gets up on the link screens. Now here's second into 14, tough hole, Maya Stark.
Yeah, you can see her trying to punch that out the rough. The rough's patchy. You can be unlucky or lucky. It's just, and the bunkers here, typical links bunkers, it all just kind of feeds in towards them.
It's not done until it's done.
It's not.
Until that ball stopped running. Well, there's a bit of physio, a bit of last-minute lumbar treatment for Lydia Ko. She looks nonplussed by the whole experience, but slightly concerning.
I would say, honestly, not really. I mean, almost all players will get some form of physical therapy, whether it's just overall stretching or, Lydia's won so many times on tour, and she's been on the world stage for so long. As you saw, she was pretty nonplussed.
That's Ronnie Yin trying to get back to 1 over par. So this is Iwai, Chisato Iwai. You can tell I got slightly longer hair than Aki Iwai.
Yeah, on 17, just laying up of those cross bunkers, as Christina was saying, wants to hit this about 250, and then she might just be able to see the top of the pin for her second shot.
Both the twins have got beautiful swings, slightly different, a little bit like the Hoygaard twins. There are differences in their swings, and you can see the wind and the direction on the first tee. Caroline Ward is the announcer, and it'll be Esther Henseleit, the German, to get us going.
On the tee from Germany, Esther Henseleit.
So the prevailing wind. This is the 18th hole as the members play it, but just because there's not enough room down at the green for the stand that they would like to have on the 18th, so they play this as the first They did that at the 3 senior opens they played, but it's invariably straight into the wind.
Yeah, it's a tough par 4 to open with 2 really kind of well-placed bunkers off the tee, at one on the right at 223 and the one on the left at 236. You've got to thread it down between.
That should be, yeah, that's just down the left side. Needs to slow down. And there's that bunker you were talking about right there, Katrina.
And the bunkers here are interesting, I think, off the tee. They're not got the revetted face, which a lot of links courses have.
Playing alongside Janet Wanasen of Thailand. Again, Thai women's golf is such great strength and depth.
A strong young player, and as we were saying, the winds are just starting to pick up. And they will be gusting upwards of the mid-20s miles per hour, you know, somewhere in the 30s in terms of kilometers. It's a beautiful tee shot.
I prefer me when you go somewhere like that.
Talking about strength and depth, I mean, there are over 120 Korean players in the top 500 in the world, which is astonishing. The former US Women's Open champion. I think our effects might be exaggerating a little bit, but that wind is certainly picking up.
Nice one there from Aylin, but yeah, it definitely is picking up. I was out there this morning and there was a wind, but you would, I mean, over here you'd probably call it a stiff breeze, but now you can really see the flags beginning to flap.
The night before we went to Nando's and went to a pub, did a pub quiz.
Yeah, the Senior Open a couple of years ago when Cheika beat Podrick Harrington to tackle the winds at some point in that were quite hilarious. 40 miles an hour or so into the face of the face crossed. Very tough.
Wonderful shot. I thought she was kind of snookered over there with only 7 yards of green to work with, but what a start to your round.
We were so convinced we'd done well, we were quite confident that is it. And then, I don't know whether we got shafted by the people marking us, or whether we really
We'll take another look at this pitch shot. You know, she's well right of the green, throws this one up in the air, barely lands, it's just in that fringe, gets one bounce, and perfect pace rolling into the green there. That is just, that is almost like stealing one, with the exception of it just being an incredible skill set around the greens.
I asked about it the Sunday, they said there's one for Sunday.
And here's Lindblad on 17 with her second shot. The thing with some of these ones, you've got to lay up off the tee and then you're leaving yourself still a long shot in.
It didn't look ideal.
So a kind of mid to long iron here for Lindblad. Must be getting windier because she's taking the bucket hat off.
She's got her eye on this one. Has a really high ball flight, does Ingrid, so you know, the wind can sometimes just eat that one up, and I think she was probably trying to play like a hard high cut and then just fighting that wind. Didn't get really much out of that whatsoever.
So Stark, this her third, after the ball just trickled into the greenside bunker.
Yeah, she does have the benefit of hitting back into the breeze along with having the majority of the green to work with.
Simple as that. Just get it out on green, trickle it out to the hole, par.
Leona Maguire on the 16th. The par 4 for birdie.
Yeah.
And a good effort there from Leona. She'll be enjoying being back playing some links golf.
Yeah, spin it around, just in case.
Jie Shin, she really burst on the scene back at Sunningdale 2008, winning there. She was an outstanding player, still very, very good, but plays mostly in Japan, almost exclusively in Japan.
Yeah, we're very fortunate to get the occasional view of Jie Shin once a year, maybe 2 or 3 times a year on the global stage, but very, very happy playing and spending most of her time in Japan, going with a fairway medal. And one thing about her, she's not the longest off the tee, but she generally is so smart, plods around the golf course. If she misses a green, it's always to the side of the green where there's more room.
Yeah, she had that dominant win at Hoylake as well in 2012, won by 9 shots. Now, Chisato Iwai, she can go in with a long iron.
Yeah, up here to one of the flattest greens, I would say, on the golf course. Trying to run it in, downwind. Just not quite getting there.
There's a lot of dead ground there, isn't there? And even though you know the yardage, I think she and Lindblad might have thought that theirs were closer.
And they're playing back up the hill, so they're not seeing that dead ground as well, which doesn't help.
I'm studying the beauty of the swing, but also looking at the dark clouds there.
Let's just focus on the present.
On the
The subject
positives.
of this screen here. She does a beautiful job. Great use of ground force pressure. Very quiet, not just with the lower body, but with the actual, the legs and the feet. That trail heel barely coming up even at the end of her finish.
And Andrea Lee here to take the lead, break out of that bunch of them at 3 under par. Oh, that took a bit of a hop. That was looking good. It must have just hit something on the way.
Yeah, hit something about 7 or 8 feet short of the flag. And anytime you have Andrea Lee with a chance for birdie, she's one of the people on this planet that you would want her to have the chance to hit that putt for you.
We see Alexa Pano's just birdied the 10th actually to break free now after an eagle on the 9th. So 3 shots picked up in 2 holes for the American.
And that stretch just round the turn seems a stretch where they're picking up some birdies.
Everything will feed over to the right, so we want to get it coming down on the 1.
You can have a really good look there at how much downhill this second shot on the first is. The pin's right at the back, well, halfway down. It's 51 yards long, I think, this green. It's 27 paces on the flagstick. She doesn't like that one. Really not that bad, I would say.
I think it might just have been a case of job done. I'm not too fussed about it, but it was very impressive. You get a view there on the second shots of the change in elevation.
Major champion Amy Yang here on a similar line to that of Andrea Lee. So might have been a little bit misguided just because of that little bump, that little imperfection that Andrea Lee's birdie putt had. This will be a stress-free par for Amy Yang.
There's the already very familiar figure of Lottie Warner. Some of the bookmakers, if you do such things, have her as the favourite, which I suppose based on form, if you look at just the past month, you couldn't really argue with it, but it's very strange to say because she's so new to this professional game.
It is, isn't it? I was speaking to her yesterday. I happened to go out. I was out walking around the course and bumped into her, and I said, well, here I am speaking to the favourite here, and she was just laughing away.
Well, you're our Curtis Cup captain, so you've known her for a long time.
Yeah, I've watched her now for probably about the last 3 years. Been watching and following her career, and obviously that Curtis Cup, was great for her and for the team. But I mean, she's been world amateur #1 now for over 2 years.
Well, she tees off just before 1 o'clock, 12:54, in the company of Lydia Ko and Lilia Vu. That will be a very, very exciting group to follow this afternoon. So, working with Luke Bone, her coach. He's into speed golf as well.
I think him and his partner are world champions, he was telling me.
Yeah. Pair speed golf. Give that a shot if you look into that. It's very exciting. Lindblad, very straight arm chipping technique and well judged indeed.
Yeah, there's that little swale over in that front right portion of the green, so she wanted to stay away from that because lest her ball land in it on the fly, it could kind of cause a ball to caroom in any direction.
Nice start on the 15th, par 3. Playing 149 yards today. And a nice shot there just to the centre of the green.
Yeah, take no risks with that pin position in the deep bunker on the right. Chisato Iwai, as the pins begin to shift around a bit in the wind.
Yeah, she's from just off the green, electing to go with putter as opposed to the chip shot that Ingrid Lindblad had from a couple yards farther away than Chisato. Beautiful pace there. Super important to really focus on your pace around the greens and as far back as, sometimes 15, even 20 feet off of the putting surface. These fairways are so tight as we take a look at impact there for Chisato and getting that ball to roll straight off the bat very quickly.
So back up to the first tee. There's the 18th green. So close to the first tee. Again, a reminder, that's the 17th and 18th as the members play it. Busy tented village behind, but this will be a good group to follow as well. Getting ready for Jennifer Kupcho, Darcy Harry, the local girl, the member here, and Georgia Hall, 2018 champion, will get us going.
This is game 31. On the tee from England, Georgia Hall.
We'll be keeping a keen eye on the caddies in this group as well. Georgia Hall has Paul Dunn on the back, fiance now, former European Tour winner, man who led the Open at St Andrews and into the final round in 2015.
Yeah, he's been caddying for most of the year, and that was nice news. I saw that they got engaged just last week.
Georgia will be fully focused on her game, her challenge. It's been a bit of a struggle this season, but she knows how to play in this type of course and these conditions.
High drop, and George is shutting this down the right side of the fairway. Should be just fine there.
On the tee from the USA, Jennifer Kupcho.
Here's the 28-year-old from Colorado, former winner of the Chevron back in 2022. Actually, her husband caddies for Alison Corpus, so she's breaking up the caddy partnership dynamic of this particular group. A very, very fine player. Interesting to see how she copes as the wind picks up.
On the tee from Wales, Darcy Harry.
Well, you can hear the local support for Darcy Harry, 22-year-old from Dinas Powys, just outside Cardiff, but a member at Porthcawl. Her heart will be racing here, but very proud moment.
Yeah, what a thrill for her to be playing in your home major at your home golf course.
And that's the way to do it, straight down the middle. Jakob Skov Olesen, the young Danish golfer, her partner, who's on her bag. He led the Open after the first round this year. I mean, these are high caliber caddies going out here. It's a great group to follow, this one.
Oh my goodness, for Titikun. She's really going to have to you can see gripping down nearly on the steel of her club, just trying to chop it up there. And beautifully played.
Yeah, really from that kind of light, it's not that difficult to completely miss the ball with it, duff it, or give it the old Sherman tank. So very well executed there.
After a tee shot to the heart of the 15th. A little bit timid with the putt, but happily take your 3 there.
So that's Charlie Hall there hitting her third shot into number 14. Technically short-sided, but coming in from a great spot. So we'll have a good chance at her par there.
Yeah, this is a very good group. We've got Titikun and Minji Lee and Charlie Hull. What a round she's putting together after a struggle of a start. Iona Stevens going to be out there watching this one for us. And is that wind getting a bit stronger now, Iona?
Oh yes, and it's the first time we felt some rain. There's a little drizzle coming off the water, and I'm afraid it's bad news for Charlie. That's actually a putt for a 5 because she was down the left-hand side with her approach shot, but in a nasty lie. And it only managed to advance about 3 or 4 yards. So she's got a putt for a 5 here on 14.
Minji Lee collected her 3rd major this year in the PGA. methodical approach to 15-20 footer or so, and this to save par. Tough hole, the 14th.
Yeah, it is a tough hole today, and what a par this would be. That was not an easy chip shot. Breaking off the left. Oh.
Yep, you're going to have to take a few of those when you can. A couple of bogeys early on, but since then, very, very tidy.
Aileen Kim had a nice shot interior to the centre of the first green, and now got a good chance for birdie.
Wonderful approach shot in for Minjee Lee with a 7-iron. Has given herself a good chance for the birdie. It's pretty flat, this putt overall, and it will break from the same direction. Won't be many threes here today.
I wonder when the wind gets up as well, when you are like Minjee Lee using the broom handle. It must just feel a little bit further to the ball, a little bit more to control. Drop shot on the par 5 13th. Scuttling for cover. I think that, well, I was about to say, I think, as Iona said, the rain is starting to come down, and we can see it in the camera. See it at the first green, and second shots into the first for this guy. And you must, you've seen the very pleasant conditions in the morning, you've seen some good scoring, and you head out and you think, oh, how's your luck?
Can be links golf, can't it? Very weather dependent. See Georgia there trying to keep it down low, out the wind, but it's going left. You can see her caddy Paul indicating left.
To 30 feet.
From for this whole location, left isn't the end of the universe. Just gives you a little more room to work with, so long as you don't have to worry too much about flying it over that lone greenside bunker.
Oh, rain coming inside. There's Paul Dunn. If you just lose it by a fraction, and it gets moving on that wind, that's all exaggerated. Harry, even off a very good tee shot, having to go in with little wood here, little hybrid.
Yeah, you can see that flag down in the first green. It's kind of into and just a touch off the left. But I'm sure she's played this course in every possible kind of weather conditions. Oh, just got the little pot bunker there.
Yeah, it might have actually been fortuitous because she was otherwise going to be left of it. So down in the bottom, down in the flat of that bunker, and has again plenty of green to work with going back into the wind there.
So Kupcho out in the shorts, maybe waterproof's going on soon. Lively sea behind. Good looking swing.
I think they were all maybe just fooled a little by the wind, maybe just coming a little bit more off the right hand side than they thought.
So they head off, and we will let you know that the players who are going to be following them in the next hour or so. There is this group of Georgia Hall, Jennifer Kupcho and Darcy Harry. Just behind them, Jin Young Ko, Madeline Sagström and Megan Kang.
And then we've got Ayako Fudue, Jun Hee Im and Lynn Grant, powerful Swedish player.
And in game 34, you've got the three L's, Lydia Ko, Lilia Vu, and Lottie Wode.
Going through their final moments on the range. Then Hyoju Kim won the Evian back in 2014, second last week at Dundonald. Then Celine Boutier and let me know of the USA.
And then Arya Jitanagarn, the world #1 Nelly Korda, and Angel Yin, another good group to be following this afternoon.
Actually, Nelly Corder was talking about it. You know, when the wind gets up just a bit too much, she says she's too tall. She starts blowing around in the breeze, which is not, doesn't augur well if the wind does get up. But she looked pretty good at Dundonald last week in the Scottish Open.
She did. I mean, it was good, I think, just to get some links golf. I mean, links golf is a little bit different. Just get some practice in it. Get used to hitting the different kind of shots, different ball flights, the kind of more imagination perhaps that you need round the greens than you do in the US. But every player will have their same routine that they do on the range before they go out and play. Usually start with some putting, maybe some, then come and hit a few wedges, and then just work up through your irons and onto your woods.
Yeah, on a day like today, you've really got to feel like you're almost going double time with taking it back to the top of your swing at half the pace you normally do, because you're always going to swing a little bit quicker with your tempo once that wind picks up. It's just human nature.
We'll go to Amy Yang on the 17th. Pretty well done. Nice to
Nice
save a
little
par.
chip.
So this is Gino Titikun looking down on just by this big waste area. Meanwhile, we'll head back to the first tee.
This is game 32. On the tee from Korea, Jin Young Ko.
A 1 o'clock breeze, says the caddy. Well, which is not far off, actually, 12:30.
Yeah, generally on tour, we're going to have, when we discuss the wind, if it's a 12 o'clock wind, that means it's directly into your face. So for Jin Young, it's going to be just quartering, just a hair off of the right, but still directly into you. So she's going to start this one over on that right-hand side. Plays a little bit of a draw and then just allows the wind to drift it.
On the tee from Sweden, Madeline Saxton.
That bunker's getting a lot of business. It's so well placed for that 1 o'clock wind direction. Just pushes it subtly towards it.
This is one of the few ones that stayed too far right. You can see there was only what looks like one other player really in that right fairway bunker.
On the tee from the USA, Megan Kang.
So one left, one right. Megan Kang all smiles as she heads out to do battle with this course. It's becoming quite lively out there.
That one looks perfect for Megan. Learned from the first two.
Be more straight down the middle. I always like quite a quick rhythm in the wind, just a quick bustling rhythm as opposed to long willowy swing. Don't give the wind time to upset your swing.
And Megan looks like she's doing some squats there. She's having a great time, smiling away in the first tee.
I think we're waiting. That's the problem, is that with the 18th green so close and there's somebody there she was saying hello to. That's why they were waiting on that tee just for a while now. Georgia Hall.
Yeah, from the left of the first, you can see how close that out of bounds sneaks in. But she's had a fantastic little chip there to give herself a good chance of saving par.
Yeah, that was a beautiful touch. So we'll go to the 18th, and this is Chisato Iwai, par 5.
But playing downwind today, so should be reachable for most players if they can hit the fairway with their tee shot. As we see, Iwai just got a long iron.
Yes, I think she's just going to have to wait a wee while there, because I can see players still up on the green. Her playing partners have laid up, but Iwai certainly capable of getting there.
And they are just clearing the green now for Chisato. As you had said earlier, Andrew, her two playing partners, Ingrid Lindblad. Oh, one-handed that one. I don't think that's a Hideki Matsuyama one-hander either. That one flailed out to the right, but pretty wide open there. Shouldn't have too much of an issue getting that one up and down. Can sometimes be the problem with having to wait for a while, and that's why we saw her taking so many practice swings. Sometimes you're just thinking, I just want to get this round over with. Can I just go? But not always the case.
And here's Georgia Hall to see if she can save par after that errant second shot. Just from about 8 feet. Oh, and it's always nice, I think, to hole a putt of that length on the first green. Just gives you that little bit of confidence. You can roll a kind of 5-10 footer in.
And this is Alim Kim with her second shot here on the second hole. Look at this. Just splendid.
Now, Gino Titikun, long attempt to get 4 under. Oh, good one. Great one. What a putt. Yeah, what a putt. Echoes from the crowd there. Everyone just saying, what a putt, because it really was. There we are. Look at that. A couple of 2s in 4 holes. 3 2s on the card today.
And with that birdie, she is lone at the top of the leaderboard. Take another look at this. But, yeah, outside of 45 feet or so for her birdie. Perfect pace.
And let's see if Minji can follow her in from a little bit closer up that little ridge. It's running towards the hole. Yes! Oh.
Is this hole standard size? Well, I mean, they were both right in the middle, though. They've got something going as well, this group, in terms of, even with Charlie Hull's recent troubles, they've all been making a bucket load of birdies.
Let's see if Andrea Lee can save par. To stay at 3 under. Oh, she maybe just pulled that a fraction. Just looked a little left off the blade.
So that'll be a drop shot for Andrea Lee going up to the final hole, a par 5.
Yeah, this is a round that's had a lot going on. Unfortunately, Charlie Hull back to level par now. A great run of birdies in the middle of the round. I think that's where the scoring is on the course today. We've been looking at the numbers, and it certainly seems to be where you can get things going.
It does. If those first kind of 4 holes, 1, 2, 3, 4, they're kind of into the wind, down by the water, tricky holes. And then you've got some really good birdie chances on the par 5, 6 and 9, and then 7 and 8 to a short par 4, short par 3.
Back to the world number 1, who's heading out at 1:15, and Trish Johnson is out there watching.
Yeah, it's getting pretty miserable down here on the range, I've got to be honest. It's I've seen this come in before, and it's not going to be a pleasant afternoon, I don't think, but just watching the world number 1 warm up, it's been fascinating actually. I've seen Lottie Woad warm up down the far end. She looks like she's just playing the monthly medal. She looks so relaxed. And then you've got some other players, Lilia Vu, her playing partner, who looks very, very intense to say the least. Nelly doesn't really ever change her demeanour, goes through exactly the same routine. I have to say it is very, very impressive when you watch her swing a club. I've heard many a player say that this is the golf swing to replicate if you can, but it's great rhythmically. She does the same thing every single time, never really changes her routine. And what I love about her is on this range there's a left to right wind. It's the predominant wind whenever you come to Broad Porthcawl, and she can just hit that lovely little draw into that wind, so she's got every capability of hitting the shots that holds into it, turns into it, and that makes life so much easier out here.
Thank you, Trish. Yeah, other players even watching her rhythm as we go back to Minjee Lee, signalling right.
Yeah, that's not good. If half of the entire group is signaling to the right, that means that going to need some help there, if you don't mind so very much. And got a few spotters, aside from just the wonderful volunteers that are willing to risk life and limb and health here in the elements.
It's been a bumpy couple of holes for Charlie. Another drop shot at 15, so she really needs just to settle things, but unfortunately 16 is a beast of a hole. Don't need the driver off the tee. There's these fairways that cut in at 250, 255. So it looks like a fairway metal. Wind off the left.
Uh-oh, another one heading a little bit right. Oh, that should be all right there. Well, as Katrina was saying, though, you can get a little bit unlucky, even in the scratchy looking rough. Just didn't get the growth with the dry spring that was an issue around the UK. So it's not quite as lush as it has been in recent years, but there are pockets which are pretty vicious. So we go to Maya Stark trying to save her par.
Oh, it just didn't hit it. You can see that line. What a nice putt. The line was rolling end over end.
And you can see that the wind is just flapping even on those pant legs there, which can be cause for a little bit of discontent for players. And with just a touch of rain on the ground, you can cause the greens to slow up just a little more.
You'd be delighted if you're in the clubhouse already. Kawaki and Saigo in with their 69s.
Game 33. On the tee from Japan, Ayaka Furuwe.
Major winner last year at the Adian.
Furuwe, Jin Hee Im and Lynn Grant. You can see they just have to, sometimes players just have to wait. The starter's very aware of what's going on in the 18th green.
Nice tee shot there from Furuwe, former Scottish Open champion, so knows how to play links golf.
On the tee from Korea, Jin Hee Im.
Again, the final instruction, just a little bit of right to left, mostly into. We've seen a few just dragged into that left-hand bunker.
She looked like she was nearly aim pointing her drive there.
Yeah, there are some players that actually do utilize like a style of aim point, which I don't comprehend, because, you know, you're thinking 2%, but it just kind of gives her 2 fingers worth of a draw, let's say. Who are we to, you know, say anything about anyone teeing it up this week? As that one just skirts by that left fairway bunker there.
On the tee from Sweden, Lynn Grant.
This is a swing to try and copy as well.
Lynn getting a couple of last-minute words of encouragement from her caddy, Pontus Samuelsson. And like you said, Andrew, this is a swing that many people would love to emulate. Fluid, strong, quick pick above the tee. This is a fearless young player here.
Must be the Scottish in her DNA. Her grandfather's from Inverness. Won the Scottish boys at what club, Katrina?
At North Berwick, I believe.
There we go.
Happens to be my home club.
Meanwhile, I'm going to go and change my name to Pontus Samuelsson, because that's a fine name.
And here's EY. We saw her hit her second shot here in the par 5 last hole, just short right to the green. Relatively straight. Oh, I thought that was relatively straightforward. Looked like the grass just tugged at her club there a little bit. But giving herself a good chance of birdie.
Yeah, with just the touch of moisture that's on the grounds now after the rain, you know, as we take another look at the strike, there might have just been a little bit of, like you had said, Katrina, just a little snarling of that club face. You could see her really trying to fight that. But now for these players that are playing, anytime you're in the rough, the rough is going to play just a skosh thicker because of the moisture on the ground.
Yeah, it's the flake in the centre, so yeah, the left side of it is good.
She's got a bit of a break here, Charlie. 2 players in this group down the right-hand side here at 16, but she's got nearly 200 yards, just a little less than. Plays all the way uphill, wind off the left.
Hold up, mate.
There's a buggy coming by, so she's just going to reset herself. But she's pretty blind from down here. These bunkers in front of her hide almost everything. She can see the 16 TV tower, so she wants to keep it left of that.
Was a fraction unlucky from Charlie there. Just landed just short of the green. You can hear her listening to see if she hears any crowd response. She thought that was going to get a nice bounce and run up onto the green.
Minji was a bit further right, and you can see it gets really ugly in there, pretty tangly. So she's not going to be able to take on the green. She's just going to advance this ball, give herself a good chance of getting up and down. She's got to get right in the back of this one, ball above the feet as well. Everything about this is hard.
Let it cook.
You're right, Anna. She really just chopped that one out. I don't even think she was trying to get the green. It's come up just short. But it looks like there's some of these little creeping brambles, I think you call them, in the rough here, which are horrible, kind of really snag the club.
Lovely fruit though. A good season for the blackberries. Which is not the concern of Gino Titakun at all. Oh, a little sideways hop, and it's the slope that leads up to this green here, just killing that one. Raining up on the 18th green, but can Chisato Iwai close with a birdie? So close. A shame off that tee shot. Really had the green there for her, but it's a closing par. Back in level par 36, 1 birdie, 1 bogey on the way back in. But it's a round of 69. I think that smile says, "Good, I'm done with this now. Let's go and get dry and watch the fun."
And what a lovely lie she's got there in the rough. You can see it sitting up, back up the hill to the 17th green.
That one looks like it's gone left. And, you know, if it had stayed maybe 3 or 4 more pieces to the right, wouldn't have gotten caught up in the rough and possibly would have just trickled onto the putting surface.
Ingrid Lindblad. Nicely done. In for a round of 70. Very good start. Yeah, tidy card. Just that opening bogey and then 3 birdies, all pars.
Here's Fudue down the hill on the first. We can just see the flag fluttering on the right-hand side of the green. Good shot there. From that sort of distance, you're just trying to get it in the centre of the green. That was very well played.
And that's going to be a fairly popular spot for the remainder of the players in the field yet to play this first hole.
Actually quite pleasant out there now. You can see shadows appearing in the contours of the second green here, how far right Georgia Hall is aiming. Now down the slope. Perfect line.
After a blistering tee shot, this just a 3/4 sawed-off finish swing for Im for her second. And that one just lands and grabs there. Gonna have a longer range putt for her birdie attempt. 55 feet or so for her birdie. You can see a little chuckle out of her.
Perfect lie for Minjee Lee from 59 yards. These fairways in immaculate condition, so she can pinch one, but she's got to throw it a long way up there. Oh, beautiful.
Good news, Iona, is that the radar says that's the rain done. So
Yeah, the rain's gone, Andrew, but it's now all of a sudden absolutely cooking out here.
all clothes for all conditions. There we are, he knows that. So he's sitting, just staring into nothingness, enjoying himself. It's beautiful beaches around here, rocky ones and plenty of sand as well. Good surfing conditions out there. Lynn Grant second to the first.
And had a big drive down the first here, leaving herself only 142 down the hill. Just a 7-iron back into the breeze. Very nicely played. Right over the flagstick.
And this third shot for Titikun just needs a little bit more trickle there out of her. So have a nice little uphill putt for her par.
This is Eri Okayama. There we are on the 8th hole and a chance to get to 4 under. Oh, well, she's putted so well so far. That was a chance gone. Giving us a bit of a race as well. Opened with a bogey, Okayama. 4 birdies since then.
And here's Charlie Hull from just the front of the 16th green. You can see the slope she's got to play up and over. Lofted it up over there. Nicely played. It really gives you a good idea of the contour and how high the kind of steepness up to that green, how the ball's out kicking up onto the green.
So there's the first green back tee. I think this is the group that so many people will have been waiting for. Here we are, in the sunshine now, thankfully. And again, the conditions are set pretty fair for a while now. So they'll feel a whole lot better about things, this star-studded group. And there is the defending champion who is going to get us going here.
This is game 34. On the tee from New Zealand, defending champion Lydia Ko.
It's the only introduction which differs slightly. The men's open and the women's open, they add defending champion for she who has won it the year before. What a win it was at St Andrews.
Lydia with her patented little fade that she hits.
On
Just
the
managed to
TSA,
avoid the divots.
Lilia Vu.
Lilia Vu, the 2023 AIG Women's Open champion. Put up a valiant effort last year as well. So very familiar territory for this young woman.
It's good to see her swinging freely after her back problems.
On the tee from England, Lottie Woad.
Oh, what attention there is on her now, and what pressure, although outwardly she doesn't seem to show any of the effects of the pressure.
Just a beautiful tee shot there, carrying that right fairway bunker. Great tee shot.
So off they go. Lottie Woad in the company of the winner of the last 2 years, Lydia Ko. She'll be looking to win it again. She had to give back the trophy earlier this week.
It'd be pretty cool to round off the major kind of schedule on a high, and I'm pretty sure each and every one of us that's here, eager to win, and it'd be pretty cool if I could also defend. I know, and I think each and every one of us knows how hard it is to win and how hard it is to finish, and I played really, solid coming down the stretch, and I think that was the key for me winning, and regardless of what the result's going to be like, this will always be a really memorable one for me. Looking at the trophy and seeing all the past champions, it's just really cool to see. The AIG Women's Open is all about the fans, and as players, we want to showcase, the best women's talent, and I think this event really revolves around the support that we get. They truly make this event special.
There we are, all smiles and chat. Defences don't happen that often. I think Yanni Seng was the last to do it in 2011.
Yeah, not easy to do. It's not easy to win one, far less defend it. But Lydia's going to give it a good battle, I would say.
We'll go up to the green, and Lynn Grant for an opening three.
That putt just had a wee bobble at the first third of the putt there. And the greens are rolling at about 10.4 on the stimp meter, just due to the number of contours that we see on these putting surfaces, as we see Titikun with that par attempt, and that was just left the whole way.
You'll be very glad, Yanni, the organisers, that they haven't had the rain today. It was forecast. They were expecting some pretty heavy rain, but it's just caught the edge of it, and it seems to have passed now.
Foot away for birdie, just down the hill on the first. Just slid past that right edge. One of the few who putt still with the pin in, bit like Charlie Hull.
And we saw where Maya Stark's second shot ended up, and she had a long birdie attempt, and this is just going to be, unfortunately, another dropped shot from Maya Stark. You see that shake of the head, a quick pickup of the ball from the cup.
And Minji Lee with the broom handle, and this to save par as well.
It has transformed her putting this year, though. That's the one part of the game that one slid past, but that was the one part of the game that was holding her back. But she's certainly improved at using that this year.
Got to be very careful not to anchor. You've got to show there's at least a little bit of a gap between grip and chest.
Second shot for Takeda. Oh, excuse me, Yamashita. Oh no, it was Takeda, pardon me. Yamashita is the one that was already on the green, so both beautiful, beautiful approaches.
There's the clubhouse, the members' clubhouse there on the right-hand side. It's honestly, step in there, you step back in time. It's beautiful in there, and the views out over the channel. Trish Johnson, who knows this place very well, watching this group.
Yeah, beautiful afternoon now. Lydia Ko, second shot from the right-hand side. She's got 183 yards. Not the greatest angle to come in from. However, the green does all slope left to right.
Here we go.
Wonderful shot there from Ko. Was helped by the fact that she does like hitting a fade, and she just used that beautifully and used the contours of the green to take it towards the hole.
We're going to talk about the pin in for Charlie Hull. Still does it this to save par.
That one just slides by as well.
$178 for Lilia, and that's all over it. That's a beauty.
Come on down, come on down. Yeah, two very good shots here from Lydia Ko and Lilia Vu over to Lottie Ward.
Yeah, she's just about, well, she's got 167 to the flag, so that little bit longer. She's got that more carry off the tee. You could see she pitched it good 15 yards past the other two players. Very impressive on the practice green this morning. Again, coming in from the right-hand side. She can hit a draw or a fade, but she hits it pretty straight in general. Just a slight breeze out here at the moment. It is perfect.
Giving it the firm stare. Three good shots, but again, you just see the conditions allow these players to show what they can do, and three fine second shots into the first. Saw Seminoles on her yardage chart in her back pocket. So is that Florida State Seminoles?
Yes, that is. That's the university, Florida State University.
I get confused between Gators and Seminoles and all sorts of other such things, but you'll keep us right. Titikun.
Yeah, on the 17th. Some cross bunkers here that you have to lay up off the tee just to keep short. One hit at about 250. You'd rather it stayed in the fairway, but sitting up, we can see the ball. And after that wonderful shot we saw in from Takeda, see if she can convert and make birdie.
Considering she did chip in on the opening hole, I'll say she would probably think, okay, fair enough, you know.
2 under through 4 is pretty good.
Minji Lee with less than driver, just a driving iron, quick pickup of the tee. Again, gotta lay it pretty far back to make sure you get a good visual of that flagstick. Today's flagstick, 27 paces on, 10 from the right.
4 o'clock help.
So still Eri Okayama out in front, 4 under after 9 holes, and actually missed a good chance at the 8th hole as well. But those 69s from Kawaki, Saigo, Iwai, Japan, flying high at the top of the leaderboard. A little bit further down, Ingrid Lindblad in with that 70 as well. The afternoon start, was a lot happier with the weather conditions now, heading out. A little bit further down, Janieth Wong, the Malaysian amateur, around she's putting together as well. It's a very good group she's out with. Dong Yun Lee in with a 71, very, very early starter. And we'll go to Minji Lee, second to the 17th.
Yeah, back up the hill, see if she can get it back up to that flagstick. Seen a lot of players coming up a bit short. Maybe half a club more needed.
Considering there's only 7 paces beyond that flagstick, you'd rather be a few paces short than long, but on the putting surface, so outside chance for birdie for Minji Lee.
Ready for our next group. We've got Celine Boutier, we've got Yelimi No, and we've got Hyoju Kim. Will be first to go.
This is game 35. On the tee from Korea, Hyoju Kim.
Zhou Jue, major champion, winner of the 2014 Amundi Evian Championship. She just has such a beautiful, fluid tempo. Nothing ever really seems to get to her one way or another. Very, very steady player.
Anxiously watching it. I'm not sure whether she's going to reach the bunker. She's fortunate it landed in that first cut, brought it to a swift halt.
On the tee from France, Céline Boutier.
Got a couple of former winners of the Evian, Céline Boutier much more recently.
Going with the 3-wood there just to take those bunkers out of play. Oh, maybe not. Maybe just ripped her 3-wood down there.
On the tee from the USA, Yelimi No.
And the final player in this pairing, Yelimi No, who has started to really come into form the last few years, broke out on the scene as an 18-year-old a few years ago. Monday qualified into a number of events. Sort of struggled a little bit, lost her full-time card, made it through a few Monday qualifiers last year, and then kind of broke through with her first victory. Also went to that broom handle putter. And she's a strong, strong player, but this has gone left of the bunker. Left. Almost possibly a fortuitous bounce there.
There's a little bit of grass behind the ball, but still think she'd rather be there than in the sand. You see all three with very good records at the Evian. I can't think of more of a contrast going Evian to Porthcawl in terms of conditions and style. Lottie Wood, see if she can open with a birdie. I mean,
what did we expect?
What did we expect?
I think she's 55 under for her first 3 professional events, so why not make it 56 now?
Sounds reasonable. This had a little bit of right to left on it. We've seen a few players coming up short, but not Lottie Wood. How well she putted at Dundonald, and just keeps on doing it.
Yeah, and that putt was made with some firm pace as well. Young and fearless. I always joke whenever we see a young player is just from professional and is playing great, I say, give her a mortgage. Let's see how things go. But just young and fearless, and these players, you know, that are younger coming into age, they're just so prepared.
And Lilia Vu then to see if she can find her 3.
Yeah, here it is down the hill. Is it just going to break back? Yes, well done. Player who's struggling, missed her last 5 cuts, so a big week here. Obviously, usually plays well at the British.
Well, pressure on Lydia Ko then, but we'll leave her to muse on that for a moment, and we'll go back up to a very sunny 18th green. Leona Maguire. What a finish this would be.
And to get under par for the round.
I think we can just about give her that one. Lydia Ko. Birdies from Lottie Wood, Lilia Vu. This one again you can see just down the slope towards the waves. Oh my word. There we are, 3-3-3, on we go. I said this was the group to follow, and it may well prove to be the case that there's some very good scoring for these 3.
Just splashing out the greenside bunker there in 17 is Titikin, leaving herself 6 feet to try and save par.
And on the second hole, it's a second shot for Ayaka Furue, and you saw just let go of that club face there. Club seemed to just get snarled by that rough. Long is okay here on number 2 because you have those slopes as well as the forward tee box for the third green. And this, I mean, just exactly how she drummed it up. Use the backstop.
Yeah, never show distaste with a golf shot until it's finished. See, I meant that, every inch of it. Use the contours.
Yeah, that's why you should hold your finish.
Aria Jutanagan and Nelly Korda, who will be in the company of Angel Yin as well. But again, the groups to follow come thick and fast, because a lot will be very interested to see how Nelly Korda goes out there today. Sure, Angel Yin will join us at some point. We'll go to the second tee. So birdies for all at the first.
That was a tough start, wasn't it, for these three? A real struggle on one of the toughest holes into the breeze today. Now this one is, well, it's playing pretty easy today. There's a bit of breeze off the left-hand side, but nothing compared to how it was the last couple of days. 2 bunkers to avoid. At 256 down the right, and 278 down the left. So come on, Lydia. Yeah, that's fine.
Lydia's tee shot, you saw that her ball was barely off the ground, just really going for that laser-like, almost a driver off the deck kind of situation. Really allows a player to play a much more penetrating ball flight. That one coming up short of that fairway bunker on the right. Opens up the screen to that back left hole location. Lilia Vu is next up, going with less than driver.
She'll be looking to just keep this short of that bunker on the right-hand side at 256. Watching it intently, though.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how Lilia Vu goes today. She's been struggling of late. She's got one sort of outlier result this season where she lost the playoff to Hyo-Joo Kim at the Ford Championship at the end of March. But apart from that, it's been hard going.
And it's a strange one here. You play over they walk back up to the second tee and then play across the first fairway. And Lottie going with her 3-wood as well. Not a long par 4, so the key is just to find the fairway and give yourself a short iron into the green.
Yeah, good shot. Nice. A great use of ground force pressure from Lottie there. Holds her finish. And with good reason, just about splits that fairway. Prime position for the young professional.
Ground force pressure like that. A good golf swing comes from the legs, really, doesn't it?
It certainly does. It starts from the ground all the way up. The club head should be the literal last thing that moves in the golf swing.
Some just very subtle little breaks in that 17th. It's a very flat green, but just very slight little breaks. Fooled her. And Georgia Hall, after a lovely second shot in here to 3, see if she can convert, make birdie, get under par. Well done. Another player who's been struggling to find form recent kind of year.
Brooke Henderson, long eagle attempt on the 18th. We'll see a few of these today.
You can see she's 1 under on her round, had bogey on the 16th hole, bounced back immediately with a birdie on 17, and should have no real issues closing out with a birdie on the last to finish at 2 under par.
See the base of the pin swaying around a bit when you putt with the flag in. It seems a bit unsettling. That's just a bad putt.
And they're thick pins here because of the windy weather you get, which, I don't know, it just is slightly off-putting for me, I think. I could see it if you have the pin that tapers down and it's narrower in there, but I'd always be slightly concerned my ball was going to knock off the pin.
Well, I'll tell you, I mean, I do putt with the flag in, and with the exception of Northern Ireland with the metal pins, as long as it's not going 6 or 7 feet by the hole, it will generally catch the cup. As we see Grace Kim with her putt coming up just a wee bit short there on 18.
Yeah, it's a tidy enough round. 1 under par. Just a couple of bogeys and 3 birdies. And not too far away, they're ready to go again on the first tee.
This is game 36 on the tee from Thailand, Arya Jutanagarn.
So a 2-time major winner. What a force she was. It was 2016, 17, 18. And she's playing well again. Won at Woburn. Has that power to be able to use the long iron. Very consistent season, Jutanagarn. Top 10s in 3 of the 4 majors.
On the tee from the USA, Nelly Corder.
Of course it was going to be hard for Nelly Corder to follow last season. She's played well enough this year, but really just hasn't delivered the final touches, which would have brought the victories.
Rip there, 153-mile-an-hour ball speed, absolutely perfect down the right side.
On the tee from the USA, Angel Yin.
Angel has had a great start to this year, winning down in Thailand at the Honda LPGA Classic.
Angel's always a really, really fun watch, very animated, loves talking to the ball. Quite powerful as well, and just drawing down that left side. Skirts past that left fairway bunker.
Talk about trending. Majors this season for Angel Yin. 13th, 9th, 6th, 5th. Oh,
that's definitely heading the right direction. But quite a contrast in characters between Angel and Nelly. Nelly more composed.
A flat piece of ground up here, and Maya Stark seems to have a decent enough lie. That sounded a little bit fluffy as she tugged that a bit. She has.
Oh, that's going to be a rather difficult up and down on the last for her birdie there. Just caught that front left green side bunker. See, there's a slight upturn of the corner of her mouth there.
And Lottie Wood, 134 yards here on the second. Pin 30 yards on and just 8 from that left-hand side. Oh, and she's leaked that one out to the right.
So she is human then. And by human, she's almost in the middle of the green, laterally and depth-wise.
You let me know.
That was a valiant approach shot into this opening hole. It just left the whole way. Still, nothing wrong with making par of the very first hole of the AIG Women's Open Championship.
No damage done. So we'll go back to Lydia Ko, just 128 yards, and coming in really from the right side to try and feed it down to that pin.
They do have a little bit of a slope on the right hand. Oh, didn't quite fly it far enough.
And now on the tee at the closing hole here, Minji Lee, driver in hand.
Yeah, it's a blind tee shot up the hill. And I did think that target was a little bit too far left. You've got to kind of hit it over that gorse on the right-hand side. It's very easy to run out of room on the left. But a perfect drive from Lydia setting up. That'll be nice and reachable now from there.
Fifth tee, and this is Yamashita, long par 3.
Playing downwind, which is helping the players. Pin at the back. You've got to get up over a false front. Oh, and oh, he's got a chance. Oh, hit it 219 yards and a half.
Mio Yamashita in for a glorious 2 there on the 5th. And we'll go back to Gino Titikun.
This one might be drawing just a little bit too much for Gino. Ending up in that left rough where we saw Maya Stark hit her second shot from. She has the benefit of the grass growing in the direction of the flag, though.
Yeah, you can get a good lie down there, but as you saw with Maya Stark, it's so well guarded, that green with the bunkers in the front and left. That's not the line to come in from.
Jutana Garn, her second shot to the first. Probably just wanting to hit it between the camera to, oh, a very low little punchy shot she's hit there. Oh, that was a superb shot.
That was straight out of North Berwick, Katrina.
That was indeed. I wouldn't have thought she'll play that shot too often in Thailand.
Oh, but the good players, the great players, can adapt so well to any conditions. There's a great view down over the rocks. And they got this little duck board, this boardwalk. I think there was a bit of it was burnt away in the winter and they had to rebuild it, but it's a great place to wander along.
And you're right when you were talking about the surfing. I was walking past the Porthcawl Surf Club this morning on my way to the course. They were all getting changed outside their cars.
It's a big deal, yeah. You don't fancy a boogie board or something?
Maybe I'll have a go one in the mornings.
Now, Ali Whittaker will be in here shortly. She's Australian, so she will surely have been out there paddling around. Can't keep them out of the water.
I'll maybe ask her for some tips before I go for it.
I will be glad to say I'm not going to join you. I already look like a harbor seal outside of the water, let alone having the reflection of the sun at my back from a wide-mouthed, sharp-toothed creature staring up at the surface of the ocean.
You're listening to the final group from the 2009 Women's British Open, actually. Oh, what a showdown that was. Katrina Matthew against Christina Kim. Now, Lottie Wood just coming up short, so has all the contours to negotiate. I think just asking Lilia Vu to move her marker.
Yeah, it's going to be swinging in from the right-hand side. Kind of up the hill. Just really looking to try and get good speed on this. Give yourself if it falls in, it falls in.
Oh, that's got to keep on trickling. Let's go. Let's go. All right, just outside of tap-in range for young Lottie Wood.
Beautiful tee shot from Nelly to win.
Yeah, what a difference. Well, a much easier second shot for Nelly with that length off the tee. Just probably about an 8 or a little 7 down the hill, and beautifully played, setting up a great chance for birdie.
Well, that's a bold line there, rewarded. All the sunshine on the second green, and Lydia Ko staring this one down. She'll have learned a bit in terms of pace from the putt of Lottie Wood.
Yeah, it's tricky in that it's uphill and then downhill. We saw Lottie just slightly misjudged it coming back down the hill just in that last little third of the putt. See if Lydia's learnt from that.
And it does seem so. Go on. Go on. Oh, that right there was just the wind coming back into her face.
Yeah, that was cruel. One roll more. But in for a par, birdie par start. And Great opening couple of holes from the defending champion. He looks very composed early on. They're just getting underway, just about getting finished. Maya Stark, but lots to do.
Yeah, and a tricky bunker shot. She really had to hit that one hard to get the speed, to get it up and then get the distance. Those revetted faces in these links bunkers can be tricky if you get too close to the front of them.
Yeah, as you said, it's different. The combination, look at the bunkers there. So you've got some which are the more natural edges to them, and then some which have the revetted faces. That's something that Martin Ebert and company have been doing over the last few years at Porthcawl.
Vu here for par. She'll have had a really good look at Wood and Coe's putt, so should have a good idea of what this is going to do. Oh, very good effort.
Good try.
And on the bunkers, Andrea, I love the way they've got the fairway bunkers like that. Gives the players just that little bit of an opportunity.
Tanagan. Very good for pace.
It'll be a very stress-free par to open up this championship for Arya Jutanagarn.
So Maya Stark, long birdie attempt after finding the greenside bunker in 2.
Has been having a wee bit of a struggle with her pace these last 4 or 5 holes. Just kind of right when that last brief shower came down on the players, just causing a little bit of consternation.
There are the surfers and swimmers in the background. Every one of them mad, but no, having a good time. I'd quite like to be out there. Lottie Wood, a little bit of work to do to save her par.
This will be just inside of the right edge of this cup. Firm pace, easy going.
Yeah, that is confidence of a very, very good putter. And again, the youth, the combination, just rattling them in. There's a leader, Okayama.
A bit of trouble here in 11. Looks like coming out some quite thick rough there, but looked like she's got good contact on it. Oh, and what a recovery. Great shot. Setting up a lovely chance of birdie.
Come on, close with a par here.
She's already been working on a number of bogeys in the final stretch, and just a glancing blow there, uncomfortable straight off the bat. You could tell not that firm, aggressive stroke that we saw out of her when she won the U.S. Women's Open. You see that shake of the head, and disappointing finish. This final stretch, you know, the most really gettable holes on this course, basically holes 5 through 12, and you white knuckle it for the next 4 and hopefully snag one more at the last.
We saw Jutanagan's long birdie attempt just sliding by. Angel Yin missed her birdie putt as well. So Nelly Corda for the only 3 of this group.
That's the area, I think, of Nelly's game. If she's going to contend this week, she needs to hole her fair share of that length.
So here we are, Titicun. So again, it looks to be lying pretty well, but it has a tight angle to this green, Iona.
Yeah, this angle is ugly. Straight down the breeze, and these bunkers short left of this green totally defend it. It's going to have to throw one out to the right-hand side. Hope it gets a kick.
That's exactly what she's done, but it just went straight on. It's heading towards the first tee.
That'll be a pretty popular spot for a majority of players out there. Kind of opens you up to a pretty easy up and down for your birdie, all things considered. By no means actually easy, because golf is quite difficult.
Minjee Lee, though, from the short stuff. Into the hop. No, again, that bunker is going to get a lot of traffic. With that, I'll welcome in Alison Whittaker.
Always love a segue off of the bunker. I've spent lots of time in there myself over the years. It pretty much points you straight at it down the 18th. Like Andrew's saying, a very tight angle, especially with all the sponsor boards kind of feeding into your eye line back here from the second.
Great drive from Charlie. It's been frustrating for her in the last few holes, so she'd like to finish on a high if she can from the short stuff. 189 yards, but playing a whole lot less than that with this wind straight down off the left shoulder. Anywhere on the green would be a result here for Charlie. 7 iron.
All right, that is up, running away. That'll be fine over there. Not far up, like we've been saying, from the first tee. Really tightly cut. Down there at the 18th, the first. The way this golf course folds back over itself, it's quite interesting. Well, while we have a moment, why don't we take a look at the 18th, which is this week's Aon Risk Reward Challenge hole. Straight uphill to the finish. The 18th hole at Royal Porthcawl will give players one final shot at a red number. From the tee, players must navigate a completely blind tee shot to a winding fairway, protected by rough, unplayable gorse and a fairway bunker on each side. With favourable wind conditions, players who can find the narrow fairway will have a chance to take advantage of the links setup and run one up in two, if they can avoid the 3 carefully placed pop bunkers guarding the front half of this green. The Aon Insight tells us that 36% of the field is expected to go for this green in 2, a decision that yields a clear advantage over those who lay up, especially for the 10% expected to putt for eagle. With one last scoring opportunity to clinch a major title, better decisions will be critical to finish strong. And it also means that birdie will be up for grabs right to the death, right to the 72nd hole here this week as well, Christina.
Yeah, there's no question about it. It's always wonderful to have a really, really thrilling, exciting risk-reward hole to finish the round, finish the championship, especially after such a difficult stretch of holes, 13 through 17. Anything can happen. I was talking with a couple players earlier, and they said a one-shot lead coming down to the 14th hole is not going to be a guarantee of a win, as we see birdie going in for Yoon on 15.
Nice. She gets to 2 under par. We go to Nelly Corder here, less than driver on the second tee.
Just keeping an eye on this tee shot. Got to avoid the fairway bunkers. Got a nice gentle bounce off the back of that hill over on the right on the fairway on number 2. So she'll be just off the fairway. Good angle though.
From 1 par 4 to another, to Okayama here at the 11th.
Hoping to make this putt for birdie to open up a 2-stroke lead, but that is going to stay wide right. Yet another stress-free hole there for Okayama.
Hails from down in Osaka. Slightly different weather along this coastline than there. That can get sometimes a little bit humid as we return to Minjee Lee here at 18.
It's a nice lie in the bunker for Minjee Lee. She's on the flat stuff, but it's not going to be an easy shot despite that, because there's a knuckle about halfway to the hole that she's going to have to carry this ball over. She's got to carry it quite a long way, and then it should release and feed down from left to right there. She's in a good clean of these grooves, making sure she can get some action, and it's a wonderful atmosphere around this green. Of course, you're right, first tee, so there's a hustle and a bustle about this part of the golf course. Got to be a little bit careful where you stand. There's a lot going on around here.
Watch your back, Iona.
I've got my wits about me. Don't you worry. To the right-hand side of this green, as we watch how the players take it on throughout the week, it's a good miss. Although the players waiting to tee off on the first hole are not so pleased, but you've got a good angle, so 2 players in a good position. But Minjee Lee facing the toughest challenge here. Can she throw this far enough on?
Just so good with pretty much any club in her hand. It'd be a little more than just a mere tap in for Minjee Lee to close out with a wonderful birdie on the final hole.
Let's jump back to the front nine, the second hole, the birdie putt ahead of Celine Boutier from down in the hollow.
She was playing that quite a bit outside right and still wasn't quite enough for that ball to drop. Still low. Should be a par there for Celine Boutier.
Now Tidekun. Dances his way up as we introduce Dame Laura Davies to the commentary box for the first time today. Enjoying what you're seeing out there?
I am. It's very difficult. It's very blustery, down, especially down those first 4 or 5 holes. Now over to the third. Can Lynn get one to drop early doors? Yes, she can. Very nicely done.
Nicely into the red. 2, 3, 4 all along the coastline, then you make the turn quite literally away from it at the 5th, but you can see the 18th now the focus with Charlie Hull.
Perfect lie here for Charlie, very inviting. This little chip, this little pitch off the back foot but back into the wind, so it'd be easy to leave this one short. Can she finish with an eagle?
Beautiful contact there from Charlie, and you know that she was going for the 3, fearless as ever. So just going to run that one about 3 feet by. Should be a little more than just a formality for Charlie's closing birdie.
Over to the 16th now. Pano, she's going along very nicely. 16th hole playing a full half shot over its par today, and that's a chance to get a par.
Fallen in love with the AIG Women's Open the last couple of years, was very much so a feature at St Andrews 12 months ago.
So Tidekun will be first with her birdie attempt. So about 5 feet or so for her birdie. Not going to be a whole lot of movement to this putt, maybe just favoring the right corner of the hole. It's that perfect pace where you can give it a good solid wrap, and that just had a wee bobble straight off the bat there, so it'll be a disappointing par for Gino.
Yeah, lacking in the solid, lacking in the wrap, but still under par. Round of 2 under on the day for the world number 2 Gino Tidekun.
Now, Lottie. Her second shot here. Looks like 132. You can throw this one as far back as you like. Hold it up against the wind.
Oh, and that is going to drift and avoid that greenside bunker. Or, looks like it will anyway.
Or is it? We shall see. Needs this. You get the feeling for Charlie Hull. It's been a pretty rotten past hour with 4 bogeys on her way to here. This for a dash of red to perhaps remember over lunch, which she does. 5 birdies out there before that, so that makes it 6, a round of 73 for Charlie Hull today. Had a little bit of everything. Laura?
You normally get that with Charlie, don't you? Do you know what, though? She's one of the best at forgetting the bad stuff and the good stuff, to be honest. She just gets on with it.
Puts her in a share of 60th at the moment, just to put that into context. Back we go to Nelly Corder's second at 2.
Yeah, that's from the right side of the hole here. Wind coming off the left, so Nelly will be able to get something to dance around there. Just skirt inside of Angel Yin's approach shot, so I'm going to get a little bit of an assist in terms of the read.
Minji, can she finish with a birdie? Should be a formality. And in she goes. Really solid start for Minji there, 70. That's just what she'd have went to bed last night thinking about. Something under par.
That's exactly what she's done in her quest for the career Grand Slam. 5 majors in the women's game. You only need 4 to technically complete it. The only one that she's missing aside from this week is the Chevron Championship, took the other 3. It's been an impressive couple of years for the Australian in the majors. But the mark currently still is set at 4 under par by Eri Okiyama here in round 1 of the AIG Women's Open. We will roll through a couple more numbers for you. Good starts from the likes of Sei Young Kim, Grace Kim, Brooke Henderson, amongst others. Some good quick rounds going, though, by Rio Takeda as well. We saw her chip in earlier on. Birdie at 1, birdie at 2, perfect start in the final major of the year.
As you suspected, Christina, it did keep running. This is pretty straightforward, though. Oh, not the shot I thought she was going to play there.
No,
And that's coming back.
Yeah, just with the ball below your feet, every now and again, you might just catch a little with the hosel hitting that sand earlier and just causing that club face to flip wide shut. And she had to get it up in the air, as you can see, ball below her feet. And get another look at that.
She's in a slump now. That's it. The glory days are over.
This is it. It's the only bad shot she's hit in a month. It really has been so impressive. The English starlet, English golf looking great at the moment as well. Mimi Rhodes leads the LET Order of Merit to Takeda for eagle.
Good pace there. These greens, again, rolling at 10.4 on the stimp, so allows the players to maybe putt a little more freely, give them a chance to feel a little bit more aggressive than if they were in the States. As we see Lottie Woad getting set for her 4th. Watch her chip this one in. No, okay. That is going to be hard graft to make her bogey 5.
I like the build-up, though. That was good. Everyone was watching. She's got 7 foot back downhill coming next.
Hey, short never goes in. I'm the eternal optimist. Speaking of optimistic, here's Alexa Pano. Needs this to drop to keep a good round going, and she does. Really nice, tidy up and down. Really special week here last year. Had her birthday on the Sunday, if I'm not mistaken. Father on their bag, as always. Her biggest cheerleader. Great support system.
Yeah, and a top 10 at the end of the week as well. That gets you into the following year. Lydia Ko came in on a different exemption as the defending champion. This for par here at 3.
And that's just going to sneak by left of the hole. Just about a foot past, though. So that'll be a drop shot for Lydia.
Aria now, she's gone a bit long. She doesn't have to worry about pace down there. It's downwind. Out to the left. Oh, it's a lovely putt. Just stayed high on her, but an excellent effort there from Aria. She could go well this week. Gets that long iron out, starts smashing it low, running it down the fairways.
A couple have been added to some bags, as I understand, throughout the week. With so much undulation, and given the fairways are running faster, it's probably a pretty tempting offer to keep it low under the wind, given you'll still get the distance. As we see the bogey putt ahead now of Lottie Woad.
Yeah, she has the benefit of having seen Lydia's putt just unfortunately continue to drift back into that rotten bunker there, short right. So this entire green will kind of drift back towards the front right portion of the green and drains that one. So it's just a single drop shot, and that's early in the round, but there's any point in time in which a momentum builder can begin, and that doesn't necessarily have to be a putt birdie or a putt for eagle. You know, a putt for bogey when it's a really good putt can definitely be quite useful.
Birdie here at the second. This should slide to the right. It didn't. Maybe the wind held that one up. It is really getting strong out there.
Perhaps even a slightly heavier wind given how close we are to the coastline. Getting some beautiful pictures from over it though, from our drone here. This for par for Lilia Vu, chip to here.
All right, she's last player to possibly make par, and So all three players are going to walk off with a bogey 5 here on the third.
Yeah, first 5 holes, big time, apart from the second. That's just a smidgen over par, but the others are, they're up there. So you have to try, if you get off to 5 par start, you're ahead of the game.
Now Nelly Korda, see if she learned anything off of Angel Yin's putt. It's just outside of where she is and might have overplayed and underread the speed. That is the thing that we're going to have to keep an eye on for Nelly. I noticed the last couple of AIG Women's Opens, a number of times we've seen Nelly not get the ball quite to the hole, especially it could be that fescue grass might just be a little bit different in terms of how the ball reacts.
Yamashita for her birdie at the 6th and in. Well done indeed. Par 5 is a start. It's playing just under its par, 4.82 in the early stages.
Great to see the fans bunching down along the coastline here in Wales. And this year you can cheer on your favourite players at the AIG Women's Open like never before. You can scan that QR code on your bottom left. You can send them a hero message. Bit of a boost. Let them know that you're cheering on. It's a really nice touch actually from all involved here in the R&A. Important to do it after a good or a bad round. Right, Christina? Because sometimes you need the boost.
Absolutely. Sometimes it's definitely helpful knowing that you're seeing that people are showcasing love for you regardless of what you shoot, or they say, I know that you can bounce back off of that difficult round that you had in the opening round. As we see Lydia Ko here, again, going with that just a little longer than driver off the deck. That tee, maybe a half an inch off the ground there. Really wants to use it to play it nice low. Doesn't carry quite as far, but allows to get a lot more chase out of that ball as we see it skirting past that bunker on the right.
She tees it nearly as low as you, Laura, who is teeless.
Yes. Well, we do what we've got to do to get it round. And this girl knows how to get it round properly. A little left to right. Oh, it's hit something. Very unusual. I don't think it's a marker. Maybe just a stone had kicked up there or something. Strange.
Yeah, a little unfortunate perhaps for Lynn Grant. Back to Woad. How can she bounce back?
Bunker down the right side at 221. That's nothing for these girls to carry, even with that bit of wind.
That's a quick pick up the tee for a lofty there. And that just chases on down into the distance.
Right, last to play from this group. Yeleni No.
That ball just slightly below her feet, and the worry, if you will, of the boundary left, and that is going to leave her a beautiful little uphill putt for her birdie.
Lydia's fanned this one out to the right. She might struggle. She just carried it, and last minute looked like it dipped into a nasty lie. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, started right, stayed out there. There's not much to help you as well with the wind off the left of all 3 of these holes at 2, 3 and 4.
So we have to wait. So the way this camera...
It really is amazing how many different directions of wind you get around this golf course. It's going to keep players, caddies and spectators all on their toes out there this week. So 3M with rounds of 69, Kawaki, Saigo and Iwai. Makes a very happy reading as well, with Okayama currently 1 ahead of all of them at Royal Porthcawl. Impressive round out there from Ingrid Lindblad as well, who broke through earlier this season on the LPGA.
Aria not going with the driver. We don't see many drivers. Yeah, she likes it. Probably a low ball flight. Now sit down. Oh, that could be trouble.
It's like a 3-part story, that drive from Aria.
Now Alexa Pano, second shot here, would have just teed off with an iron in her hand. Kind of decide if you want to lay it back farther so you can see more of the green, or take it a little bit farther up, no more than about 250 off the tee, but coming from that right side, just on the putting surface there.
Look at all the Litlands in the background out to see their heroine. She'll hit it at that bunker, try and draw it, but the wind will hold it up. 291 to reach it. Aria did reach it, and I think Nelly is going to too. Oh, it's a cruel game. Two lovely drives, both in a bit of trouble. Nelly's got a chance. She's well back from the lip. Aria's looks a bit tricky.
Well, they've come well prepared. Wonder how many backpacks Dad has. All the items required maybe for today. With the rain and wind out there now. Angel Yen.
Quick pick up of the tee from Angel. This one probably going to chase down a little bit more of the left side of the fairway, and it does. Catches that little downhill slope. And that is going to be absolutely A1 position from Angel Yin.
Beautiful low camera angles showing off just how much undulation there is on this golf course. So we go to 7, Takeda.
Yeah, can she get this one close? Had a superb start. I said level par would be good after the first 5 holes. She's much improved on that, and another lovely shot. 6 Japanese stars in the top 7. That is impressive. Sorry, 5 in the top 6, I should say.
Hard to keep count at the moment. Clearly I couldn't.
Now third shot here for Celine Boutier. Second shot came up long and left. And I think she was just mighty scared of that open, gaping maw of a bunker on that front right portion of the green. And that chip shot just grabbed right before it started trickling on down.
Should be Lilia Vu at the ball of, I believe.
I mean, I still think you don't really need to flight it. It's going to come out with less spin. I think you just got to see it like starting almost a little left of it, and if it ends up below right, it's fine.
Okay.
Okay?
Got to be careful. That little bit of long grass behind the ball doesn't wrap that club head over. You do not need to be going left here. Right's not a bad miss with the left-hand pin.
Oh, and that just got grabbed straight off after impact, and that is left. Ugh. Unfortunately, we're going to get another look at that, I think.
Was always likely to happen. You almost have to come in steeper on those ones, I feel. Put it back in your stance a bit and hammer down on the back of the ball. Take that bit of grass out of play.
Did you ever hold on tighter with your left hand in your grip, things like that?
Yeah, I have to think about it, but I've just thought about it, and yes, you're quite right. Ali?
We've got the lefts and rights out in front of us in the commentary box to Tavatanikit.
Paired with Takeda. And so, you know, even par through the first 6. I had a beautiful approach shot here on 7. Might feel like you're kind of stuck in neutral when you're paired with Takeda, who, you know, chipped in the opening hole, is 3 under, the same pace here.
Lydia, 134. Might release a bit on her this one. Try and land it frontish. Let's pin 22 on.
And that just scoots on by, inside of 20 feet for her birdie. Well gauged there, coming out of that rough.
Back to the third. Only known for her birdie to get into the red.
That putt looked a little bit more like a chip there. It was airborne nearly immediately, straight off the bat. So it'll be another tap-in par, though, for Yolimiano. Plenty of players who would like to walk off with 4 here, including the player that we're looking at now, Lottie Wode.
24 has thrown it up into the wind. Don't get too much of it. Yeah, it's just held on nicely, and that's a clever play.
Yeah, you got to kind of pick and choose your battles where you can be greedy. So it's prudent play from Lottie Woad. Now Nelly Korda.
Yeah, about all she could muster. Boutier, by the way, did miss her par putt, so in for a bogey for her. Third shot on the way for Nelly Korda.
Yamashita. I believe this is for a fourth on the trot, and it's very makeable. Left to right. Come on, move a tad and in. There you go. We have another player at 3 under par.
Trending in the right direction. And early here in round 1. Got about, what, 15 feet or so for Wei Wei Zhang. Beautifully done.
Yeah, you can tell she was quite chuffed with that. Had a nice little fist pump out of her. Gets her back to level par. And it is hard graft out here at times.
If you kind of hit it like you've done it before, which would be great. Just commit to it, stay on through it.
This is difficult to put a mild version of it. Look at this. I'm hoping this is her third shot. Looked like it disappeared into the rough, but found the bunker. Got to be very careful. And all in all, that is a terrific shot. I think that's where a caddy was saying, just get it back in play. A bogey's not bad. Don't want a double.
It's a good week for caddies to remind players, you know, to kind of give themselves maybe a permission of sorts to not get ahead of themselves. A long week ahead. So we jump over to 7 to Takeda to tie the lead here.
Oh, valiant effort there. Almost perfect putt. Just kisses that right lip. Ends up about a foot beyond the hole. So no stress for this young lady whatsoever.
Hasn't been today, blemish free. 3 under, within 1. She'll keep knocking on the door, really aggressive player. Speaking of, here's another, Angel Yin.
Yeah, she loves to go flag hunting, and this is another one on a terrific line. Oh, comes up short. That's going to wander back. Shame. Good looking shot.
Yeah, anything short and right is not the end of the world here, regardless of where the hole location is. As see a very brave soul out there. A little less brave than if it was about an hour ago, where we were starting to see the formation of some white caps on the top of the water here, but it's still absolutely a terrifying notion being on a kayak off in the ocean, personally, for me.
Whales and water sports. And wetsuits, thick ones. So we go to Tavatanikit. Excellent second to hear this for the conversion. Makes no mistake. To 1 under par she goes.
I don't think Nelly had a very good line. That bunker could only advance it to here. This very good chance for her. Very good at this shot. She dragged it. Could be long and left. Yep. Oh, got the spin though. Well played.
Yeah, that was pretty tidy there. You saw that added bit of acceleration, caught a little lower on the face to ensure you gather as much spin as you can. So excellent play from Nelly there to give her a chance to save par. And now back to the 4th, Lottie Woad.
There's one of each to here. It's going to be another to add to the par column from long range, by her standards.
I think the slump's over.
And it didn't last long. Right, let's go to 8. Far corner of the golf course, Yamashita's there. Been up that back section today. That's pretty handy. Won't be able to see it from back where she is. That will be guarded. But she'll like what she sees once she gets there. An opportunity to tie the lead. is a beautiful place. Laura, have you played Royal Porthcawl much?
I have. We played the Welsh Open here a good few times. And yeah, I loved it. Never did particularly well round here because you've got to hit it pretty straight, to be fair. Found a few. I was on the beach a few times down these first few holes, and in the course quite a fair bit too.
You're also pretty handy from out of position, though. See if Lilia Vu can beat from here at 4.
That's just going to be left the whole way, but that's all right. As her caddy had said, and as Laura had said earlier, it's okay to make bogey here, considering, you know, just how out of position she was. So Angel Yin, after we saw her approach shot come up short right, not the most difficult chip in the world, as she just lets that one glance on by a couple of feet from the flag.
All paths to here for that group of Jitanagarn, Korda, Yin, hoping to keep it that way with Jitanagarn and she missing the green. Now to Lydia Ko.
Lydia, very good reader of greens as well as a great stroke. Where's she aiming this? Pretty straight. Oh, you've got to fancy this from Lydia Ko to get into the red.
Just fallen in love with the line there. That putt did roll perfectly end over end. Just needed another roll and a half to fall into the cup there. Stress-free par for Lydia.
Yeah, which I'm sure many along this little section of the golf course would take, including area Jitanagarn down short right here at 3.
Interesting. She chose to putt it just behind Angel, who hit a lovely chip. They're about the same distance away, so no right way or wrong way to play any of these shots. It's what you fancy.
And every option's on the table. Okayama. Have a look at a little up and down there at the 13th, the par 5, as we return to Nelly Korda.
We saw that tidy little pitch shot that Nelly had hit. See if she can capitalize on that. Beautiful up and down, and that's the name of the game, folks. You know, you sit here and watch every shot of these players. Not every single one of them is going to be absolutely perfect. It's all about how you're able to recover and minimize damage.
See a couple taking a dip here on Thursday. Yeah, it's something that Lydia Ko spoke about last year, how she learned that she didn't have to be perfect, to try almost not to be perfect in links golf and embrace it. Not quite double overhead out there at the moment, but I'm sure it'll build throughout the day. So we go to Angel Yin.
Angel again going with the wee wedge from short right, gets that one to go. Good up and down from Angel.
So we'll make their par in that groove. Or will, surely. Over to Takeda.
Yeah, not a huge amount in this one either. Very makeable, just got to hit it. Short in the jaws. They are slow for these girls, so they have to be very careful because of the high winds potentially. You don't want the ball moving and suspension in play.
This is interesting as we see Okayama getting ready to try and expand on her lead, and that just misses on the left side. You know, you don't oftentimes see a player going with a putting left-hand low glove on. You know, sometimes you'll see left-hand low, or sometimes you'll see glove on, but generally be more of a conventional or you know, but left-hand low glove on. I've never seen that before personally.
I'm having a go tomorrow, definitely.
Same.
Got to get it putting sorted at some point. Yamashita, her chance to get a tie for the lead, as she didn't hit it either. This will be a common theme during the week. It's not like they're putting badly. It's very hard for these players coming off ultra quick greens.
Alas, yes, the run comes to an end with a par though. That group going along nicely. Combined 7 under at this point in time to Hyoju Kim.
Just that smooth, feathery tempo that she has been so well known for. Just starts us over the left corner of that front left greenside bunker. Maybe let the wind drift it back a hair, if anything, but perfectly placed. Good opportunity to get a birdie.
Speaking of perfectly placed, as we take a look at the leaderboard, Eri Okiyama just missing out there at 13. She's closely followed by a host of players from her home country, as well as Alpachayo Yubon and Ryo Takeda. In fact, what do we have? 6 Japanese stars in the top 7 at the moment. It's quite remarkable. So we take a look at what's ahead of Yin, Korda and Eri Jitanagan.
So all 3 players making their pars on the 3rd. Arya still continues to have the honor here on the 4th. You can see 364 yards is all this hole is playing today, albeit into a maybe not too stiff of a breeze at this particular moment in time, but coming in at about 10 o'clock. So into the player's face off of the left. Quick pickup of the tee from Arya. That goes bounding down right of the fairway, but with this whole location being all the way in the back left, it's a good place to come in from.
Now then, had a long birdie putt, run it past, back up the hill, and no, just never hit it. Never a nice feeling. It's a tough hole, that one, but disappointing bogey.
Driver out for Nelly Korda at 4. One of the best in the game with this club in hand. Watching it though.
Keeping an eye on this one drifting off to the right too. You can see that there's a fair bit of dimples that we can see, so hopefully not too bad of a lie that she's drummed up. Oftentimes you can kind of sense the direction that the ball's going in based on the body language of the players. When you see that kind of lean, generally ball's going to go right. If you see the club, you know, someone's holding their finish and they sort of drop the club head almost behind their back, that means that the ball's going left and quick.
Age of just 26, but this is her 10th AIG. It is extraordinary stuff. Let's finish 6th. She'll want to improve on that.
Good shot. Try to pick up the tee from Angel there. Just like a borderline sawed-off finish with that 3-wood in her hand. See, she's going to be the lone player in the fairway here on number 4.
You're going to see a lot of missed fairways by these girls this week because it's just hard to hit them. They're normally at high accuracy with their driving, very straight for the most part, but not this week. It'll test them.
There you go, lesson driver on the tee, and Trish Johnson watching on naturally here at the 5th.
Is it still Thursday? I feel I've been away for a while. 203 yards you need to pitch this, straight downwind. It's 220 to this. It's basically on the 3rd tier of this green. Never seen it this far back before. They can get it pitching up there at 203. This is a friendly pin position.
Knock it up there and watch it bound. Pretty handy there from Lydia Cope.
Yeah, Ali, I'm not sure that's quite how she was intending to play it, but that left-hand side, obviously, as you can see from the tee, you just pitch it on there, it's going to go directly at right angles towards the flag. It's just that left-hand bunker you want to steer clear of. That's a wicked little bunker down there. Beautiful hole this, though, really is. They've taken the tee so far back here. A couple more steps back, you'd be on the pebbles.
We're over with the livestock across the fence, Trish.
Yeah, it's ugly over there, Al. Beautiful day out here now, just perfect. Maybe a club and a half wind.
And this has gone left quick there from Lottie Woe. Took a violent bounce off the front of the bunker, but she'll actually have a reasonable up and down opportunity, albeit from distance.
Huge little left to righter down the hill. Very makeable to right the ship. Come on, turn now. Yeah, well done. She's back to level par. One of those players that doesn't take much in the way of momentum to really get things going. Pretty deadly player Hyoju. Can we return to 5, Lilia Vu? Nice of Trish to finally make it out on the course today, wasn't it? She should have been there at the first, but overslept, I imagine.
To be fair, she was, but her mic wasn't working in Trish's defence. Can't have that. We're very lucky to have her. She's been a member here since her teens, Trish Johnson. No one knows this place better. And all the bounces to be had here at Royal Porthcawl as we get to know it for the very first time. There are loads of them to be found. Take a look at the leaderboard. Not a lot of change at the moment, but Eri Okiyama keeps knocking on the door. She's headed down the difficult 14th at the moment with the lead here in the AIG Women's Open. All done and dusted for the duo of Gino Titikin and Minjee Lee in wins rounds of 70 today. Good start out there from Sarah Koskova from the Czech Republic. Couple of wins to her season on the Ladies European Tour. She's 2 under par at the moment. Nana Kurtz-Madsen on the same score, albeit a couple of holes behind.
Yeah, really anything at par or under would be more than serviceable. As we see Rose Zhang, former winner Jie Shin, and Paula Martin San Pedro, one of the amateurs here this week, all at level par.
Yeah, 4 amateurs here this week at the AIG Women's Open. A silver medal, silver salver will be up for grabs. The likes of Lydia Ko, Michelle Wee, Rose Zhang all have won. Let's go down to Nelly Corder. Over 120 left here at 4.
Yeah, it looked like she had a nice light and it's just jumped on her a tad. She's got options there. Could chip it, probably putter.
Did you reach for around that, the tight surrounds on links golf?
I was a big fan of the Texas wedge, the old putter.
Fair enough. Wedge here, but a pitch ahead of Yubon at 13, the par 5.
And leaving that one short of the flag, giving her an opportunity to have a nice little uphill putt for her birdie.
Quickly to Angel Yin. Hates it from the looks of it. Maybe just a touch of a wide.
You can see her at the top of the screen, both hands on her hips. Rather displeased there. Just kind of squeezed it just a little bit too much. Got maybe a touch ahead of it. That's why I came up short and right of that flag stick there. Puts a lot of pressure on herself. We're all, as golfers, we're all slight perfectionists.
Now Aria just 108. She'll be looking to dance this one around the pin. Oh, she's come up short, and the spin and sit. Oh, it's just hung on. Hopefully it stays there.
So off they go. Little rub of the shoulder for Eri Jitanagan. Sun's out. It's always a good time. A men's or women's open to maybe go to the online shop, buy an umbrella, either for the sun or for a touch of rainfall. They are always popular. Scan that QR code, go online, have a browse.
Yeah, tricky shot, this one. This goes at right angles at the end. The good news is she's into the breeze, so she can get it, pitch it probably about 3 or 4 yards on the flat, onto the green, and then, but it's got to start about, I don't know, 15 foot left of the flag here, because the final drop down towards the hole, it's going to look left to right. tough judgment here into the breeze.
Very, very clean contact from Lottie Woe there. Maybe almost a little too crisp. And that's a difficult little chip shot because you need to throw it a little bit farther out before it started taking that hard right turn.
Well, Incy Mehmet is out on course getting interviews for us today. We hear she's drawn up alongside Lynn Grant.
Lynn, it's always such a pleasure to be in your company. You always bring a smile to all of our faces. It's so great to see Pontus back on the bag. I know he's sweet and lovely, but what does he make as a caddy?
I think it's just, I mean, he is a really good golfer first. I think I forget that sometimes. So that's a 1+, but it's just, you know, nice traveling all over the world with someone you love, and just having him here when maybe things are not great or when they are.
Well, you said he's a good golfer, but you didn't say he's a great golfer. So if you guys were to play together, who would typically win?
The thing is, usually if we go out, I'd say he wins more often than I do. He's kind of those annoying ones where he doesn't practice for a month and he goes out and shoots -6.
Yeah, it's because he's too busy caddying for you, that's why. Also, as an amateur, you've qualified for the US Women's Open, but also this tournament itself. So what's that comparison like when you're teeing up as an amateur, but then now teeing as an established professional?
I mean, it's not really a difference. Golf is always golf, regardless of what your status is or what your title is. I think playing as an amateur, though, like you're here for the week, you want to experience as much as possible. Like you're happy to hit every shot, you know? And I think that's kind of what I'm taking out here this week as well. Just being very grateful to be here and having fun with it.
See, I think that's really interesting because I think a lot of amateurs will almost shape their minds differently, but that says a lot about you and why you're such an established golfer that you are. But thank you so much for your time and keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure, thank you.
Always nice to hear the thoughts. Many thanks to Lynn Grant. Boyfriend Pontus back on the bag. It's always fun. You know a lot about that, Katrina, throughout your career.
Yeah, I had my husband Graham caddied for me most of my career. Worked very well 95% of the time, shall I say. Enough said about that.
Yeah, we saw the odd conversation after a round with you and Graham, and Lydia's just going to come up short. Lovely putt.
Quarter. Just over the back here at 4.
And very well played, little chip. Must say I'd be like you, Laura. I'd be out with the old Texas wedge.
Absolutely, that's the young nerves though, isn't it? Probably back in the day we used to chip those, but can't even imagine it anymore.
We're hearing from two past champions. I think we should listen somehow between the two of you. Yamashita here at 9. Short par 5, dogleg left.
Yeah, great shot there from Yamashita. Great eagle chance here. Kind of helping off the right a little bit this 9th, as you say, short par 5.
It is Lottie Woad back there. Trish watching on.
Yeah, tricky putt this one, left to right, about 7 or 8 feet. Got to keep it up the left side. Depends how hard she wants to hit it, how aggressive she wants to be. Take the break out and be brave, or play plenty.
Be for last year's Smith Salver winner, Lottie Woad. Over to Jitanagarn now at 4.
Long putt for birdie. Back up the hill, across the green. A little bit maybe of a misread.
Over to the 13th. Well, now this to get to 4 under. Oh, not her smoothest stroke, I would suggest. That's a shame.
And a little bit to think about. The one coming next, call it 35 feet ahead for a birdie at 4 here for Angel Yen.
Shows an aggressive putter, I would say, with Angel Yin. Oh, apart from there, it was looking good.
Seemed to jam the anchors on that one. That was extraordinary. Looked like it couldn't miss. I think this is for eagle. For Yoon down the last. Not quite. It's been a good back nine though. He came at 10, another came at 15. And one will come there at 18 as well, round of 69 for Ine Yoon. And no one is saying no to that. Out there in the opening round. Albeit with a little sprinkle throughout the morning's play into the afternoon here. So we tick towards 2:30 local time. Not much change. The mark's still 4 to Okayama at Royal Porthcawl. Roll through a couple more pages. Nice round going out there from Manon de Roy, the big hitting Belgian. So she's headed down 17 at the moment, the difficult 17th, but she is 2 under par. It's one of our 4 major champions from the 2025 season. And in some fashion, Grace Kim. Apparently, Kari Webb herself said that she jumped out of her seat watching that chip in.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I was happened to watch that. God, it was quite the playoff.
Eagled to get into the playoff. She actually nearly ran out of golf balls. She only had 2 golf balls for the playoff because she'd given them out to all of the volunteers at the end of the round. Grace Kim, Evian. Looking Lake Geneva, that really was special. So from the sounds of things, it's getting a little wet out there, Trish.
So of course it is. Yeah, this is a great driving hole, this one. Yeah, 5 bunkers to avoid. If you take your driver, like Lynn Grant did the group before, you leave yourself just a little iron in. But Lydia being very conservative here.
Pano here in 18 for birdie to get to 3 under and 69. Well done, very good start. Anything under par today, people will be happy.
Continuing the good form from 12 months ago, albeit on a different course. St Andrews top 10 there. A round of 69 today. It is the same golf course, it's just on separate ends of it. So looks very nice at 18. We go back to 6 with Woad.
Yeah, it's baring its teeth at the moment out. It's lashing down. Laura B in her element out here. Lottie Woad, just this bunker in the middle to avoid. She gives it a rip. I watched her on the range. She can really move it. I think this one's going possibly a little bit to the left. Oh, yeah, she's got lucky.
Right of it right now, up off the right.
Yeah, to sit up okay at the end there.
Did look like it just sat up. There we go, Kim on the long par 3 fifth. Going with a hybrid, just wants to land this at the front and it'll run up. And very well played.
Little fairway medal on the way for Lilia Vu.
It's like 2 different places we're in there. Some of them look like in sunshine, and then the hole behind there in a huge rainstorm.
Yeah, from here it looks fine. Go figure. Patchy, safe to say.
The umbrella's going away. I think the rain's hopefully passed. She'll let me know. Long iron. I love her golf swing.
It's lovely, isn't it? Real classic swing she has, as you say. Where's that landed? Oh, it's just perfect. Just right at the pin. Checked up quickly. Should be disappointed. Really good shot, though.
Yeah, someone's in there close as well.
Okayama, 14th, their second shot. The long par 4. Oh, and a wonderful shot. seen a lot of bogeys in that hole, so it's great to be on there in 2, give herself a chance.
Had a grand total of 4 birdies, 14 today. Unfortunately, there aren't many left
ahead. Perhaps a chance at 15, definite chance at 18, but 16 and 17 are proving to be quite brutal out there at the moment. So the last 5 holes out there today will test you. Oh, got a moment. Let's check in with the US point standing for the Solheim Cup that goes to the Netherlands next year. It's Angel Yin that leads away over Nelly Korda, Yaleen Minot, Jennifer Kupcho. They will be spoilt for choice. Lindy Duncan has really shown her talent. It was really evident all throughout the college standings. Lost in the playoff at the Chevron Championship earlier this year. Challenged Mao Saigo right down to the end into the European standings. There's much to like about this as well. Currently through on the Solheim Cups points would be Mimi Rhodes and Sarah Kuskova. You've got the likes of Boutier, Hull, Henseleit, the silver medalist from Paris, Maya Stark, the US Women's Open champion to choose from, not to mention Lottie and Carlotta.
A few new names there for Europe, aren't there? There are a couple of young ones, Mimi Rhodes, obviously Lottie Wood, Sarah Kuskova from the Czech Republic.
Yeah, might see a few new faces, as we always seem to do, 1 or 2.
There's always a few. There's always a little bit of turnover. You get the kind of core of the teams tends to be the same, and then there's always a few coming in and out. But no, up the hill here on 5. This would be a good birdie here.
Not to be this time round. Par run will most likely continue.
Now our leader for another chance on the very difficult 14th. Rank number 2 so far today. Just stayed a little low on her there, but another good try.
Does things her own way. Okayama. It's been working today. Naturally, like most good rounds, started with a bogey. 5 birdies since then. Run of pars since the turn. Not to be there at 5 for Hyoju Kim.
I think you would take a 3 all day though on that hole today.
Oh yeah.
Probably
definitely.
all week.
Yeah, if you have 4 3s round there, you won't be losing any shots to the field.
Maybe just a touch of moisture, changing the speeds of the greens out there as well. Got some overnight, about 5 millimetres or so.
Putting down the hill there off a little ledge and just kicked, flew it off to the left-hand side for him. A real risk-reward par 5, the 6th.
Lots of movement on that down the hill for Celine Boutier, but perhaps not quite as much as she envisioned. To find a birdie, but 6 is coming next. The aforementioned par 5. Her finish at Evian was also quite amazing, becoming the first French player to take it. There was standing room only pretty much within 500 yards of the 18th green.
Yeah, very special to win your home open in your home country.
Now, Fudo a chance to get to 1 under. You would have thought this was a little right to left of it. She seems to be aiming left edge. And of course, she was right. One of the very best putters. Terrific player.
It pays off there. Breaks the par run with a birdie, 1 under on the round.
And just coming into some really birdieable holes. I think that kind of 6 through 12 is good chances.
opportunity here to leapfrog Okayama for Yamashita at 9 for eagle.
Right in the middle. Very good. Takes the lead. First player to get to 5 under. What's that? 4 birdies and eagle. Just that opening blemish on the first hole.
How many of the par 5s, Laura, would you say Eagles up for grabs on today? Is it just 9,
today,
really?
yeah, I was going to say it depends on the, I mean, I'd say at least 3 of them are very reachable by a majority of the field, the other one not so much.
To Jutanagan at the par 3, the long par 3, 5th.
Again, a fraction unlucky, just maybe hitting into a little bit of an upslope, slowing it down, but a good shot.
Well, Iona Stephen is caught up with this trio and has a nice watch ahead of her.
Yeah, certainly do. A little wait on this 5th tee, however. These players have had plenty of time to calculate what they're going to do here. It's playing 220 yards today. Down breeze off the right. It's more like a 200 shot. The 5-iron for Nelly. There's a couple of tiers up there, so you got to throw it certainly over the first one, otherwise it's going to come trundling all the way back down.
And that's just gone to the very back of the green. Iona. It's going to leave her a tricky putt back down the hill.
Yeah, it's a tough club decision with this wind. It's great fun though, Katrina, when you're out watching it.
It is, isn't it? We're all very good from our watching, judging that wind perfectly.
Never miss a shot. It's such a beautiful part of the golf course. We're basically on the beach down here, this 5th tee. Mustn't get distracted though. A lot of power in the tank for Angel Yin. Also going with the 5-iron. That wind just settling a little bit. How aggressive is she going to be? There's a little backstop behind the flag.
And that one digs its heels in. Very fine margins between that and it bounding forward for Angel Yin. Hearing that Lilia Vu has already played isn't overly close as we zoom in on the shots ahead, the 3rds down the 6th.
Yeah, Lydia Ko's got 112 yards from the perfect position, beautiful lie in the middle of the fairway, straight downwind, uphill to this back pin. So as long as she pitches it at least 10 yards on, it should release downwind.
Oh, it should be a little disappointed with that. Just checked up and on that middle level, didn't quite fly it, had to fly it all the way back to the top level.
Patty Tabatanakit, can she get to 2 under? It'd be a nice front 9 for her as well. Just firm and straight, really. Well done.
She's really turned it around, 1 over through 5, 3 birdies since then and makes the turn. 2 under par, quickly to Woad.
She just flew it that little bit too far. There is a bit of a backstop, but she just flew it past that, maybe just coming out that first cut.
Beautiful move. It's interesting hearing Lydia Ko saying that they've been trying to kind of emulate some of Lottie Wode's swing moves. I've been looking at some videos from her coach. There's much to learn, no matter what stage you are in the game.
Amazing how quickly someone can suddenly have people watching them and wanting to copy what they're doing.
Yuju, not a driver either, down this 6th hole, just trying to miss all the bunkers. And she's just about managed to do it. That's good now.
It's a kind of fun tee shot, that one, with the, as Trish was saying, the 5 bunkers. You can either lay up like Lydia did or risk going with the driver and then giving yourself a chance of getting the green in two.
Grip down here for Okayama at 15, the par 3. And that is very well dialed in.
Yeah, she's putting together a superb day's work, and that was another good shot.
Here's the local girl, local favourite, home club. Four bird on the short par 3/8. This will give them a cheer. Yes, well done.
I dare say the cheers for her might sound a little bit different this week. She's been a member here for about 6 years or so, as I understand. Often comes out and plays 9 holes with her father, seldom with a scorecard in hand. It's a place that, you know, she's really passionate about enjoying her way around and crafting an understanding of links golf. A good place to do it. We're on the 6th green. It feels like it's almost up in the heavens. It's that different, the elevation change from the 3rd shot to where we're standing. As Lottie Woad sizes this one up.
Did you get me there? Hang on. I was telling you all about the South Wales coast and you cut me off.
Well, do it again, Trish, do it again. I'm sure it was
mate,
beautiful stuff.
It was lovely. It was a real, you know, really educational, which is way beyond you, Laz, so let's not worry about that. Now, these putts are tricky because this pin is cut on a fairly flat section of the green, but where Lottie and Lydia are, they've got a massive right to left little ridge to go over. Now, I'd say it's about 3 or 4 feet outside right to left to begin with. It'll break right to left, and then at the end it should come back left to right. All about pace. This one, it's into the breeze as well, so it won't be quick.
Great putt. Just used Lily Avu's marker there. Just got her to move it to the right. Give her a little bit of a line. Great putt. Great speed. Gets her back to even. 2 birdies, 2 bogeys.
Yeah, just as Katrina said, used the moving of the marker, and as Trish said, it right to left quite heavily, and it just at the end came back just that little bit, read to perfection, and a nice birdie.
I don't get much better than that around this place from that range, nor to the start into a professional career for Lottie Woad. Dare say those people's hands might be put together a number of times for the Englishwoman, now Co. Yeah, up the hill this one, slightly left to right to begin with, up that hill, it straightens up at the end, downwind. This is a tough putt to judge. No, she's done very well though. Tends to do that on the greens, back to 5.
Yeah, Nelly Corder just got into the back of the green here in the 5th. Putting back down the hill, bit off the left-hand side, just down. Oh, she's not got it to the top of the slope. That was a very poor misjudgment of speed. It was a tricky putt, but she just had to get it out far enough left and then let it roll down the hill.
Now, we saw that lovely shot in here, giving herself a very nice chance again. Right to left, it just bobbled on it at the start. Shame. But again, another par chalked off, and she'll be very pleased indeed.
Hasn't been the best of seasons for Eri Okayama, but she played well at the right time. Second in the Ai Miyazato Suntory Ladies Open, where there were open spots on the line for her. Runner-up there. Now she's here as we go back to Lily Avu.
Basically just down the hill, the same line as Lottie Bode had, just didn't quite give it enough.
Now, up the hill. We haven't seen anyone get this putt to the hole. Maybe Aria can. Only very aggressive player. Go on. No, she's not done it. It is difficult though. You know it's slow. It's still hard to translate that into the right pace.
And downwind, I think that makes it, you're kind of maybe slightly nervous. You've got the wind behind you, but you're going uphill.
Just a slither, the 6th green, the par 5. A real high point along this edge of the golf course. So we see Lydia Ko just finish out for her par. It makes me a little nervous when we show putts of that length, but when it's Lydia, you know you're probably in safe hands. So she'll head to 7, level par on the round.
Angel Yin on the 5th for par. Left her first putt well short. Was trying to kind of use her body language to get that one to turn, but didn't. Always annoying to have a 3-putt.
And a bogey, her first of the round out there. Angel Yin alongside Eri Jutanagan, Nelly Korda, who have struggles of their own as they try to chase down Yamashita, who leads at Royal Porthcawl. It's interesting just talking about, you know, Ayame Azato's event and how you can qualify here. So much is made of the likes of, you know, like the Dame Laura with Charlie Hull growing up watching you, Kari Webb for we Aussies. We're seeing a real golden age. You know, Katrina, for those in Scotland, you know, Ayame Azato must be so happy with what she's seeing of her country women travelling abroad.
Yeah, there's just a fantastic little group of Japanese players at the moment. The EY twins, Rio Takeda, who's Mayumi Hirase, we'd have played with her. That's her niece.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
Yeah, there's. I think we get a lot from one country. They do all push each other on.
Oh yeah, and it's great for them, isn't it? Being on the road together, they have their own little community. Lottie trying to find this quite wide fairway, the 7th.
Of course, she had all her family there, her grandma for her win last week at the Women's Scottish Open, who nearly dropped the trophy because it was so heavy. Thankfully she didn't, it's intact. Will it be a scorecard that is clean for Nelly Korda? And I'm afraid not. So 3 putts for she and Angel Yin.
You're having a right old chin wagging there, you lot, aren't you? You doing any work? Lydia Ko, just with the 3-wood. Just laying up in perfect position. 250 to miss that bunker on the left-hand side, straight downwind.
We do miss you in here, Trish. We were surprised when you decided you'd like to be on course rather than in the comms box with us, but there you go, it's your choice.
Do you know what, Laura? There's no I in team.
There is an ME. Over to Ubon, just off the edge here at 14.
A little bit of range just slowed the greens up a little. We've seen a few putts coming up short just recently. BTA up the hill on 6, laid up. 3rd shot here, up the hill. Can she get it back to that flag? Oh, very good. Excellent shot. The strength of her game, her wedge play.
Yamashita, leader, perfect drive down 10, pin sort of middle of the green, 28 on. Yeah, and well done, very good. You don't want to be short here, a bit of a false front, so our 2 playing partners have hit excellent shots in.
Yeah, haven't they just. No one's been better than Miyu Yamashita from Osaka, who'll turn 24 this Saturday. Might be an amazing birthday weekend if this form keeps up. So it was a level par to here after a bogey at 1, a birdie at 4. This at the par 3 was pretty special.
Very special. Looks as though it had a chance for a moment. Kick in birdie there on the 5th.
More to come as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, she knows how to win. 13 wins on the JLPGA, which is very impressive, very strong tour back, and just feeling it today.
And then the highlight of her front nine. Second shot into the par 5. With the fairway wood. Judged beautifully, giving herself a 10-footer for eagle.
Which was to go 6 under for the last 6 holes. If she could hold this, and we know the answer to that, poured it in. Front 9 of 31 on the way out. Seriously impressive from the rookie on the LPGA Tour this season, but like we say, not a rookie in nature. And another birdie chance here at 10. A reward this time round. In her last 6 starts, she's finished outside the top 18 once. So she had form coming in, which is all important, major weeks.
There's Nelly Corder on tee at the 6th. Will she be going with her driver? Try and thread it down. Oh, she's just taking the iron. Just going to play it as a 3-shot hole.
Yeah, I think they're taking the view here, Katrina, that if they can't get miles down there, if it's not straight downwind, it's such a dangerous second shot. OB left, Gorse right.
It is. I watched a few of the groups this morning, and one person kind of hoiked it left and lost her ball, and then Gino Titikin and Charlie both hit it on in 2.
Solid putt there from No up the hill. She judged that better than most. Most are leaving it short.
Yet to find a red figure out there today. You let me know. 3.5 feet left or so at 14, and that one snaps across the hole. So it's a shot gone for Arpachaya Yubon. Many will likely face down 14 today.
Yeah, 162 for Lydia from the right-hand side, straight downwind to this fairly front pin. She's going to have to land this a couple yards short if she wants to get close.
Oh, just a fraction unlucky, just a yard too far right. And fallen down into one of those collection areas.
Well, we know this read, don't we? Out to the right with decent pace, because it is slow, as Trish said in the group before. This is on a good line if she's hit it. Straightens up about here. Not quite.
Just a little wedge here. Lottie Woad 128 downwind. Yeah, as you guys pointed out, you just got to land this short, but you've got to land it just to the right of that bunker, otherwise it will kick straight right down into that little hollow.
And just exactly the same as her playing partner in front, Lydia Ko did. As Trish said, they're just maybe wary of that bunker, Trish, on the front left. They've really got to just carry it.
So Celine shot in. Will she read this correctly? Lovely putt, really well done. Up and down, she's rides the ship back to level par.
And let's see if Lilia Vu has learnt from her playing partners, and she has.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Look back to the wedge with a caddy Cole.
there's the surf school I was talking about earlier. Maybe we need to have some team bonding out at the surf school.
Yeah. Well, while they try and catch another wave, let's hear from Paddy Tavatanikit, who I hear is also going to have a chat with Incy.
Well, Paddy, it's a pleasure to have you here. It's almost a bit of a shame that we're doing it this way because this is the most wonderful view. First of all, how incredible are these links features, and what do you really look forward to the most when you play this style of golf course?
I'm just excited to come back to the UK every single year and play in these conditions. I feel like it really tests your game, tests your mental, and just everything in general. I feel like you have to manage not only your the physical part of the game, but literally everything, including physical too, because it takes a lot out of you. Yeah, for sure.
Well, you spoke about that mental side of things. You have kept a journal in the past and worked on almost your visualization process. What does that look like?
Just kind of seeing and reacting to things, just being athletic. Yeah, I feel like it's just a constant work of, things, seeing how it's playing, what you're doing in your golf swing, just everything, just the process of it is something I keep on doing and make sure I maintain it really well.
Is that something you do throughout the whole day, or do you start your day with it or end your day with it, dream about it? How does that work?
Honestly, I do it right before I hit, just to, because if you constantly think about it, it's tiring as well. So want a little bit of a break, but if anything, just kind of seeing where the ball's going and stuff, it's good, and just visualizing feels and just write it down in my journal, kind of what's the Paddy's recipe for golf. So yeah,
I love that. I know you're massively into your food as well, so I'd love to delve deeper into the Paddy's recipe, but you've got some golf to play, so appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Right guys, you can see the view now behind you. Just about.
Yeah, if we pan across, what are your recipes, hey, for success? Wow. Aggression, attack, attack, attack. Get those birdies, don't worry about the others. Oh my word, that's some sort of flyer. That'll be interesting. Probably get a drop. Looked like she might have gone to the TV tower there. Diving back into the yardage book, thinking what is over there. So we go down there with Lottie Woad in the collection area.
Yeah, Lydia Ko, well, she chipped it, played a beautiful little chip, and Lottie's decided to take the putter up the slope, fraction of left to right in it.
You must have been mighty close there, Trish, because you were whispering with the best of them. That was fabulous.
Do you know what? I think the caddy just turned around to me and basically said, "Can you shut up a bit?" So that's why. Don't think he's impressed.
We have had a few texts in saying the same thing. These two on the same commentary team. It's fun for us. So we see that trundling on. Took a couple of bounces along the way as well for Lottie Woad. We'll see what she can do. Coming next. I'm a little scared to ask Trish a question now. The read ahead. Blink twice, Trish, if it's left or right.
No, I'm turned the other way and I'm behind the TV tower, so if they can hear me, God help us, this is going to break right to left. Quite maybe 2 cups outside right to left, downwind, so it'll be fairly quick.
Just never quite had the speed to keep it on the line.
All right, back we go to Nelly Korda, the world #1, here at 6.
Nelly Korda is plotting her way down this 6th hole with the poise of a veteran. She's left herself just a little over 110, but it plays a long way up this hill and it's straight down the breeze. Tough to control.
Wonderful shot there from Nelly Korda. Just judged that perfectly, Iona. Landed at the top of the slope, one bounce and spun back to the hole.
Pretty handy stuff. An opportunity to get the shot lost at 5 back straight away for Nelly Corder. This for par for Lottie Woad.
Yeah, it's all 4 or 5 feet, this one, I think. Definitely a bit of a nervy one. Not much in it, to be fair.
And that's just what she's been doing for the last month.
We saw it earlier, didn't we? The last 12 rounds, 67.41 stroke average. That's phenomenal.
Yeah, I think she was 55 under par for her first three goals. Or not first three, but the last three. Still feels like
That she played like a pro for quite some time now. What of Miranda Wang here at 14? Can she find an elusive birdie to get within 1?
Oh, and what a putt, especially on 14. As you say, they're very elusive. Not many on that today. Another player who's made that eagle on the 9th. Up to 4 under now.
And within 1 of the lead of Miyu Yamashita, or Yamashita as they say in Japan. Over to Okayama.
It's not easy. Can fly on you as she got the touch. Yeah, it's very good. That could have been very awkward for her, so she's judged that to perfection, especially being downwind. Very pleased with it.
And here's finale, a qualifier, putting for a par on 14. It's looking good, and followed Wang in. Very good.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Hails from just outside of Rome. I believe it was her birthday yesterday as well, so much to enjoy here at the AIG Women's Open, including that par save at 14, all important. Great little view from overhead the corner of the golf course here, the 8th.
Yeah, it's an absolutely beautiful par 3. Tough pin today all the way back. It's a very narrow green. Trish has played it many a time.
Yeah, you're right, Laura. This is it's such a great hole. It's only 125 yards today, but the wind is coming off the right-hand side, and the pin on the right-hand side, and the green all slopes right to left as well. So the shot is the little sort of short 9-iron just held up into the breeze. That's the perfect shot.
And that's just the shot that Lottie Woad hit.
Plan and execution coming together perfectly once more for Lottie Woad.
Yeoju prime position. She won't be too worried about that false area on the right. Very accurate with these shots. Lovely. Just going to release a bit, but excellent.
Yeah, there's no fear there from Lottie Woad at all, is there? She just said she's out here just playing fearless golf, fun golf. Lydia Ko, however, is all, well, we know what she's like. She has these little pre-shot routines that she goes through, never changes. She'll have some sort of idea of a shorter follow-through.
She's so many different shots, I think, Lydia. The way she plays them, she just thinks them all out. She's got about 4 different shots with each club that she can play.
Something that came naturally to her as well, growing up in New Zealand, has always had a wondrous variety to choose from. Now Yamashita here at 11.
And another great iron shot there, setting up a really good birdie chance to extend her lead.
Well, they're enjoying the view from over there. See, that's up by the 6th green in the background. As we take a look at the leaderboard, it makes for very impressive reading, especially from Miyu Yamashita, with another look coming next. Plenty of her country women going along nicely, including one of our major champions in Mouse Saigo. She's 2 back. Gino Titikin, the world number 2, she's in there with a round of 70. Same 2 Minji Lee, same 2 Amy Yang. So they're all stacked up. It's an all-star cast here at the AIG Women's Open. Darcy Harry going along nicely as well. She's 2 under through 9.
Yeah, great to see that. Yeah, one earlier in the year, getting herself a spot in this championship. And yeah, good young player. Home Lydia Hall, she also qualified. 2 Welsh players in the field this year. She was delighted when she made it through.
And nice to see Georgia Hall there at 1 under. She's been struggling perhaps maybe the last year, 18 months, so needs a little bit of confidence. Lovely shot there from Lily Avu on the 8th. She could do with making a birdie. 3 over so far for her round.
Angel Yin in for the birdie. I'm afraid drop shot for Aria. Nelly, after that wonderful little wedge shot, she's got a really good chance here, but there are no gimmies around Royal Porthcawl. You can add a bit of speed to your stroke, accelerate on these slightly slower greens. Well done, Nelly.
Manon de Roy from Belgium for birdie. Is it? Oh, well done on its last topples in the hole.
She's got a good luck charm in Andrew Cotter, who's rejoined us in the commentary box.
Yep, she pays me to follow her around the tour and just sit there, just being lucky. That's a lovely final revolution of the day. And we'll go to Céline Boutier.
On the 7th, short par 4, playing down the wind. And judged that perfectly. Very good. A chance to get under par for the day.
Also back in the box is Christina Kim.
Yes, hello, hi. Got Lydia Ko with this birdie attempt. Needs to give it a little extra to make sure it gets to the hole, and it's going to be a slightly sour taste left in her mouth, not giving that a chance to get there for her birdie. She'll have that par there on 8, though.
The Yamashita has been judging everything beautifully so far. This to get to 6. Give her the build-up. But again, she gave it a run. Safe par, but chance gone. That's a great look down at the landscape of this corner of Porthcawl, this tiny little par 3.
And all the bunkers littered around it.
Yeah, beautiful approach shot from Lottie Woad. She's got about 6-7 feet up the hill, right to left. Not a massive break, depends how aggressive she wants to be.
Bobbled a bit.
Did take a little bump, didn't it, just halfway down?
Not sure that was the deciding factor on whether it went in or not, but it certainly did have a little hop. Generally speaking, though, the greens here rolling beautifully.
Now on the 12th tee, Yamashita. Just beautiful, smooth tempo. Nothing rushed, hurried. Calm, cool, collected, and almost perfect distance control. It's the name of the game this week.
Now, Lilia Vu, hers is, well, complete opposite to Lottie's. She's got 8 feet up the hill, and it's left to right. Now, you can hit this left lip firm, and you'll hold it, or you can give it more.
Or leave it in the jaws.
Hit it left lip and didn't hit it.
That was the third option. None of the above.
Yes.
Hey?
Here's Hoo-Joo Kim on 7 for birdie. Left to right, just a fraction. She hit it? Yes, very good. Good putt. Gets her to 1 under.
This is the part of the golf course where you get the greatest opportunity to make as many pars as you can. Then once you hit that 13th hole, you're going to be in a slight white knuckle situation for about 70 minutes or so.
Yeah, you've certainly got to take advantage of the 9th as we look down on Lottie Wood, just tidying up at the 8th. The 9th is one when the Senior Open comes here and a couple of other tournaments, they make it a par 4 along but it's a very generous par 5 for them.
It is at just 465 yards. A little bit of help today. Boutier for birdie.
That was just a simultaneously a tentative but yet stabby kind of putt stroke that she gave it there, and I think she knew she needed to start getting some putts to drop to really give her an opportunity to get deep under par.
Okayama.
Okay.
Yep, rolling it beautifully, and this time to save par. Well, this is Miranda Wang. Long birdie attempt.
Gave it a good wrap. Looking at the better part of 4 feet or so beyond the flag. She had a good opportunity to get her first win in Mexico earlier this year. Had a bit of a treacherous Sunday, which plenty of people ended up having as well. So good to see her making her way.
So Yamashita with this great round that she's got going, 5 under after 11 holes. And again, so many Japanese players featuring. And Miranda Wong, 4 under after 14, and then all those scores below that were finished with morning starts. We did think the weather was going to deteriorate a little bit in the afternoon, but actually it's fairly pleasant. Some strange, brief but fairly hard showers coming through, but apart from that, very, very pleasant indeed. Gino Titikun in with a 70, Darcy Harry 2 under out on the course. And Grace Kim, winner of the Evian round in 171 today. Drones have changed the game, haven't they, in the way we view things. What a sight that is. In this corner of the course here, and Nelly Korda about to let fly with her 2nd to the 7th.
Seventh hole, another example of one you need to plot your way around. So just an iron off the tee, 143 left for Korda from a perfect lie, just a wedge. Wind down and off the left-hand side. It's inviting.
Crisp sound. Uh-oh.
Oh, and just catching that right side where we've just saw Lydia Ko and Lottie Wood. It's just tucked on that right-hand side, that pin, tempting them.
So this is the par 5, short par 5, and Lottie Wood ready to send it flying down there with the big stick.
Yeah, into the breeze a little bit off the right-hand side. Just these 2 bunkers to avoid. Pretty narrow entrance. And she loves it, I think. Is that right one?
That's perfect, right down the middle. And here's Angel Yin on the 7th. Just got to be very careful of that right-hand side.
Yeah, coming in from just a little bit farther up and left from Nelly Korda's. So pretty normal play after seeing where Nelly's approach came in. So go to Lydia Ko, driver in hand here on number 9. Just going to hit a low chasing cut. Quick pickup of the tee should be a good sign.
Yep, that movement from left to right. Fairways are not, they're firm enough. They're certainly not hard and bouncy, so you're losing a little bit of run, but good position to attack that par 5 and 2 as we go back to Hyoju Kim. That's a one-pace swing, isn't it? So smooth.
It is. You can see when you watch that swing, you can see why she's won so many events. Another quality iron shot.
Let's see if Jutanagarn can get closest of this 3.
That was heavy and clunky right there. Barely covers that greenside bunker and lucks out a fair bit. Golf is golf. You can be lucky. Sometimes better be lucky than good.
As I always say, no pictures on the scorecard.
So here's Wong for par after long birdie attempt. Oh, and one loyal supporter. She's been in the USA. She's from Beijing, but she went to Duke University, has been in the USA since she was 18 years old, and lives in Las Vegas now.
And here's Okayama on 17. You have to lay up off the tee, and then you leave yourself a long shot back up the hill to a blind green. That looks beautifully played, got the nice bounce up. And a very good shot. Get it all the way back there.
Now we've seen a number of players that have come short of the actual surface of the putting green, so very, very well executed inside of 25 feet for another birdie.
Well, some players really do embrace the challenge, all the conditions that Commonwealth Links course and Porthcawl is presenting, all of those conditions. Today as we look across Swansea Bay, looks rather benign down there, but the wind's still blowing. People enjoying their day out on the beach and on the boardwalk alongside the fairways. And Yamashita's certainly enjoying herself out there. We saw Nelly Corda just running down into this gathering area. Little runner up here.
Oh, very well played. We've seen 3 shots from down there. Lottie Wood putted, Lydia Ko hit a little wedge shot on, and Nelly Corda has hit the bump into the slope. So it just shows I think that's the beauty of links golf. So many different shots can be played.
100% I'd be putting, and then putting again.
Absolutely.
Back at my feet.
Back on 8. Yolimia No. This long birdie attempt here. You can see this length of her backstroke going up that hill and just drifts off to the right side. Maybe just a couple of inches outside of that comfortable gimme range.
Here is Yamashita, all 4 foot 11 over. One around she's putting together. This to get to 6 under. Hit it. Had the line as well, coming round nicely from left to right.
So continuing to play stress-free par for the young Japanese player.
Angel Yin here, punting across the 7th.
Does an excellent job keeping her head down, well beyond impact, and just a little underplayed. The line could have been good if she gave it a bit more pace, or would have had to play it a little higher.
Furui for eagle. No, but again, you see on the 9th what you can find a lot of eagles out there today, playing the easiest hole on the course.
Yeah, players will definitely be looking to try and make birdie at worst on 9 today. Pick up at least 1 shot on the scorecard.
And Boutier is never going to get that. It was a mishit.
No, she just seemed a little bit out of sorts there. That was.
Well, on the previous green, it wasn't a pretty stroke either, so she's
Now you see that slight shake in the head, kind of, I don't know, maybe rattling her brain just a little bit to get it set right.
They're enjoying themselves out there watching now, and I think the main thing is as well for the players who went out morning or afternoon, it's probably going to be pretty fair.
It's looking like it. They've had a couple of odd little shower in the morning and in the afternoon. The wind's been fairly similar, I would say, all day today.
Beautiful stroke from Arya Jutanagarn. Just stayed out to the right, but perfect pace. These are the kind of greens where you gotta feel like you can be okay having 2.5 feet coming back for your par. Again, these greens are a little bit slower than what we generally find in the States, but part of that is because of the amount of slopes that they have on these greens, not to mention just the little bit of worry due to the potential for the winds to pick up.
It's an astonishing piece of land, mixture of nature and then the man-made steel works juxtaposition and blend, but here it really is beautiful.
Yeah.
It's really cool, just choking down in this one.
See the bunker that's short of the green, and see the little hump to the left of it, so that's that back right bunker. Anywhere basically just left of that, I mean, let's right the flag in front.
Well, Lydia's caddy has absolutely called that. It's exactly where you want to land it, just on a little hump, level with that right-hand bunker. She's got 208 into the breeze, fractionally, just a little rescue, for rescue. Pitch it up all the way, pitch it just on the front edge, maybe just a little bit short, and it should release. Keep it away from the right-hand side, though.
I thought she was just going to cling on, but she's just caught that bunker on the right-hand side, Trish. Might be in the back of it. Could be a tricky bunker shot.
As we take another look at impact there, Lydia, known for playing a slightly healthy cut, just allowed her to get the ball to spin and react the way in which she would like. That one just maybe a little bit ahead of it, causing it to cut a little bit more. You see Nelly Korda getting set to get quite a crafty little up and down here on 7.
That ball in front of the green is Lilia Vu, so Lottie Wood second to this par 5 and just 193 yards.
Hardy cut or draw from Lottie Wood, and she might be also in that far back end of the bunker there on the left.
Steph quickly looking at her yardage book, thinking it was in that bunker, and short-sided herself as well, which is not going to be easy.
Yeah, she wouldn't know the pace that went in at. As Christina was saying, possibly right up against the back. Korda to get to this back pin here.
All the way in the back, you can see it ping 125 yards, and you gotta love a maniacal little short par 3. Always a fun thing to play in.
And here's Okayama for birdie to get to 5 under. Go, go. Yes, well done. Joins Yamashita at the top of the leaderboard.
She's going very well, as if she has played this course all her life. Somebody who's played it for a very long time indeed. I think about 6 years or so anyway. Darcy Harry is out there, a member of the club, and going along very nicely indeed at the moment. The Welsh player has been taking a little bit of attention, and we'll give her our attention now because she's having a chat with Incy.
Darcy, there must be so many perks when you're playing your home golf course, but what's the ultimate perk for you?
I definitely think it's the lines off the tee, and also it's so nice to have a home crowd here this week.
Does it add almost that additional pressure, or are you able to really embrace and enjoy it? What's that like?
Yeah, I definitely think there's a lot of added pressure to play well on your home course. I think the first tee shot was probably the most nervous I've ever been. There's a lot of people out there, a lot more than I'm used to, so it's definitely a new experience for me.
Have you ever been able to, tap into maybe your kind of inner circle, your team, to speak to them about how you deal with those nerves and pressure moments, especially that first tee shot?
Yeah, I was actually asking a few coaches that I work with, how to deal with it, and one of my coaches that actually caddied for me at Q School told me just to pretend it's a women's club medal and go out, everyone gets a shot on each hole and just enjoy playing. So that's kind of what I'm trying to do, which sounds silly, but
I mean, blue skies, there's plenty to enjoy, including your playing partners, 2 major champs. Are you kind of observing what they're doing? Are you keeping your distance? What are you trying to do to make the most of this amazing opportunity on day one?
Yeah, it's really lovely playing with Georgia Hall, especially because I remember she was someone to look up to when I was growing up, and I remember watching her win this event, so she's always kind of been one of my idols. So it's been really lovely playing with her and watching how both of the girls go through their processes and how they play, which is really impressive to watch.
Amazing. Darcy, really appreciate it. Best of luck for the rest of your round. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, what an escape from Lydia Ko, just as we're listening to the end of that interview with Darcy Harry, who speaks so well. And it's someone so young and so relatively inexperienced in the sort of media side of the game. She comes across brilliantly.
As we take another look at the strike from Lydia Ko, catching it pretty cleanly there, albeit that puffy sort of sand that is so iconic for the Open Championship. It's kind of funny listening to that interview. She absolutely murdered her tee shot in the middle of the fairway. I'm like, you should be nervous more often.
So Laura Frumstück, 5 pieces. We are getting to 3 under. Bit of information you didn't need. Oh dear. Well, this is what we feared, Trish.
Yeah, shocking lie in the bunker for Lottie Woad. Right at the back, can't get a proper stance, looking to come out at an angle here. She's got no shot going towards the flag. Just take your medicine, get it out, give yourself a birdie opportunity.
Needs to slow down there, but it's a prudent play. Give yourself an opportunity to get up and down for your par. Go in the direction where you have the most green to work with. Otherwise, I mean, the only other way she would have been able to hit it out to have both feet in the bunker would have been going backwards, but that would have been the wrong shot to play because she would have still been short-sighted, and even worse so with the bunker between her and the flag. So smart play, tough pill to swallow.
If you're watching at home, then a little QR code will be popping up imminently for tickets for next year at Lytham. Talking about bunkers and vicious bunkers, the number of them, I think there are about twice the number at Lytham that there are here. Anyway, I'm distracting you from your task, which is to scan that QR code, and you can get into the tickets and be there at Lytham next year. That is some test. I think there are about twice the number of bunkers here that there were at Portrush for the men's open, and then go to Lytham and it's just...
Lytham, there are bunkers everywhere. As Christine and myself well know.
Yes, sorry, I should have said. Here we go, 2009, last group again. Yeah, she needs it.
Oh, come on. Goodness. Always a little extra disappointing having it left in the jaws shorts. I do recall back in 2009, I only hit into the fairway bunker off of number, was it 10 tee or was it number 9? No, number 9's a par 3. So I believe it was number 10 over on the right side, and I think green side on 13 all week long. The only other time I was ever is in the grass. So you see Lilia Vu, that eagle attempt just skirting by the hole.
You were in 2 bunkers in the whole week. Nothing. That's some achievement. That's why you're right up there. Okayama letting fly on the last hole.
And a good drive here, she can get the fairway, gives you, or even from that left rough, can give you a good chance to get the green, and all depend on the lie.
Yeah, the par 5s give you a real chance on the on the back nine and at the end of the front nine here. But Lottie Wood making rather heavy weather of the ninth.
Yeah, she's just going to chip and run this. It's going to be fairly quick down the hill, and I'll break a little bit right to left, I think, at the end. It's pretty straightforward though.
Just sounded a little bit heavy.
Yeah, a little clunky, just got the club face a little bit open, ball popped up. She was trying to hit more of a running shot there. Making a bit of a mess of this. It's amazing how just one, not bad shot, but just slightly offline shot, and now she's struggling for par.
Corda for her 2. There's the little hop, didn't deter the ball. And she'll approach that par 5 ninth with some renewed optimism now. And speaking of the ninth, you come here with looking at birdies and eagles, and if you were to drop a shot here, I feel that you might have given a couple back to the course. So Wood for this one, a par.
Four and a half only today.
4.51 to be exact, yes. Well done there, Katrina. And it's also ranked the easiest hole on the golf course, so we'll feel like you'll be giving up well more than a stroke and a half on the field if you fail to make that par putt here.
Yeah, that is certainly true. And if you'd seen her reaction when she saw the ball or the position of it in the bunker, that's the first time I've seen any reaction in Lottie Wood at all. Shrug of the shoulders, gutted she was. Right to left, down the hill.
Oh, what a putt that is. That will feel like a birdie.
That was a great putt there. Great saving her par. I mean, that's, I think, what's impressed me most about watching her over the last 2 or 3 years is just holding some of these clutch putts.
Yeah, absolutely. And there we get a little cheeky smile out of her. Don't always have to have a birdie in order to have a momentum shifter and something to build momentum upon.
No, absolutely not.
Eri Okayama nearing the end of her round. She's only played in the AIG Women's Open once before, and that was in 2018, so this has been quite a performance. A little bit further down, there is the name of Darcy Harry, 2 under after 11, and the local girl going well. A little bit further down, see Olivia Cowan, who represents Germany, round in 71 today. You've got to really be under par today.
Angel Yin on the 8th after a lovely shot into the short par 3. Can she convert the birdie? Yes, and I think Angel's got a great putting stroke for links greens because she's aggressive. I always think in links greens, you're like you were saying earlier, Christina, you have to be aggressive.
Yeah, she certainly has the overall demeanor, I would say. Her demeanor matches her putting stroke. As we see Okayama with her second shot here on 18. Just wanted to chase something down there. Very popular spot over on the right-hand side. Will it stay in the fairway, though?
Well, it's heading back out down the first for another round, but I think she is on the shorter stuff, though, and she'll be pitching up the green there.
Yeah, beautiful tee shot this one today. Wind just very calmly off the left-hand side. Fairway canvas the other way, so canvas even. Straight down the middle, Lilia Vu, that is perfect. It's really interesting watching this group because the body language. Lilia Vu's body language for an Open champion is one of doesn't have a lot of trust, doesn't really know what's going to happen. Bit of fear, possibly. Lottie Wood could not be more opposite. That was a big putt she held on the last, by the way. And the box were bang on. Sometimes a par putt can be so much more important, momentum-wise. Good hole, this one. Really good start to the back nine. Birdie opportunity today because it's not playing very long at all.
was a young swing, that almost reverse C finish, powering another one down there.
And it's looking like the wind's maybe dropping a little bit. I'm not sure if you can tell that, Trish.
Oh, definitely, Beanie. I mean, it is. If you could handpick perfect conditions on this golf course, it would be, since these guys have teed off. Apart from that little drop of rain, it's been just perfect. And now it's not hardly even the club's wind. So I'd be very surprised if it wasn't really low scoring for the last sort of few hours tee times. It's just bliss out here.
You're selling it to us. We'd quite like to get out there, but we've got tea and biscuits in here. The thing about that, we were talking about that, Katrina, and how it's been fair, sort of even across the day, but you're right, these players might have the best of it today, the afternoon starters.
Yeah, including Hyo-Joo Kim here hitting her second shot into the 9th hole. This on an absolute string, making its way up to the green. That'll be inside of 40 feet or so for her eagle attempt. And it's kind of right at that perfect time where the tides have just shifted, especially being here coastally. Super important to take note of the tide tables as we see Yamashita with her third into 13.
Yeah, perfect for distance, and again not flirting with just the drop off to the right side of that green.
And here's Corda on the 9th. A very reachable par 5. Just drifting down the right side a fraction, but good, coming round. That'll give her a nice open look at the green.
There we are, looking across Swansea Bay to Swansea itself. It is a beautiful place. It's time to hear from one of the other golfers who is out there, the American Megan Kang, talking to NC.
Yeah. I think we'll start the interview from there, to be honest. Here we go. Come on, Meg. So popular. Lovely to see you again. It's always such a pleasure. Obviously, all the way from the States. What is it like to have fans like that?
It's super cute. I mean, seeing the next generation kind of come out and to have, like, I don't want to say it's my very first time, but to see one out there with just my name on it, it's been so cool. Made my day.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? You know, some people, they're easily pleased, other people, they're easily motivated. I know when you try to get into golf, your dad said, if you hit the fairway, you get to drive the golf cart. So what was it like for you growing up, getting into the game?
You know, it was fun. My dad kept it very interesting. I think, you know, as a child, I was pretty curious. I still am. Sometimes my caddy has to reel me back in. But, you know, it's definitely fun, and it is gratifying being able to, like, kind of being able to live up my dream, something I've practiced so much for. And, you know, it's really cool to see just the young generations. Like, again, it's incredible.
Yeah, speaking of the next generation, a lot of people go to university, they take that route. You didn't. How come?
You know, my mom's a kindergarten teacher, and so when I was kind of growing up, my parents were kind of like, if you're going to go to school, we want you to go 4 years and get something out of it. Don't waste either college or your own time. And I kind of took it to heart, really was at a good place in golf, and figured I was young enough to maybe go as like the next following year freshman, but I want to take my chances going on because this is what I wanted to do and what I dreamed of, and trusted myself, took a chance, and fortunately I've made it the first time and was able to kind of keep it going and hopefully just keep on going.
And it's paid off as well. I'll tell you what, there aren't many people, but you've got that energy. I almost feel like it's a superpower. Appreciate all the time. Thank you so much.
Nice to see you.
Thank
you.
See ya. Come on, girl.
Oh, got to catch up. She's away, off and running, signing autographs, chatting, running. Megan Kang is entertainment.
Yeah, that she certainly is. Her father Lee caddied for her first few years on tour. Instrumental. Spent a little bit of time giving her, maybe not, I wouldn't say mentoring, but saw a lot of similarities. Turned pro right out of high school myself. My father on the bag. Lots of fights. Let's see, Okayama with that. I'd probably give her a barely passing grade for that pitch shot, realistically.
I was about to say a 5 out of 10. She had a lot of green to work for. She made that look more difficult than it was.
Oh, you wouldn't have passed her then. 50%, woof.
That's a pass in Scotland.
Yeah, exactly. We have low standards. No. Eagle for Hyo-Joo Kim.
You can see that ball rolled end over end, so she was expecting it to drift a little bit from right to left at the end there, but will be a stress-free 2-putt birdie for her on 10.
T3 in the fairway here. Lydia Vu first to go from just 111.
Yeah, a little bit of a sawed-off finish, just a sort of a soft little punchy wedge there for her. So hopefully that will be a good chance for birdie.
110 Lottie Woad from the perfect position, middle of the fairway. Very generous pin this one today, right in the middle of the green. Can pitch it all the way. Wind into her off the left fractionally.
We saw in that overhead view as well there, the contrast between the bunkers and those around the green. They really are pots, and that's why on the last hole when she went in, if you go in, you're likely to be up against a side, a face, the back. So tricky.
Yeah, beautiful out here this afternoon, really crowds everywhere. Beautiful viewing points from this golf course as well. Lydia Ko, 107, just a couple of yards further forward from Lottie. Just a little wedge in hand. She's brilliant at these shots. Don't let me down, Lydia.
Just carried it probably 2 yards too short. Trish just caught the slope, spun it back down off the slope to that front section.
Celine Routier for her birdie on par 5.
Yeah, this is very much needed. You know, we had seen previous 2 holes, she seemed rather out of sorts around the greens. So it'll be a disappointing par for her.
Yamashita to avoid dropping a shot.
Well done there. Confidently put in. Stay in the co-lead with Okayama. Heading into a tricky stretch though. So they all look like they're in good position here on the 9th fairway.
Yeah, different ways to play it. Angel Yin didn't take the driver off the tee. She has left herself a little further back, but as Trish has been saying, it is just the most perfect day out here right now. Little breeze into the face, but it is warm. I'm absolutely cooking in my rain jacket. Thought there was rain on the way.
I did warn you, I remember saying, Iona.
There was much deliberation, wasn't there? I went with the rain jacket, and now I'm slowly roasting. I'll be medium rare by the 16th.
I think Angel Yin's gone for the longer stick here. She was between hybrid and a fairway wood.
Yeah, there's just a bit of hurt into the face, as I say, and she's from 241, plays back up the hill as well, so it plays a little bit longer than that.
Yeah, it's a great nudge up the hill if it just stays there. You see the lag and the power that she's got that other players can't quite call upon.
Yeah, she's got a wonderful rhythm to her golf swing, Angel Yin. Looks like Jana Garn down the right-hand side is going to go first from 203 yards. It's a good angle. Wind into off the right-hand side.
Like she was trying to draw that one in. She's just going to sneak over that bunker, and that's fine now.
All about pace, this one. Up the hill. Not a massive break either way. Just about getting the nice roll on it.
And that is perfect pace. Hard to do at times when you've got a slope that you've got to climb up at that middle third of a putt there. So just outside of tap-in range for Lydia.
Here we are, the dog leg. It's so well bunkered off the tee.
Yeah, it's a lovely hole, isn't it? The dog leg left. You saw that Angel Yin laid up short of that bunker, leaving herself the longer shot in. Nelly Cord has gone with the driver, giving herself the shorter second shot.
sort of that side hill lie, which can make it a little difficult to play a draw. And so just kind of pinch that one out there, stayed out to the right, and she'll be in that green side bunker over long right.
There we are. There's an idea of the elevation of Porthcawl, sort of highest point here, and then all slips gently down towards the sea, and Lottie Wood a chance to not make amends for the 9th because she saved par there, but here to get into the red. If she doesn't hold them, she gives the hole a scare.
She does indeed, doesn't she? That was a good try. Boutier on the tee on the 10th. A good drive can set up a short iron.
It was a pretty quick pickup of the tee, and any wonder why? There are generally won't be many pot bunkers found in the middle of the fairway.
The Okayama after that rather indifferent pitch over the bunker. This to get to 6 under. That's left an awkward one.
Yeah, I like the aggression, but that was well wide right there for her birdie attempt. So she'll have a not quite a knee knocker for her par.
Lilia Vu, who got a good line from Lottie Wood's putt. Birdied the previous hole. See if she can get 2 in a row. Get back to 1 over. Yes, good putt. Well done.
That putt just rattled a little bit in the hole too, so nice to see a good aggressive pace out of her. Back-to-back birdies, still at 1 over par. She's sort of starting to run out of holes where you can really be aggressive and make your birdies. Got a little bit of a difficult stretch of holes coming up.
Now, Nelly Corder, we saw it going into the sand. I wonder if she's got a clean lie and a decent swing. How is it, Iona?
Well, it could be worse. These pot bunkers can be all sorts of trouble, but this is not an easy one because it's on a little bit of a downslope, which means it'll come out a little lower and it will release. It's also down the breeze, but she's got green to work with. She needs to get it releasing a little bit, but it's going to test her. She doesn't want to overcook it and go into the other one through the green.
Oh, that was well played. You could see her really bending her legs, trying to get down, getting her weight on her left side, try and hit down on that and get it up over that face off the downslope.
Hopefully the last putt for Eri Okayama. And it is. So the lowest score of the day so far, 67 for the Japanese golfer. Again, she might have found another birdie at the last, but that is a wonderful round of golf. Oh. So not much more to say about that, but a 67 round Royal Porthcawl, and Okayama setting the pace, but a lot of Japanese flags lining up behind her as well. Yamashita with 5 holes still to play, then 69s from Kawaki, Saigo, Chisato Iwai as well, and Korea's Ina Yoon also in with a 69. But again, the conditions are fairly benign now, so I think we might see that 67 being challenged. Wonder by whom? This is Jutanagarm.
Yeah, for eagle at the 9th. Just using the putter from just off the green. Just looking to get a good speed, good pace, and very well done. Kick in birdie.
Excellently gauged with that pace, having to go through the fringe, up the hill. You got the wind coming off of your right shoulder. Beautifully gauged with that pace there.
We're talking about who might challenge Eri Okayama. Well, Yamashita on the same score. A few holes still to go. You can see the wind still blowing a little bit.
And on to this tough par 4 14th. It doesn't look too bad. We can see the ball sitting up, missed the bunkers.
She's left quite a few putts short today, Angel Yin. Go on, Angel, give this one a go. Give us an eagle.
She didn't.
You could see she had her hand on her hip almost immediately. Knew that it wasn't going to quite get there. Still a really good opportunity for Angel to make birdie over on the 9th. You see Okayama giving her thanks to the volunteers, her scorekeeper, standard bearer.
So Lilia Vu, after back-to-back birdies, she'll be feeling a little bit more confidence now. Trish was talking about how she just... body language wasn't too positive, but on a bit of a roll.
Yeah, it's amazing what a couple of birdies can do. Give you a little pep in your step.
It's an inviting tee shot down the hill there.
After the bunker shot, this would be a great one to hole for Nelly. It's pretty flat overall. Keep the pace up. Oh, no, no.
Yeah, again, it feels like such a chance gone when you only par the 9th. Lydia Ko again, look how low she tees it there. You're almost ruling out the left shot.
Yeah, it's just a little bit longer than that driver off the deck kind of feel there. Really gives you a chance to hit a low penetrating runner. And absolutely perfect position off the tee. And on the 11th green, Ayako Furue. This long birdie attempt. Keep curling, come on. It's possible that the wind was coming off of the right, so it might have prevented it from turning in the middle portion of that putt. Beautiful pace there.
There we are, the wind's still blowing, but those flags are made of gossamer paper or something. It's you can see they're all fairly comfortable in the stands in the sunshine. Very pleasant conditions out there now. Everyone just enjoying the sunshine at Porthcawl.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of sleeves rolled up or sleeveless, so got to make sure everyone's reapplying their sun cream.
We've got just with fairway wood. Going left. Ooh, and how? Again, get lucky or unlucky. And a bit of sand in the eye as well. We'll see how that is, but I'm sure there'll be some people sending messages to Lottie Wood and all the other players. You can send hero messages. Yeah, scan the QR code. That's what's there for you. Cheer on your favourite player at the AIG Women's Open. Like never before, scan the QR code. It's the future. Yeah, just let the players know you're cheering them on. Good, bad, or indifferent. Very, very good from Yamashita today. And looks worse than it is there. Actually lying pretty well. You can see she's coming at it with a wood.
She was probably kind of like in between clubs and was trying to determine would it be better to be a little long or a little short, and she'll be just fine there. Chased on down off the back of the green, but she'll have uphill little bump and run there, getting a little bit of a talking with John Bennett on the back.
Chatty cow in the distance. Hyoju Kim. Sorry, Laura Davis thinks I'm introducing her enough. I'm not at all.
I mouth the same exact thing there as we see Hyoju Kim. A beautiful shot into number 9 there. Or number 10, pardon me.
I would say that Laura suggested that, like, honestly, she's looking at me. I didn't, anyway. Laura's trying to respond, but microphone issues at the moment. But anyway, she'll be with us shortly. Céline Boutier.
Ball just a little bit above her feet here. trying to kind of feel like you're going to play a little bit more of a hard cut. And that is very good weight for that second shot there, albeit just a wee bit left.
There they are, Welsh Blacks they are, sort of ancient breed. I thought they were Aberdeen Angus, but that's sacrilege, they would be a long way from home. They'll be on the holidays. Lottie Wood. So just coming out sideways here, Trish.
Stand still, please.
Yeah, it's not the greatest of lies, it really isn't. She's trying to be sensible, because if you get this wrong and you get in one of these bunkers, if you do give it a clip or the club face just turns over, you're going to be in all sorts of strife. So I think she's just going to knock it straight out. Just give herself a fairly straightforward up and down chance from maybe 90 odd yards where the other two are for their drives.
I think she's found another ball here as well.
It's not a Rory moment, is it?
Just about. She's found something. There we go.
Yeah, it's pretty unlucky.
Oh, she's found two.
She's well offline, to be fair. It was a bit of a shocker of a tee shot, but this fairway is not very wide, if I'm honest. I think this is probably a very sensible play.
Required a fair bit of strength just to make sure that that nasty bit of the brambles and the longer grass didn't snarl that hosel there. The side hill lie, everything was just promoting more and more of a hook. Oh, we got someone. Oh, she's got them both.
Well, there we are.
Atta girl.
She throws them back saying, not my brand. Oh,
yeah, but
what a gift.
Lottie touched those.
Yeah. That's something to remember. So Lydia Ko.
95 yards for Lydia Ko, straight into the wind. She can throw this all the way up to the flag, possibly even just a yard behind it. The whole green sloped considerably left to right.
Just needed to come up another couple of yards. I might have fed down, but spin taken away slightly.
Maybe even take a little off to try and keep it a little bit lower.
Driver not needed off the 10th tee today, even though it is back into the wind, but there's some trouble lurking down the left-hand side, so it doesn't look like the big stick for Nelly either. Plays a little under its yardage today, this 10th. Must find the fairway.
Just getting a little bit of lean yet again from Nelly Corder. We've seen her hit a few of those fairway medals off the tee, just drifting just right of the fairway.
Now, Lilia Vu from the short stuff.
Use the wind, turn it in and done it to perfection. A little bit of spin and perfect shot from her. Chance to get back to level par again.
Yeah, if she gets that one, that's 3 in a row. She's just, you can see the confidence coming back as we go to Celine Boutier to get into the sub-par figures.
Had perfect weight on that approach shot, but again, just it's a rarity when you have Celine Boutier on your screen and she doesn't look like putt's going to go in. Even that one there's just a little bit of guidance, unfortunately.
Lottie Wood needs to stick this one in close.
She too throwing it up into the wind, going to use that direction. Yeah, it's done very nicely indeed, got it to stand to attention, so a birdie chance for Vu and an outside chance of a par for Lottie.
Wind just unsettling Hyo Kim or something unsettling her. Little beastie on the ball. Yeah, beautifully done. I'd love to see a conventional putting grip as well. It just sits so nicely on the grip. So many different grips now, different ways of doing things. But there we are, back-to-back birdies for Hyo Kim.
You're not a fan of the left hand low reverse claw action?
Well, this is Helen Bream, very talented young German, very tall German. All par so far. Beautiful swing.
That's from 149 yards, 15th hole, wind into off of the left, and that is beautifully executed. Quite the Gutterschlag there for her.
Like the Gutterschlag. Again, the forecast, there was such fear over the weather today, but yeah, beautiful conditions.
Yeah, stunning hole, this one from the tee box. Lydia's got, do you know what, these 3 putts are so easy to read, even Laura could read them. This one has got about 4.5, 5 feet left to right in it. They're all left to right because the whole green runs that way.
Laura, you're right to reply.
Oh, not a lot I could say. She's spot on. We played a team event recently and I didn't hit the hole with 1 putt, so she knows what she's talking about. Good effort there from Lydia.
And now Rio Takeda. Birdie putt here on 14. Come on, give it a chance. Ooh. Rude. Valiant effort, though. It'll just be a nice little tap in par. Then we're kind of entering the 4 most difficult stretch of holes on the backside here. So anyone who pretty much be pleased to walk off the 4 on the 14.
This is a big. She held a cracker 2 holes previously for a par, and we've discussed it many times, but sometimes a par putt is way more important than a birdie putt. She had a lovely shot in here. It's going to break. Just depends how aggressive she wants to be. At least a few inches left to right, this one.
No, it's just rocking a little bit at the moment. Got out of position on the 9th, managed to save par, but can't save par here in the 10th.
And now Nelly Korda, beautiful view with her approach shot here, 144 yards, wind into off the left. Just left of the flag by the looks of it, left of the green, sorry. That just did not come back. Might have been a little bit of a double cross, perhaps. Didn't get that wind to bring it on back. Nelly, a little perturbed.
But it's a big putt this for Lilia Vu, because if she holds it, it's 3 birdies in a row and the momentum keeps going. If she misses it, you just might start to have doubts again. But this to get back to level par, this would be a great recovery. Oh, such a long debate over the line of that putt.
That can sometimes be the problem when there isn't very much movement to a putt. Sometimes you're sitting there and just staring, trying to find movement.
Georgia here ran her eagle putt just past. She's normally deadly with these. I hope I haven't put a jinx on her. In. Oh, I did. Wow, what a shame. You hit a par 5 in 2. That's a horrible feeling. We say it every time.
Still a clean card for Georgia Hall. So on 14, Yamashita, she chipped it up to here. Needs this for par and gets that to drop. Excellent.
And that's why she is in that position at 5 under par, because she's been putting so well again, even when she gets in a little bit of trouble, able to get out of it. But she's alongside her fellow countrywoman Okayama at the moment, who's safely in with that 67 again. Look at the number of Japanese flags up there, down to Rio Takeda, whose aunt was a very good player, Mayumi Hirase, won on the LPGA Tour back in the 90s. A little bit further down there is the name of Georgia Hall, just missing that opportunity on the 13th to get into the top 10. Some big names there as well, Gino Titikun and Minji Lee. Both in with rounds of 70. And Darcy Harry still going along very nicely. Again, she just doesn't seem to show any nerves. I'm sure she's feeling it, Darcy Harry, playing at her home course and her first AIG Women's Open.
151, this beautiful little 12th hole, sorry, 11 for the members. Liu Vu, just with a little 8-iron, hates it. Not solid at all. Fanned it out to the right, it's okay. It's a tough pin to get close to today, this one. It's up.
This to break the drought of birdies or bogeys, and she gets it. So 14 pars and the way you want to go with the birdie to follow.
Now, Lydia Ko, I always think she just looks so technically excellent. You never really think she's going to hit a bad shot. This isn't easy though. It's not easy to get close to this flag at all because of the contours of the green and the way that the wind is howling. It's a tad off the left.
Well, it seems a little bit like Lilia Vu's just fanned it out there.
See just how well Lydia clears her hips, stays down, keeps her chest on top of it. So beautiful.
Lottie Woad, can she make a good swing here? She needs a bit of a rocky period, what, 10-15 minutes, not her best, if you like, but she still looks in good nick. This would be nice though, she can hit this shot. She likes this one, just sort of almost draw it into that wind. Saw her hit it on the range, can she do it here?
Well, she can, right over it. She saw that 5 from 11 greens in regulation.
Yeah, now with that she'll have hit 6 of 12, so 50% of her greens have been hit so far today.
Nelly, just a little chip and run down here. It's got a lovely fluffy lie. She'll fancy this one. She'll give it a run. Yeah, pretty good.
There they are, all of them heading. Are they heading out or heading back? They are in LI. They do great work. Are they heading waterward or back from a day's work? A day of falling off the board and pretending it's fun. Just did that for 2 hours in Australia, and 1 hour 55 minutes was spent just falling off the board and trying to get back out to a wave. But I'm sure it's good if you're good at it. Oh, they're coming back. They're done for the day. Well done. Good work, everyone. Good hustle.
Yeah, I don't know nearly enough about water sports, but knowing, I would have said I want to go back at the highest tide so I have the least amount of sand to have to walk through.
There's a big old beach there. This is Takeda.
This one just drifting maybe a little right of that flag here on 15. Yeah, barely right, just a little bit. It's absolutely gorgeous there.
Again, pretty straightforward birdie putt for her on 10. Great shot in. Maybe just tumble off that left edge, possibly. Oh, it stayed there.
I don't know if any of us could have believed that. Just gives it that one-handed swipe, showcasing a little frustration.
I mean, you can see the top of the ball here. It's only 338 yards, but it sounded clean enough, but doesn't seem too happy with it. And that is why.
Yeah, it's just going to be entirely dependent on if that ball ricocheted off of any of those rivets. And not to mention, just because of how puffy this sand is, the ball could have been sitting down almost in a semi-fried egg there.
Nearly tidying up. Lovely little chip across the green. Oh, only just.
Lydia Ko, I mean, her run at the Open Championship goes back to 2012, and she was 15 years old. 65th consecutive major appearance now.
Uphill, little bobble. Will it reach? Couple of bobbles. All in all, that's not bad. It's a difficult putt.
Mentioned when she was 15, she was tied 17th low amateur in 2012. She's been such a talent for so long.
Yamashita, can she get one in close? Not as close as her playing partner, but it's okay. It's a dangerous shot that. You can't drift it right into that big bunker.
Yeah, a lot of players under par, but they're bunched up. No one's really getting away. I mean, that round by Okayama, the best at 67, but I think this is exactly the kind of scoring that those setting up the course would have been looking for. Some good scoring out there, but it's standing up to the test.
Yeah, and it's pretty, for the most part, pretty well sort of evenly displaced between the players that are already done, having gone off in that early morning wave, versus those that are still out on the golf course right now.
Yeah, this is a left to right putt. It's a lengthy one, but I often think on these type of greens when you get your eye in, these sort of putts are very subtle, huge amount of breaks. This one's probably outside left to begin with, and then it straightens up.
That putt just hit the brakes so very quickly.
Yeah, that looked like a very slow putt.
Well, it is into the breeze a little bit.
Back there shortly, but here is Hyoju Kim. Looks to be lying okay in the flat of the bunker.
And that pretty darn well executed, albeit I think maybe expecting just a little bit more trundle out of that ball.
Now, this putt, this is sort of into the breeze, off the right, if you like. So this is going to be a slow putt as well. And it's one of those typical putts at Royal Porthcawl where you're looking for something. And you keep looking and looking. So basically, I don't think there's a lot in it. I think it breaks both ways fractionally. But if you give it plenty of oomph, I think it's fairly straight. But it will be slow.
We want oomph and trundle combined. Good look at the technique.
And Lottie's got that grip of the putter in her hands. Almost looks as though the putter could just slip out of her fingers. Such light touch. And she got one of them correct. She got it past the hole.
Angel Yin.
Never anything wrong with a quick pickup of the tee from Angel Yin. This one's just going to miss the fairway left. That will be all right with that back hole location.
Rose looks quite happy in her work. Reminds me of Christina Kim.
Yeah, you didn't watch enough of me playing golf. So we can go back to 15 with Yamashita with another birdie attempt. And that one just going to skirt by. Should expect her to no problem making that one.
And Nelly Cord also with the fairway wood.
Yeah, plays nicely downhill this hole. It's a lovely tee shot to hit, way up in the air. Land it as soft as you can. It's just hard to stop it. That's what I said earlier in the day. You can hit a good shot and not hit these fairways, but that's just fine.
I do remember commentating on you when we used to put cameramen on segways and they're rolling along in front of you. I do remember that. That was a thing for a while. We don't do that anymore, putting them on the little segways, but it was up close. And Takeda finds another birdie. We put camera operators everywhere, but we don't put them on those little motorised segways anymore.
I'm not going to lie, I'm a big fan of that change in policy there. It's only a matter of time before the robots take over. Let us have it while we can.
We have a human being up at the top of the hoist. There we are. There's Kevin. Well, I hope his name's Kevin. I've just labelled him Kevin, but it's Kevin now. There's Kevin Townsend up there. He's the one who doesn't suffer from vertigo, and we put him up. If it gets up to about 40 miles an hour, we might bring him down. But apart from that, there we are. That's your leaderboard, and that's how we're capturing the pictures. So, more detailed look at things. Eri Okayama setting the pace with that 67. Yamashita rolling in the putts here, there, and everywhere. 5 under with 4 holes to play. Again, so many Japanese flags up at the top of the leaderboard. They are ruling the way today. Good round by Mananda Roy, the Belgian player, with 3 wins on the LET, the Ladies European Tour. And that's 69 today. Georgia Hall's going along quite nicely. Just that missed opportunity a few moments ago to get to 3 under, but in a nice position and needs a good tournament.
Hyojo here for a par. Just outside left. There's got to be good pace on this. It'll cut across the hole. Ah, shame.
We drop shot from Hyoju Kim after failing to get up and down from that greenside bunker as we make our way to 13. Birdie attempt from Madeline Sagstrom. You see how far left she is aiming this putt. Will it curl back? Oh my.
Yeah, you can hear, and I think you can see, even with those lightweight flags, it's getting up a bit again. But our intrepid reporters out there will confirm or deny that.
Yeah, it's good.
You can get miles up here on this hole today.
Oh.
If you rip one.
What
Just seen
that?
Lynn Grant hit nothing but an iron in, so that's okay. It's a fair bit behind, but middle of the fairway.
I had something concrete. That bounced miles.
Well, it really is suddenly very, very windy, to say the least, Andrew. So you're probably getting, I don't know, two club wind. If you can really launch one, get some air time on it, you really can hit a long one up here today. Right to left, this tee shot. The whole hole basically cambers right to left. It's not a very wide fairway, I have to say. They've cut it tight.
Lydia missed this one right, just straight off the bat. Needs to avoid the gorse. Oh dear.
Well, no one's seen it to begin with. This is not good. They're trying to see. I think it might have, they look like it's cleared the gorse into the heavy stuff behind it, and it needs to have, otherwise she's in a lot of bother. I shall nip over there after this next tee shot. Lottie can get one up in the air here, give it plenty of air time. Bit of right to left on it. Can't say I saw that one either.
Hit two's drifting down the right, Trish. Oh, it's hit that chap on the hip. Oh, that one's hurt. They did shout, but He did the right thing, turned his back on it.
Yeah, there are lots of good shouts there. Sometimes you don't hear it, but I think in golfing terms it stopped short of the bushes, but I hope that guy's okay.
It did take quite a violent kick to the right, so hopefully everyone's fine.
Just remind you of the state of affairs in the women's game at the moment. Nelly Cord out in front in the Rolex Women's World Golf Rankings. Lydia Ko there in third, and Gino Titikun, Minjee Lee, major winner this season. Actually, Lottie Wood has leapt up into the 20s.
24th.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Still the British number 2 behind Charlie Hull, but she's only going to rise up the rankings, Lottie Wood. I saw Madeline Sagstrom nearly finding a birdie a moment ago. Actually, she's talking now to NC Mamet.
Yeah, I must admit, this is the most wonderful view, isn't it? Madeline, there's many things about your game that also impress me, including your hat game. I've seen your whole family with the bucket hats. How is that not flying off?
No, it's I have quite a large head, so it's actually staying on fairly nice.
I need a junior cap, my head's so small. That says a lot about my head. Anyway, obviously impressive stuff so far. Despite the windy-ish conditions, you know, how is the golf course overall playing?
It's tough. I wasn't really sure. I mean, playing a new golf course, you never really know what it's going to be like. But I was saying earlier the week, I was like, you know, the drives are not that. Maybe it's not. Maybe more or less second shot golf course. I was like, no, everything is important. Everything is important. And with this breeze picking up, I was lucky. I played in the pro-am yesterday in the afternoon and got a little breeze, so it's not too unfamiliar. But it's definitely. I mean, you have to think.
Yeah, golfers need to be adaptable, right? They're moving from one venue to another. So when you do come to a new venue, what does preparing for a new golf course look like? What's the studying like?
I mean, you kind of pick your lines. Today they've changed a few tee boxes. I mean, we got good lines, and you just kind of get a feel for like the areas where you want to be. So far, the wind has been the same kind of all week here, but you're trying to figure out where do you want to be from the tee box, where do you want to be in second shots, and then
You're making it look very easy. Look, appreciate your time. Always appreciate the insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks.
All right. We'll pretend we'll...
At the end of the day, it's just golf. That's not what Angel Yin's thinking at the moment.
Yeah, it was a real mistake from Angel Yin, who had just a wedge into this green, but everything missed left, gets gobbled up by these bunkers. But she's got a nice lie, but barely any green to work with, and she will be landing this on a downslope, wind off the left.
Lovely sound coming out of the sand there, but not too much green to play with.
Yeah, rule number 1 with these bunkers, as we see her clambering out of there. Rule number 1, get out first and foremost. And she might have been thinking that if I can fly it a little bit farther, I don't have to worry. It won't take that slope and race across.
This is Funstuck for another birdie. This is actually the 18th hole, closing hole.
Yeah, she had taken a bit of time off, had suffered from an injury a few years back. Played with her actually at this event back in 2021, or was it 2020? It was a few years back, so she's coming back from injury and coming on strong.
Carnoustie or Troon? Two.
I believe it was Troon, so it would have been 20 then.
Ariya Jutanugarn is just not looking herself today at all. She had a lot of funny shots and just not looking like a happy chappy. She was in the bunker with her approach and they had absolutely no shot, so now she's really scrambling. Everything on this green, as you look up the throat of the green, breaks from left to right, so she should have a little bit right to left in this one from this angle.
Oh.
Oh dear, now another one bites the dust.
Yeah, we're used to seeing her older sister Maria Jutanugarn a lot. She's just been out of form for a wee while, missed the cut at the Scottish Open last week.
Boutier for birdie on 12. up the hill a bit, and she's succumbed to not hitting it hard enough. One of the very best putters, if she's struggling, you know, it's tricky.
Yeah, Christina and I have been watching her on the last few holes, and that putting is looking far from convincing.
It was just a beautiful flighted down wedge into this position for Nelly, and she's got a real chance here at 11 to grab a birdie. It's down the slope. It will break from left to right back into the breeze, so don't be short.
And that's just something I feel like we've seen time and again from Nelly Korda here at the AIG Women's Open for the last, like third year in a row. I feel like it's been the theme of the game.
Well, here we are, Trish, short of the course.
Extraordinarily lucky, Andrew. Hit a bloke on his hip and managed to stay out. If she has a good finish to this round, she knows who she has to thank, because that's a 1 in a million chance, really.
And how is the hip?
He's all right, actually, remarkably. Yeah, he took it quite well.
Has anyone told her the old thing of you sign your glove and give it to the person that you struck your golf ball with?
Well, actually, somebody was taking his phone number down, so I don't know if you come out here, get hit by a ball, and you get some sort of prize in the draw or something. I don't know. Maybe everybody will be going for that. You never know.
You get into a raffle.
Yeah, a round at Royal Porthcawl, but guaranteed sunshine like it is today. Absolute bliss.
We'll go back to the 11th, and Angel Yin to try for the sand save. Yeah, beautifully done.
You got a little bit of a fist bump out of Angel. She knows how important that was. Cheeky grin from her. Atta girl.
Fünf Stück to finish out on the 18th. Again, it looks to fairly benign. The wind's still blowing. Lovely round of golf, though. And look at that. 3 bogeys in the first 4 holes. You'd be thinking, what's going on here? And then good things are happening. 3 twos in there as well. 69. Great recovery.
And now Hyo-Ju Kim. Birdie putt here on 12. Go on. Boy, I don't know if we've seen a single person all day on 12 get the ball beyond the hole. It's like Velcro there.
We're on the 17th fairway. You can see straight up the hill. This is her second shot. Long way back, going with timber. You just want to land it short of the green and get a massive bounce forward. Up you come. Oh, she was unlucky. She lands just short, might have shot forward, hit the green. Now she's got a long, long birdie putt.
Yeah, hole 16 and 17 can't take driver off the tee, either of them, because both fairways kind of run out there. So really, really good effort there from Takeda on 16.
Well, there's not much disparity between leader and, say, 30th place at the moment. A lot of players under par, but nobody really running away with things. Eri Okayama with that lowest round of the day, the 67. But then you have some big names on that second page, and Gino Titikun and Minji Lee. Georgia Hall going nicely, Madeline Sagstrom still with a few holes to play and see if she can threaten the leaders. Another Sweden, Lynn Grant, also going well, 3 under with 5 to play. Grace Kim on that dramatic finish to the Evian, the playoff with Gino Titikun. She was in with a 71 today. And Angel Yin we see out on the course. 7 holes remaining, 2 under par. And here is Angel Yin.
Cracking shot there, turned it into the wind, just tried to hold it up and gets a reward for bravery.
You can see Great body language, nice and relaxed. Lots of laughter here.
Yeah, that was a wonderful shot for Angel Yin. As you say, it's a hole that's playing down the breeze and off the left shoulder right now. It feels like a 7 o'clock wind, 151 yards, certainly playing a lot less than that. Very unusual feature of these 5 bunkers down the left-hand side. It looks like someone's had a bit of fun with a hole punch. Can't be more than a 9-iron for Nelly. Try and draw one back into this breeze.
Yeah, we saw Nelly debating between 2 clubs in her hand, and would have to assume based on that, the way the ball reacted and landed, I would think that you were right that it was a 9-iron there.
Now Lottie laid up to here, 82 yards. This should be bread and butter for her. Slightly downwind, left to right. Sit. Oh, just too far. Shame, but it's a chance.
That wind at her back, and you could hear it's just a little bit more crispy out there. Quite a firm bounce that she got on the putting surface.
It's going to get even crispier. The forecast is good for the next couple of days. There's Takeda. Oh my goodness me. Scared the flag, scared me. What a shot that is from Takeda.
Supposedly the hardest hole on the course today. She's made it look very easy indeed.
She had to take a drop, Lydia Ko. We saw it heading to the bushes off the tee. This her 4th. Yep. Should still save par.
She's just always been such a magician around the greens and inside of 100 yards. Just the action that she has with a wedge in her hand. You can just see here, just absolutely beautiful. So quiet, so stable with her lower body, and just absolute picture-perfect contact. Barely brushes the grass.
Where's this swing from? Temple. That was her giving it full gas. Avoid the sand and yeah, get a long way down this hole today.
Well, that was just precision, wasn't it? Missing the bunker by the barest margin. Absolutely perfect.
And now Madeline Sagstrom. Great angle here. Approach shot into 14. Beautiful camera work. Catching it from the moment of contact in the air all the way to the putting surface. Beautifully executed as well. Hole location today is tucked 15 paces on, 7 from that left edge. Beautiful.
Yamashita, long birdie attempt. So he'd be very happy down in 2 from here. Oh, she's rolling it so well. Some just take to the links greens and the pace and the breaks and they see it. Others don't quite adapt so well, but Yamashita is measuring them perfectly today.
I would say there are some similarities, in all honesty, to the grass types in Japan. Like, it's not fescue, that red bent that we have here, but there's something about just the root structures. You find some similarities. We see Lilia Vu.
Yeah, ball's just up against the TV cables, 3 of them, and they're on a bit of a slope, so if she moves them, I would imagine the ball would just fractionally move. If it does, she's going to obviously have to just replace it, which is going to be tricky because there's just a few little bits of grass right behind it, which make it a little bit trickier than it needs to be.
Yeah, it did just roll a ball or 2 closer, so they'll sort that out. We'll be back, but Nelly Korda, birdie attempt. Oh yes. No! Sorry, Nelly. Went too early on it.
Well, aside from it touching plenty of the hole, at least we can say she got it to the cup. So we're on the up and ups is the way that I see it.
You look at life through a positive lens.
You have to find the victories where you can. Another positive, Nellie's got the legs to be able to make sure that she can straddle the lines. I would probably have to mark that 3-inch putt with my short stumpies. So nice smile from Nellie there. You see, it's that early call, Andrew. It was.
But it was there, it was in.
It was. It was. Valiant effort.
Sagstrom in the bucket hat for the birdie.
This is a better part of 12 feet or so, I would say. It's just outside right. Stay up. Gotta give it a little more pace than that.
Watch her just tap this in, and we'll welcome back in Katrina Matthew and Alison Whittaker.
Nice to be back, isn't it, Alison?
Oh, it is. Absolutely. Near miss there for Sagstrom, but there'll be more on the way. She marches to the par 3 coming next, the 15th of Takeda for birdie here at 16.
Oh, I mean, she did everything better than just about anyone in the field with this very, very difficult 16th hole, and couldn't get that birdie putt to get to the hole, let alone drop. That'll leave her with a par on 16, one shot back of Okayama and Yamashita.
Boo on the way, up and over.
You could see Lydia there trying to will it down to get to that slope to run down to the hill, run down to the hole.
Gosh, it really is a beautiful day out there today. We were anticipating rain and wind. Thankfully, we haven't had too much of the first part of that equation, just a little bit coming through. Keeping everything green out there, Trish.
Yeah, it's gorgeous out here, Al. Now, Lottie Woe, this is a tricky one, all about pace. They're going to go right to left down the hill. It's a big slope. She's going to judge this perfectly.
That putt was just a little bit overread there from Lottie Woad, but that's all right. Should be a more than a tap in there for her. Should have that for her par.
Angel Yin here for birdie. You can see her just moving a little bit right to left and overdone it.
As we say, missed that on the pro side, although most pros will tell you, no, the pro side is the one that goes in the hole. But well done there from Angel.
Yeah, it's got a better chance, doesn't it, with the gravity on your side. We were just talking about the festival village behind the range. There's a chance to commentate, Katrina. We're just speaking about that, so if you want to become the next Iona Stephen, maybe get in there or scan that QR code and join us. Get some tickets at Royal Litherman St Anne's, place where you won your AIG Women's Open, Katrina.
Yeah, lovely spot. We enjoy going back there next year. But I think trying the commentary would be great fun. For some of the fans, go in, have a little go.
There's a little booth just behind the range here with headsets, with monitors. I'm not sure if it's got production. We've got Mike Crow in our ears at the moment, so I'm unsure if he's recorded anything for them to try and go off. In the meantime, Vu for birdie, Trish.
Yeah, down the hill after a pretty heavy-handed chip there. It's going to break a little bit on right to left off the slope, and then I think maybe straighten a bit at the end. She's wasted one there, guys, because that was a huge drive she hit down there.
Yeah, and she's not in yet. She's kind of raced that one past. You can see Lynn Grant got the ball back in her stance, just trying to punch one forward here on the difficult par 4 14th, back into the breeze.
Yeah, and you can see the wind starting to whip up again, the way they were sort of flapping against her outerwear. You can see the wind flapping against the flag. Flag sticks have a little bit more weight to them than they do the top of the grandstands.
All right, 17. Takeda, less than driver, smattering of bunkers right in the landing zone. Should you take the big club?
This one down that left-hand side, you know, if you hit it any more than 240 or 245 or so, you're going to have a difficult time seeing the top of the flagstick, but that should be just fine over there in the left, that intermediate cut of rough.
And Lilia Vu here just to try and tidy up. Raced that first putt past, but well done. Slightly disappointed, as Trish said, though, after a perfect tee shot on the par 5.
Yeah, 1 over par. The opportunities missed feel a little worse as well. Still have 18 waiting, all these players, a par 5 to finish out, but Yamashita's here on 17.
Yeah, just laying up again. These 16 and 17 are quite similar holes in a way. They've both got kind of cross bunkers. You have to lay up short off and then leave yourself a similar-ish length shot up to the green.
Yeah, and both holes are utterly terrifying to play as well.
Yeah, both have plenty to think about. Same 2. This little slider for Lydia Ko's par at 13. Don't want to be dropping shots here.
Yeah, she had to take a drop after her tee shot did find that gorse. And just wedged it to here. Oh, boy. That one was just, gave it a little too much respect by way of the amount of break that she was playing.
Seen that from a couple there, haven't we? Staying up on that high left side.
Yeah, but they're all just misreading them slightly. It's certainly unusual for Lydia, usually very solid in that kind of 5 feet and in.
It's something so unique to the men's and women's open. You have to learn a new course, it feels like, every single year. Lydia says she thinks she's only been back to 2 courses throughout her entire career in the AIG Women's Open, but we're very happy. So is that little doggy for the AIG Women's Open to be in Wales for the very first time in 2025.
They do love it, don't they? Running around in the water. Our dog at home just loves it. He is a little tempted to eat seaweed though, which isn't good.
He's saying, catch me if you can.
I don't know what he's seen, whether it's a surfer or what. And the kite surfing. Oh, this looks dangerous.
That could have been one for the blooper reel, but it's all gone wrong here in a different way. Everything's fallen flat.
And that wind picking up again. It seemed to lull for a little while, but it's definitely picking up again for these people finishing.
Yeah, the tides were going out, which caused that slight lull in the breeze. And just as you said, picking up a little bit again as we see Hyoju Kim getting ready with her second shot here on the par 5-13. Wonderful balance there. Let go of the club straight after contact. This one drifting right, avoiding a lot of stuff.
That managed to avoid everything, Christina. I think that did far better than she thought it was perhaps going to do.
Not the longest, but she's one of the straightest out on tour, Hyoju Kim, so took it on. Now over to Inji Chan, another that with a victory this week could get the Grand Slam in the majors. You beauty. Into the red she goes there at 10.
Yeah, she's great at just staying patient. Oftentimes you can never tell if she's got a birdie that's dropped or a bogey.
Beautiful little dog leg. You can't actually see the green until you get down to your second shot. It's driver out for Lottie Wode.
Yeah, straight into the teeth of the wind, this one, and Katrina's bang on. It has got up a little bit just for these finishing holes. It's going to make them very tricky indeed. None of them will be particularly pleasant with this particular wind. This one's about avoiding the 2 bunkers left and right off the tee. And she's done that perfectly. I mean, split the difference. Perfect.
Yeah, there's a gentleman at the back of the tee box after Lottie hit. He's holding up a sign to indicate which direction the ball went in. He didn't move an inch, just straight down the line.
No, and I mean, there's only about 15 yards between these two bunkers as well, and she's literally bang in the middle. I have to say, right at this moment in time, it is picture perfect out here. It's a gorgeous temperature. The sun is gleaming off of the sea. What a beautiful, beautiful venue this is.
Yep.
And Lydia with that very low teed up driver and back into the wind. Just loves hitting that kind of low cut off the tee back into the wind.
Stunning. You can see the 14, 13 over on the right-hand side of your screen, the par 5 that comes up and over a big slope with the drive.
Angel Yen first away here on 13. It's a beautiful hole. Bit of a beast though. The par 5, it's playing straight down the wind right now, and it's an intimidating tee shot because it's more or less blind. You've got to keep it up the right-hand side. Trouble down the left.
Yeah, I would agree 100% with that, Iona. Very intimidating tee shot. I walked up that one yesterday and you could see the bunkers left, and I felt that gorse kind of crept in on the right-hand side as well. But a perfect tee shot there from Angel.
Yeah, it's certainly daunting when you're standing all the way back down there. I'm creeped up onto the brow of the hill. And it looks like driver for Nelly. She's not played this club very much today. There's barely been any drivers for her, but let's see what she can give us here. That wind really picking up now. Down and off the right shoulder.
Quick pickup of the tee from Nelly Korda. Neither of those last two players really that intimidated by this tee shot. They're of a slightly different breed though, apparently.
Yeah, it's good to see a couple good ones away here. It's been a little bit slow, this group today. It'd be great if they could start finding some energy, lighting it up on the way back in. Jutanagar not with the driver, doesn't need it. It's quite a smart play actually. Just don't go in the bunkers down the left-hand side. There's 3 of them, all big trouble.
As this headed scampering down the left-hand side and eaten up by the fairway bunker. One of 3 that flanks the left half here of the par 5. Nelly Korda and Angel Yen are sitting pretty much further down after piping their drives into a spot where they can attack. Saw a lot of players actually laying back of those bunkers yesterday in the practice round, taking irons off the tee, things like that. Maybe not all will take it on, but green side up ahead is Boutier.
Yeah, just chopping one out there, got into a bit of a thick lie at the side of the green, but judged that to perfection. Very good, setting up a really good birdie chance from about 5 feet.
Go to the 10th, playing alongside NG Chun today is Mimi Rhodes, who's leading the Ladies European Tour Order of Merit, this for par. Stay at -3.
Yeah, got off to a flying start in her professional career, won 3 times already on the Ladies European Tour already this year.
Another good golfing family to watch. Sister Patience, also brilliant. Now, Yamashita.
Yeah, on 17. Back up the hill. And another one fooled there. We've seen an awful lot of shots come up short on 17, maybe fooled by the thinking it's helping more downwind.
Now into 14th hole, second shot here for Lydia Ko. Got a hybrid or maybe her longer lofted fairway metal in her hand there. And this whole green just kind of catapults forward to really beautifully played approach for Lydia Ko.
She really is one of the best with the hybrids. She can just flight them so well. Some people really struggle, you know, trying to flight a hybrid.
Back to 13, third ahead of Hyoju Kim here.
Yeah, we saw her second shot where she kind of one-handed it and skirted past everything. And that, oof, she's going to race on by a good 8-9 feet past the hole. Give her the opportunity to be a little aggressive with her birdie putt.
And you can just see there how low down there. You can just see the top of the flag just fluttering in front of the camera tower. She's peeking, trying to get herself up another couple of inches, but a good shot. Very flat green, this one, so if you're anywhere just round the green, you've got a very flat kind of putt or little chip from the side.
She was so imperious when she won at Blue Bay for her, well, technically second win on the LPGA, but first as a rookie on the Toto Japan Classic at the end of last year as well. Now Hyoju has motored that through. It's going to be par at best at 13.
Yeah, that was an interesting stroke from Hyoju. You saw her head kind of fall back behind her right before she made contact. One of the few times she did not seem to be that comfortable over a putt.
And Lynn Grant here for birdie after a very nice kind of punchy iron shot back in down the hill into the wind. Come on, hit it. No. But a good par here in the 14th.
Yeah, you can see the way that the wind is just really starting to whip again. You could see on the back of Celine Boutier's pant legs there. You know, we've been talking about the fact that she hasn't made anything around the greens as she gets ready for this. Usually you would think pretty perfunctory birdie putt, and again, she just can't seem to buy a putt. But she's only at level par. You know, just really showcasing the ball striking.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of players just over borrowing, I think. I think links greens, just because they're perhaps that little bit slower, they don't take quite as much break as perhaps they're used to on the greens they normally play in the US.
Until you get to the point where you say, I got it, and then you hit one low.
Yeah, it plays on your mind, doesn't it? It's all been good between the ears the last couple of weeks for Lottie Woad, second here at 14.
Nice ball.
Oh, and that's a great shot there from Lottie. Good birdie chance now to get back to even par. She'll be wanting to try and finish under par for a round today.
Yeah, she just does such a good job of just staying on top of the ball. Full extension with the arms. Just a lot of power in that young woman there.
Yards on. It looks like she's got one of her lofted wedges. She's going to try and carry this a good bit way towards the hole.
Looked like she might have been hoping for a little bit of assistance from the wind because she was coming almost straight downwind from there. That one coming up just a little bit short. Slightly uncomfortable distance to have for par.
You see that more and more often now, though, players trying to play that slightly lower pitch and run with a more lofted club. You know, perhaps 10, 20 years ago you'd have seen someone perhaps maybe more hitting a pitching wedge and trying to hit more of a chip and run.
Yeah, for sure. I remember when Scotty Scheffler had his press conference before the Genesis Scottish Open, he was saying back in the States, it was going to be one of two clubs. It was going to be his two highest lofted wedges. And so, you know, he was like, now I'm going to have to think of going as much as an 8-iron. Whereas, you know, for us, give us a 5-iron. We're going to put something and just kind of putt it on down there, get it chasing and rolling. So slightly different methodologies these days.
Takeda just off it here at 17. Technically to tie the lead. She'd take 2 putts from here.
Just put such a beautiful roll on that one there. A bit aggressive. You kind of have to have a little bit more of an aggressive speed around these greens just because of the fact that you know, the wind can sort of batter it on occasion in terms of getting it offline.
Angel Yin second on the way.
Just going to hold on now, just scampering off the green. But an easier chip back, I think, back down the green than if you come up short with that bunker on the short right.
All right, we'll stick around for Nelly Quarter.
Nelly's ball has found a golfing relic from a round gone by in a divot. It's not lying okay though, it's not too deep a divot, but she's likely got a 6-iron in her hand here from 216 yards. It is such a strong breeze now, gee whiz, it's absolutely humming down this hole.
And you can just see that now, Iona. They just cannot stop on that green. I mean, Nelly's landed probably five yards short of the green and still kind of bounded on through. Still moving, just running off down that left side. In fact, it's still going. Is it going to stop?
Eventually it will, and does. She's thinking, what do I have to do to hold that green, though? Two very well executed shots. In theory, the divot, the sand in it might have helped generate a touch more spin. But alas, links golf. How many times will we say that this week? On track for her best ever round in this event. She could seal the deal 3 under previously for Yamashita. This will par though, this will test her.
Oh, that was a valiant effort there. So just going to drop a shot on the very difficult 17th hole. Not a whole lot of reaction though. Understands it's starting to get more and more difficult. You know, you got what little wind there or rain there was probably has dried off between the wind and the sun. So difficult coming in.
And Lydia here for birdie on 14 down the hill. Just slid past the left edge there. Left herself just that distance that she's just missed. How often does that happen?
Seemingly far too often, in all honesty.
More often than they'd like. Look at the amount of break ahead of Lynn Grant here at 15.
Just not enough pace to get to the hole. We saw that graphics just a second ago where 17 and 14 greens are right next to each other. So come down the weekend, especially on Sunday, let's say someone's gone out a few groups ahead and is on a bit of a tear, gives them an opportunity to see where the people that are, say, leading the tournament are when you're coming up to that last hole.
And here's Mimi Rhodes, her second shot to the 11th. 2 under, had a good start to her tournament. Oh, and that lovely shot there, getting better, just using that slope at the side. That's going to give her a very nice chance to get that shot back to 3 under.
What can Lilia Vu do with this par putt? Chip to here at 14, and that's a great 4.
You could see with the body language she gave that. She was really wanting that. You didn't see that out of her a lot earlier in the round, so I think she's starting to feel a little something. And again, it doesn't have to always be a birdie shot or a birdie putt or an approach shot to get your momentum to swing in your favor. There is no giving up on that young lady.
Fantastic approach shot from Lottie Woad from 172 yards here, just no more than 4 feet down the hill, right to left. Wonderful approach. It does favour a sort of nice right to left shot down with this left pin, with the wind coming sort of into you off the right. So it's an inviting second shot, but a cracking shot to say the least. but you have to finish it off.
Surely about time for another birdie for Lottie Woad. And it surely is. Well done, back to level par with that. And at the 14th, no less.
Yeah, an excellent birdie there. Really set up with this wonderful second shot. The approach down the hill, towards the water, into the breeze. Had a lovely little, as Trish said, little draw in there. Used the slope and it ran down. Couldn't have pictured that or played it any better, unless it went in.
Yeah, that was pure. It's for par for Ko. Nice and sturdy. The wide stance over the putting in these conditions, something she does quite on the regular anyway.
This par putt for Takeda after that aggressive birdie attempt from just off the green, so that will leave her at 4 under.
She was a walking ATM last year on the JLPGA. Won 8 times, including the Toto Japan Classic. Now, down with Angel Yen.
Yeah, through the green, back at 13. This is an inviting little pitch. Classic link shot required here off the back foot, bump it onto the green and let it take a wander with purpose.
Oh, what a terrible bounce.
I don't think we need to commentate that. Terrible bounce and the unlucky from the spectator. Still giving her a good chance though.
I'll tap out, get an ice cream about now. Commentary done for me.
Inji Chan here at 11. As Iona gets her ice cream, we hope she brings a couple back for us.
Oh, and that approach from Inji Chun, just dancing around the flag there. Absolutely delightful.
No, the spot for an ice cream, Alison, is by the 8th green. That is the area that you've got to pick it up. Little vanilla with a cone, thank you very much. But we're into the heart of the back 9 here, and this one from Nelly, also a little bump and run. Should break from left to right off this hill.
And that was beautifully played from Nelly Corda there. She just used a little less loft in her club, which just took any spin off it, so she just knew that was going to roll out like a putt. Very well executed.
Seeing at home, this part of the world. Went home, back to Prague last week to see family. Long way from it though.
He's at Rio, Takeda. She's parked that down 18.
She has. That's going to be easily reachable, probably just with a mid-iron now on the par 5. Finish with a birdie or even an eagle.
Now the world number 12, she is no slouch in the length off the D department as we jump back to 11, Mimi Rhodes.
Let's see if she can bounce back from that bogey she made on the 10th. Yes, very good.
It's the cut at Evian this year, which I know she was really upset about. Trying to settle the score at the next major. Now Woad.
A little sawed-off finish there from Lottie to try and hold off, and that was just a bit of a tug there, and that is going to be that's an unforced error there, but plenty of green to work with.
Let's see if Inji can follow Rhodes in with a birdie on this 11th hole. Yes, well done. It's amazing if you've got a couple of players or even all 3 of you in your group playing well, you can kind of pull each other along.
Nishida down the last. playing with Takeda.
Slightly different shape of shot off of the tee. Takeda going with a high cut, Yamashita going with a low draw. Still should have an opportunity to get to the green from there, albeit a slightly different angle.
Who's going to have bragging rights at the end of the day? Both locked at 4 under, one adrift of Okayama, who's done and dusted for her day. Now, a little ruling here for Area Jitanagan.
Well, I'm actually over on the other side of the green, so I can't see what's going on the ground, but I can only assume there was something in her landing area. Maybe a drain. You've probably got better eyes than me. And
yeah,
so
just
she's been allowed a free drop.
Oh, sorry, Iona. Yeah, she's just got a couple of sprinkler heads in front of her, be within the 2 club lengths, so she'll be able to get relief from them.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You could see she was pointing to clearly where she wanted to land the ball, so she's been allowed to move, and no penalty, and she's going to have to get up and down here. She's fighting for the par, having found that bunker off the tee, and it looks like the putter is out. It's going to require a deft touch. She knows the line. She's seen Nelly Korda's breaking from left to right.
And that is very well played there. You saw it was rolling the entire way. And that's the thing, sometimes if you're putting from off the green, you might get a little bit of extra skid off of impact, or might just hug the ground a little bit quicker.
And this to me looked the trickiest of the par 3s here. The 15th hole, that green, it's quite a small green, all kind of set up like an upturned saucer and quite shallow. But Lily has just made it look super easy. What a fabulous shot there.
Oh, it barely left the flag.
You can see the flag there. It's just tucked on that right-hand side, just over that bunker, but barely any movement in that, and what a shot.
A rather dangerous line that she had taken, but you can see after that putt that she made on the last, starting to see a little more life in her, perhaps.
Angel Yen will be so disappointed if she can't walk off this 13th with a birdie, because she hit such a beautiful drive. That 5 or a 6 iron in from there. This is back up the slope a little bit, has to break from right to left, down the breeze.
Oh, she birdied the other 2 par 5s, but not so. They're at 13, up to 15 and co again.
And she's going to take quite a different line here. I expect her to be aiming at the number 15, the TV tower, and just let it slide in from left to right. Has she overdone it? Oh, and she actually got, I think, quite lucky there. I thought that was going to end up on the, just right up against the face at the back, but it just got that last little kick at the end.
Yeah, and then she did exactly what you had said there, Katrina, but with that higher cut, just wasn't going to fly quite as far, as opposed to something a little bit more penetrating, fighting into that breeze there. Now, Nelly Korda's got this putt for her birdie, for that delightful little chip shot that she had from just off the green.
Oh, and I don't know if there's something about this pin position. We've seen a lot of missed short putts on this 13th green.
Yeah, big opportunity missed. After 2 great shots, should be said, really 3 with the chip. Just as she was starting to find her stride. That one eludes her. She's still in the red. 4 adrift of Eri Okayama, who leads at Royal Porthcawl here in round 1. Japanese flags in a row. Isn't that amazing to see, and speaks volumes as to the wave of talent that's now deciding to travel abroad, when in years gone by it's been so appealing to stay at home. Such a good tour on the JLPGA. Now over to Lottie Woad.
Yeah, she's got about as good as lie as you could get over on the left-hand side of 15. Downwind, which makes it tricky. Got to judge it well. It's going to release. Not that much. That's a poor shot.
Yeah, Trish had a lot of green there to work with. I don't know whether she tried to hit it just maybe a little bit too high or didn't get very good contact on the shot, but just popped it up with no forward momentum.
No backing off down the last for Yamashita here.
Just in the rough there on the left-hand side. Giving this one a go. That body language, this one has gone right, which is where you would, think you'd want to miss it, although it's a fair bit right.
That's gone into quite a thick little spot there, really kind of gobbled that ball up.
Look at that most amount of Japanese players in the top 10 after round 1, 2023. So that was Walton Heath, very different golf course. There were 4 there, currently 6th. Currently tied for 4th or better. We'll see where she ends up in a few moments' time. What can Ko do down at 15? Something pretty handy.
Very nice bunker shot there. That was a deep bunker there on 15, but she had a perfect lie. Just she got her weight in her left side, chopped it up, got a little bit of spin, giving herself a good chance to save par.
Zooming back from 18 at green to the second ahead of what should be Takeda back there.
Yeah, Takeda with just an iron in her hand for her second shot here. That wind again just ripping down breeze and off of the left as well. See, she is set up left, expecting this wind to bring it back around. Needs to slow down in order to stay on the putting surface. Easy. And that is just excellent.
Has afforded herself every chance of maybe tying the lead, if not something a little better, perhaps with a dash of yellow. There's Yamashita, who will be imperious in the Rolex Rookie of the Year race on the LPGA, but like we've said, she's already won 13 times in Japan. Currently, the honour belongs to Ryo Takeda. I wonder how long that will last, but it's a Japanese 1, 2, 3 and 4, including the EY twins. Both have very different games. Chisato with the prowess around the greens, Akie with the length off the tee. So that's going to be fiercely contested throughout the season. The wind just edges Takeda ahead.
Lottie Wood now for par on par 3 15th after not a very good chip and not a very good putt.
A rarity of recent times. Over to the 12th. Par 3, Mimi Rhodes.
Giving this one a good wrap. Is it going to turn left at the end? No. And again, we've seen a lot of players come up short there on the 12th green.
Back to 14, caught up with driver out.
It's a testy hole today. This one feels like a wind at the moment. Needs the driver. Now bunkers, two of them down the right.
Another one at the right. Thread the needle.
Oh, and that was just caught. I think they thought they were going to fly that bunker, but it just caught the very end of it. Just shows how strong that wind has got.
Yeah, it really has, Katrina. It's good fun, as I said earlier. It's just been the most perfect links day out here, but this is going to test them all the way in. And the great thing about Royal Porthcawl is the wind direction is never the same from one hole to the next. So it keeps you on your toes. And you've got to have your wits about you. You've got to be able to take the ball flight down when you need to. Jutanagarn doesn't have a driver, so it's the 3-wood again, and she can get some real oomph behind this, but might be handy to keep the ball a little bit lower, back into the teeth of it. Can she find the short stuff?
And she gives that one a violent lash there and needs to end up in the bunker as well.
Yeah, it's just playing tough now. Back into the wind, that hole, and the length of it, they're forced to take on those bunkers, otherwise they'd be too far back.
I think this is where Yamashita ended up, down the right of 18 and the first. So third ahead. Dents down there.
Yeah, found a very heavy lie there in the rough. Just kind of come down steeply on it, chop it and let it run.
Might have expected just a little more scuttle out of that golf ball there, considering the lie that she had was going back into the teeth of the wind there from that far right side.
And let's see if Lydia Ko can make her sand save after that nice bunker shot out the front right bunker. Oh, just maybe not quite hard enough, a little bit of a tug.
With that, she'll go to 1 over par for her opening round to another major champion. She's got 3 of them. NG Chun in 4 wins on the LPGA. Needs to get within 2.
And yet another victim of that 12th green. Playing rather slow going up to that hole location there. Nothing wrong with walking off with a par though here on the 12th.
And that's a nice little run round the turn. Birdie 9, birdie 10, birdie 11.
All right, for bogey. To keep the damage to just 1 for Lottie Woad, which she does.
And she's held a few good bogey putts today. I can recall maybe the 2 or 3, which really, as you're saying, Christina, can keep your round together.
Yeah, it certainly can, and even if it may not be a momentum builder, it can at least keep you from, you know, losing the plot altogether. These people look like they've already lost the plot, in fairness. We left the ocean millions of years ago.
I'm getting the feeling you don't like the water, Christina.
My favorite
I thought that
are,
looked fun.
No, my favorite things are gravity and oxygen. Thank you very much.
And here's Vu after that fantastic shot in. And deserved that. Very good birdie there.
Yeah, she is full of grit and fight, that lady there. Wonderful to see.
How does the day end for Rio Takeda? Greenside here at the par 5 in 2.
Just left herself a slight little knee knocker there for birdie.
That being said, you'd never know that she would be feeling any nerves by looking at her. She's cool, calm, and collected, regardless of what the score is for.
It's Austin Kim. Just on the top of that little tier. 13 down the hill for Regal.
It's tough to hit the putts high enough with the right pace. You're coming in from that area there. Austin Kim, one of the longest players on the LPGA Tour. Just so steady.
Yeah, good young American. I watched her at the start of the year over in Thailand and was very impressed by her play.
Yeah, many would have seen her at the KPMG Women's PGA as well. She came runner-up. Something that Yamashita has also done. Hers was to Amy Yang last year. This for birdie for a final one for a round of 67. The crowd were riding with her.
They were willing it in. But still a very good round, 4 under par, 68.
Especially with the conditions coming down the stretch this afternoon. Very nicely done. Did a lot of work, as you can see, all of the work on that front 9 there, kind of showcasing that difficulty of the back 9.
To go back to 16, Lilia Vu back there. Another one of those difficult holes on the way in.
It is slightly surprised at the driver. She's got bunkers down there, about 250-ish, but maybe just back into the wind, as we say, that's picking up. Caught the rough though. Going to make the second shot tough now.
Yeah, hardest hole on the golf course today, playing nearly 4.5 at the moment. A hole further up is Darcy Harry for her birdie.
quietly going about things does the member here. Gets that putt to drop. A difficult 17th hole. Back to 2 under par.
Back inside the top 15. On the way for Angel Yin.
Yeah, very lucky to miss that bunker off the tee. Can she take advantage? Oh, maybe at least a club out there, I would say.
Yeah, she was kind of walking after it, but I think with the way the wind is blowing, it just probably caught it a little bit, caused it to balloon. See Nelly Korda just getting a mouthful of sand there.
Yeah, just forced to have to lay up, just chop it out the bunker and try and rely on her wedge game to get up and down and save par.
It's only a yard away or so of clearing that left-hand bunker. Instead, a face full of sand.
And Lottie here on 16. Obviously back into the wind now. Oh, and she goes after them. Leaning, drifting right. All just depend on the lie a little bit there.
Yeah, she will be on the grass, which is going to always beat being in the bunkers. But like you said, just dependent on the lie, as we see up at the green here on 16. Ayaka Furue, this lengthy putt for birdie.
Oh, is there anyone better from long range?
She is. When she gets that putter going, she can hold them from everywhere.
Nice bounce back as well after drop shots at 13 and 14. 13 in particular would have stung, so that'll help the campaign back into the red.
Back to this very exposed 15th hole. Played down the hill to a very shallow green, well bunkered. I keep saying this hole's difficult, but they just keep hitting some amazing shots. Another fantastic one.
I gotta say, I mean, that was just utterly spectacular from Hyoju Kim there. Just really sort of clubbed up quite a bit, smooth all the way through the swing. Kind of kill some of the speed as we see Takeda. Is this going to be? Yes. Great closing birdie there, and she is going to join Okayama at the top of the leaderboard. 5 under par, 67.
And some serious golf on the back nine, especially from 12 onwards. 4 birdies, along with the 3 birdies that came on the front nine. Double bogey at 9. A distant memory. There's plenty of good golf out there from both she and Okayama, who share the lead at the moment in round 1 of the AIG Women's Open. So they are setting the mark to catch for the other 142 players right now. Couple of steps in the right direction, as we've seen from Austin Kim, from Mimi Rhodes, amongst others. So they're at 3 under par. It's Darcy Harry, the member here at Royal Porthcawl. Story we'll be watching closely throughout the week. Same 2 of the world number 1. And her 3rd shot ahead here at 14.
Yeah, down the hill, back into the wind. Pin's just left on the left-hand side. The slope kind of helps you take it down towards the hole.
Got a slight lob for Benelli, and with great reason there, that one just oozes its way towards the flagstick there. Beautifully executed.
Yeah, it gives her a great chance to save par.
This is overhead at 16. Beautiful pictures from up in the drone.
Yeah, both Lilia Vu and Lydia Ko both hit it in the left-hand trap here, so they've both just played out short of the big cross bunkers. Lottie Woad has got 184 from the right-hand rough. She's got a good lie, really good considering. But it's all uphill, it's straight into the teeth of the wind, and the pin is all the way at the back. She's got to land it, and it's all uphill as well. The green slopes quite severely right to back to front, this one. So if she wants to get it anywhere near, she's either got to punch this and get it rolling all the way up, or away.
Took a violent rip at that ball there just to get it out of the rough and have it chase on back towards that hole location. Excellently played there. You saw that she only hit it 228 yards off the tee. That just showcases how much wind there is, because she had her opening tee shot. Ball speed was upwards of close to 150 in terms of miles per hour. So there is a hearty breeze. It's no longer a breeze, it's a wind out there.
From the left-hand side of a slight uphill lie, so this is going to want to go right to left. And she's got to keep it under the wind. She hits it so high. That's got to get up there. And it's way right.
Yeah, Trish, that just got gobbled up by the wind. Came up well short right.
Yeah, Binny, this is a really tough hole any time. But today, just with this wind now, Lydia now has got she's got a wood, she's got a rescue. She's got to give this everything.
Looking to the sky. Oh, just about hit Lottie's ball. Very good shot there from Lydia.
Getting a little bit of a wriggle on. Don't seem to be out of position. See the group in front just walking down off the tee.
Can be difficult to keep the ball down when you're hitting up the hill into the wind.
Let's go back on to Hyoju Kim. Beautiful tee shot to here. This to convert.
Oh, just seemingly outside of tap-in range too. Just see that it was a little bit, toe is up just a little bit on that putt there.
Goes in the category of things you don't see too often, especially from Hyoju Kim. Inside both of the putting stats are top 5 on the LPGA Tour. We check in with the race to the CME Globe. And it's Gino Titigan that leads the way. Minjee Lee tucked in second. Top 60 will make it through to the CME Group Tour Championship, where $11 million is up for grabs, with a $4 million winner's check, which Gino took last year. The largest winner's prize in the history of women's golf. Continues to go from strength to strength. Same to the women's game. Nelly Korda just outside the top 5 as well.
I believe Gino celebrated by going to Disney World the next day.
Did she go or did she buy it?
Fair question. All right, back to Angel Yin here, Iona.
Yeah, sun beating down now on the back of Angel Yin. Salvaging, trying to salvage the par. Back down the slope ever so slightly. Oh, what a putt.
And what a save. That was a great par.
Yeah, that was just absolutely clutch, especially in such a difficult portion of the golf course.
All right, back to the par 5 13th in Inji Chun.
Yeah, the very reachable par 5. If she can find the fairway, thread it between the bunkers on down the left and the gorse on the right.
Quick pickup of the tee from Inji there, and you can see that golf ball just scampering on past all of those fairway bunkers that you were talking about that favor that left side of the hole. It's a difficult tee shot because you're like, do I want to go in the bunker, or because I definitely don't want to go in the gorse over on the right.
Rocking a hard place.
And Nelly, after playing out, finding the bunker with her tee shot, playing out and then hitting a wonderful little third shot in here, using the contours on the green, giving herself a great chance. Yes, and as we keep saying, that gives you such momentum going into the last few holes.
So off they march to the par 3, 15 waiting coming next. Why don't we learn a little bit more about the journey to here from Nelly Korda.
Just with my family. It was something that we all did together, so hitting golf balls beside each other on the range would probably be my first memory. When I was 9 years old, my dad caddied for me, and it was one of those 9-hole golf courses I've played the same 9 twice, and I was so nervous on the first tee that I threw up. Yeah. Definitely a designer backpack. I think I actually top 10'd, and it was my rookie year, and my parents always said, like, reward yourself for something good, so I bought myself a designer backpack that I still have to this day. I was kind of in that Tiger era, you know, growing up. Tiger was still dominating, so probably Tiger Woods growing up. Honestly, I just like to read, to go to the gym, hang out with family. My dad, my sister, and my brother, and my mom caddying.
Oh, poor mum Regina can't tee it up. She's on the bag. I wonder who she'd choose to caddy for. Sebastian, their brother, a good golfer in his own right, obviously a professional tennis player as well. What a family. What did you both buy with your first winner's checks? You know, what was your first memory of, you know, a big spend perhaps in your pro career?
My goodness, mine was so long ago now, back in Australia in '96. I'll need to think on that one. Being a Scot probably wasn't very much.
We'll give you some time.
Well, in terms of my first professional just check in general, I had to wait like 3 weeks for it to get mailed to me. So we didn't have direct deposit then. We make our way to 13. See Mimi Rose with her second shot here into the par 5. Getting it to try and chase on up to the putting surface. And that's a good leave there.
That's a very good leave. We've seen a lot of people scamper on through that green, leaving themselves quite tricky chips. So in a nice position there.
She's been cashing some checks. Saw Lottie Woad, who thinks she'll buy a car with the money from the last 3 weeks over in the US.
I think she needs to pass her driving test. Maybe she'll just hire a chauffeur.
We see this putt for Lydia Ko. Drops, goes in for par, and that is a wonderful up and down from yard. Lydia finding the fairway bunker off the tee, just popping it out, hybrid in hand. Wind coming straight into her teeth, playing that high, hard cut there, and that was just delightful from Lydia.
It's another little masterpiece. This par 3, the 15th, 149 yards today. Plays downhill a little more like 143, and that wind's coming back into the face, maybe at 11 o'clock, so there's a tiny bit of hurt off the left, but more or less straight back into the teeth of it. And you have to take it left to this flag, unless you're feeling brave and you want to take it on. But with this wind, there is a lot of room left of it. It's got to be a 7-iron, surely. Flighted down 7-iron for Angel Yin.
Just needed a couple of yards more, just caught that bunker that we saw Lydia Ko in earlier.
I think this, but the good thing is that we're on our target line. You've got a lot of room short.
I'm sure that bunker has seen lots of action today, has it, Katrina?
I think it has, yes. We've seen quite a few players in that.
I've already done a few holes earlier today with Charlie holding on that bunker short right. That's why if you want to play this, listen, pars on these par 3.
Great scores. So if you want to play prudent play, take it left of this flag into this strong wind. You don't want to mess around. Solid 7-iron to the middle of the green.
All right.
Nelly was telling that tee shot to sit, and that barely just covered that left greenside bunker there.
And here's Vu for bogey on the 16th after finding the bunker off the tee. Oh, and all that good work she did round the turn, making those birdies. Just giving away, you just kick yourself when you make a double.
We return to the elevated 15th tee, Eri Jatanagarn on it.
Let's see what she can produce, shall we? We've got one short right in the bunker, one on the left-hand side. See if she can split the difference. Has to be a 7 as well. It's been a tough day for her today so far. Started lower, more convincing.
And an excellent shot. We've seen, amazingly, a few really good shots into this hole because it's a very tough pin position. As Iona was saying, I'd be aiming middle of the green, but excellent shot there from Jitana Garn.
And Inji Chun with her second shot here into 13. Fairway medal in hand, probably a 5-wood, getting that to scooch on down. You can see Mimi Rhodes's ball right there, and this needs to slow down just a hair. Got that backstop right there, and there's going to be an excellent opportunity for Inji Chun to make eagle.
See if she can get the read right. It's full diffuse. And we go to Woad at 17.
Woad just hitting a 3-wood off the tee there. Keep short of the cross bunkers.
Fine.
Yeah, that'll do. Can't always see much of 17 and from down at the second shot. It's an amazing flag. That of Wales, and an amazing place as well that we're calling home for the very first time here at Royal Porthcawl this week.
And Lydia Ko on 17T, just with the iron. Get it down there in position. Playing downwind the 17th. She'll be disappointed to miss the fairway there with an iron.
Great view from down low behind Hyoju Kim. Here at 16, plenty of clubs still with the second at the par 4.
Yeah, it just shows you there how much uphill she can just see the top of the flagstick.
Hold it up, win. Got a shot.
But a great shot there, lovely shot. Back into that wind.
Every time Andrew Cotter comes back in the commentary box, someone hits an absolute perler. You're very good at that.
Yeah, I really am a blessed lucky charm. Said nobody ever, certainly not Angel Yin. Got to hit this hard just to get it up.
And that was like a carbon copy of Lydia Ko's we saw 10 minutes earlier. See if she can hold a putt.
We come into this round looking ahead to seeing Lottie Wood playing from a home point of view, and it's Mimi Rhodes. Again, another player you know well from your Curtis Cup captaincy. More from her to come, but this is Austin Kim. Oh, what a touch that is. She's in line for a, at the moment, in line for a, early days when you look ahead to the Solheim Cup in the Netherlands next year, but she's a player who's moving herself into the reckoning in American terms. Headed, of course, by this woman.
Nelly next away here at 15. As I say, I've had one trip already to this green, and earlier on today I saw 2 enormous putts hold from around about where Nelly is right now, but it's a double breaker. It's going to be a bit left to right and then move in the other direction in the second half, and boy, do you have to hit this one.
And she judged that one very well, just up to a couple of feet.
Here is Mimi Rhodes. Down in 2 for the birdie.
Go, 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 get in there!
And nice, another star from the Curtis Cup team last year, both her and Lottie Wood.
Yeah, and her younger sister, Patience Furui, to get to 2 under. Pin in, plenty of room for the ball to sneak in the left-hand side.
Angel getting some extra advice for this one. This is not an easy putt to read, and extra pressure when you know it's for your par. It's ever so slightly back up the hill, which is great on these greens, these links greens that are slower than what they're used to week in, week out. But sometimes when you're not sure, you can take a bit of the break out and just hit them a little bit firmer. You think it's going to want to move from right to left a fraction.
And that was just exactly what we saw Lydia Ko do. The same shot off the tee, same bunker shot, and Lydia missed it just left as well.
And here is the aforementioned grass growing with the ball. Good sound on it.
Potential flyer. That's exactly what happened. That's almost impossible not to get that kind of spring forward from that lie. She'll have her work cut out. Chipping back into the wind, which is a good thing.
Jutanugarn hasn't had many birdie chances today. Be very welcome. Up the slope, nice and firm. Bingo.
Yeah, just a couple of birdies in the card. Never gives much away in her facial expressions, Jutanugarn.
And here's Ward up the hill on 17. Just shouldn't get much of a flyer, just being just in that first cut. Very well judged there. Let it bounce up the green, run out. It's another nice birdie chance.
Nelly for par to stay in the red. Yeah, well judged. Difficult little putt that.
It's the name of Rio Takeda up there. I mentioned her aunt. Her aunt was a good golfer, Mayumi Hirase, who won 18 times in the LPGA of Japan Tour, and she won once on the LPGA Tour. I'll come back to this in a minute. Céline Boutier.
That was a lovely sound from that bunker shot. You just heard that real thump.
Really well done by Céline.
Do you know where I'm going with this story, that she won once
I do, yes.
on the LPGA Tour? It was in Japan.
Is it a playoff?
Yeah.
Wonder who she beat in the playoff.
Anyway, I say we'll come back to the story. There's not much more to it than that. She beat Laura Davis in the playoff. Chun to get to 4 under.
My playoff record was horrific, so that's one of quite a few. I don't know what happened in playoffs. I lost the plot.
The thing is, Takeda won the Toto Japan Classic as well, so they kept in the family of 20, 25 years apart. Georgia Hall, can she close with a birdie? Very popular figure, and certainly here has had a lot of support. I think 1 under par is the very least that the players will be looking for today, because they know there's good scoring out there. You can see a car. Tidy, but there's no red numbers out there today.
I think a good start though for Georgia. She's been struggling, missed the last couple of majors, didn't get in them, so, you know, under par, she won't be too disappointed.
Hyo-Joo Kim.
She's battling her way round today. Left that short. Putting into the wind makes a definite difference.
Now here's Mimi Rhodes. She got into that tie for 3rd place. And a putt that demanded her attention. Enjoying herself. They're enjoying supporting her as well.
I think her sister Patience is out there watching.
Yeah, from Bath originally. Grew up in Sotogrande, didn't she, in southern Spain.
Yeah, they're both fluent in Spanish.
Lydia's so good around the greens, and there's another example. Yes, beautifully played. She hits the right shot all the time because she's not scared of any of them, and that's the big key. A lot of people revert to type with their short game. They want to hit the shot that they like. She hits the shot you need to hit. Beautiful.
And such soft hands. You just see she just barely looks like she's holding on to the club.
That was a good example of favour the left side with the weight. Chun aggressive with the eagle putt, but confident enough to roll in the birdie.
Yeah, beautiful approach shot on this 17th hole from Lily Woad. I'll just tell you that that Lydia Ko chip shot was just exquisite because it was lying pretty ordinary, to say the least. Now Lottie, downwind, so it's going to keep trudging on. A little bit left to right. She needs this one.
She'll be angry there, leaving it short. I'm not sure it ever quite had the line either. Well, it's a par on the hard 16th hole. Sorry, 17th hole.
Oh, I'm looking at your playoff record now, actually. You're not wrong.
Oh, it's horrendous. Go on then. I'm interested now.
Okay, we'll break away briefly for
proper golf.
You two, Kim. Oh no. Just a bit of a pull. You don't see that too often. Very, very solid. Yeah, 10 tournaments you're in that went to playoffs, and you won 2 of them.
Yeah, it's at LPGA.
Just LPGA.
Yeah, Dale Reed beat me 3 times in Europe in playoffs.
That's the deal. Oh, glorious swing from Chun.
Lovely drive there.
Well, yeah, you're 3 from 10, and then an LET ones as well.
I know. Why are you laughing?
I'm not. Just because life is sometimes quite amusing.
The players must have just been rubbing their hands when they saw play off against Laura.
They get to play off against me. They knew they had the victory. Oh, nice putt. Just misread that one.
I'd have thought you'd have been seriously intimidating in the playoff, though, with your stature in the game. They would have crumbled.
I just don't know what. I don't know what happened. I wasn't good at it, and that's just the way it was. Lovely round she's got going. Look at that. 70 on her first day. That's what dreams are made of for the young Welsh girl.
That's so impressive because, again, she was talking about the crowd coming out and to watch her and being in her home course and being in this environment. And she just played such good golf today. Vu.
Let's see if Rhodes can thread it between the bunkers here on 14 to get to the top of the hill, give herself a view of the green for her second shot.
Oh, this is going dramatically left. There's some nasty stuff out, mainly long rough bunkers. Oh, there's a marshal over there. I doubt she'll find it. Well, it's not one of those the other sides where you really don't need to be.
Yeah, Nana Rukan from Thailand for birdie on the 14th green. Oh yes, to get to 2 under.
Hyoju Kim on the penultimate tee.
262 max before you run out of fairway, hence the fairway wood. Arrow straight according to the marshal. Nice.
So beautiful first day of the 2025 AIG Women's Open, and Mimi Rhodes getting an English flag up there in amongst all those Japanese flags, 6 of them flying proudly near the top of the leaderboard. Okayama Takeda in with those 67s, setting the pace. So we'll see what Rhodes can do over the final 5 holes. A little bit of trouble on the 14th off the tee. And again, it's up to Austin Kim and Inji Chun with all her experience. See if they can threaten those leaders with a few holes to go. Minjee Lee, that's a solid start for the Australian with 3 majors to her name. And Gino Tidekun still chasing her first major, but I think perhaps the best player this season. And again, there's that very fine round of 70 from Darcy Harry with all the local support.
It's another very tough hole, 16 right now, playing back into the wind, and from 209 it's playing uphill, more like 225. Perfect lie. Flag's a long way back there as well, so trying to get one chasing here.
Again, looking at that club as if that came off very funnily off the club face, not what she was looking for. Was trying to a low runner, as Iona said, up that fairway and let it run up the green.
Looks like Angel might have a little bit of metal in the hand, which seems smart. You don't want to get anything too high because the wind will just stall it and it'll almost come back towards you. So you've got to know how to play one low. Angel's got plenty of power. She's got 204 yards, playing more like 220, maybe even a little more. Anything on the front of the green here would be an absolute result.
Slipped is the cry, but still on line, just didn't quite get it back there.
Lie could be worse for Nelly, but it's just take your medicine kind of shot, really. She's going to be scrambling for the par once again.
I feel I should say, as we talk about your playoff record, still 20 LPGA wins, 45 Ladies European Tour wins, so that's all I'm saying. So
that's very kind of you to bring some good news right now. Second into 14. You don't see much here. Pick a line at the top of the hill and try and hit that mark.
Oh, magnificent. That was a fantastic shot. Not being able to see the green, as Laura said. You're just listening for a crowd reaction.
Yes, exactly. Or you can go sprinting up the top of the hill, but I was never game for that.
We'd be back listening for the crowd.
And Madeline Sagstrom. Very good line to approach that flag if you go beyond that bunker, but yeah, not her finest.
BTA here, second shot in 17. Downwind. Just got to land this at the front and let it run up. Steady. Just see how it's maybe drying out there a little bit with this wind and the sun. That took a big bounce forward. I think she landed that probably where she was wanting to.
Yeah, it was absolutely beautiful shots. This shot perfect. Yeah, we could have a couple of games on the greens on the weekend. It's not supposed to be that way.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, I think it is going to be drying out a bit given the forecast and the wind. It's a good looking swing again from Mimi Rhodes and a good view of this pin.
She hacked out sideways. This is her third. 3 wins this year. Very impressive young player.
You can see her trying to punch that one, keep it low. Oh, I nearly hit it too well. Got it going right through the wind.
Really good.
But went to Wake Forest. So went through the American collegiate system. They come out so well rounded and polished and just ready to go, don't they?
Absolutely. It's great to see.
Nelly with a little pitch back into the breeze. Coming out of the second cut might actually help it release.
Yeah, clever play there. Left herself an uphill putt, although it will be slow. It's certainly one of those you can just stand up and fire it at the back edge, back of the hole.
Hyo-Joo Kim, second to the 17th. Just in the first cut. And there's a twirl and a leap to try and see. Yeah, again, so many players think from down there that that must be good, and they're all just a little bit shy.
It's difficult, isn't it? You're just trying to judge how firm a bounce you get. There's a little element of luck.
Like a strong one of these is like the best.
Lovely sawn off follow through there. Just land it in the fairway, run it up as close to that end of the fairway as you can. Oh, she's lost this out to the right, and that'll be quite short too. Might be a long way back.
The only good thing is we can see the ball. She's got a decent lie.
Well, it's been a tough day for Jin Young Ko. Doesn't end with a birdie. Six over 78. Couple of halves of 39 and hope for better on the morn.
Angel Yin did manage to find a green in regulation on 16, which I think is quite an achievement in itself. But the job is not done. This is so slow. Give it some welly.
And that was an excellent putt. Judged that distance. Look at her smiling. She liked that one. Just give it a bit of a hit and hope you've got the right pace.
Yeah, she's a lovely character, Angel. Really enjoys it out there. Now Sagström saw a poor first putt from distance, well off the green. Can she make up for it? She can't. Oh, I thought that was in. That would have been such a difference to her day. One under par. She'll have to settle for level.
Bucket hats, her and her caddy. Do you think that's a requirement of the caddy? They have to wear the bucket hat.
I think Shane, he's quite happy to do that. He's a bit of an extrovert himself. Shane Codd.
So that's now to save par.
Yeah, I saw a little off the left here for Nelly, but not a lot. All depends on how aggressive you are with the pace. Left edge if you're going to hit it firm.
Oh. Thought that was just getting away from her. Died into the hole.
This is what the really good players do. She's not got her best stuff today by any means, struggling out there, having to get up and down from distance for pars, but she's only 4 back. That's all she'll be thinking about.
Here on you, back on the 16th tee.
Again, all the players just kind of nudging down a long iron or a hybrid into position.
No bunker?
I don't know. Yeah.
No, it's not in the bunker.
No,
She'll be glad, won't she? She'll be delighted when they get down there.
18th tee then for the group taking most of the spectators this afternoon. Just having to wait.
Well, I'm actually up on the fairway, and because of the group in front have taken, well, they've been waiting as well, so I haven't actually, I'm not able to see anybody hitting up, but if I can see a ball in the air, I'll let you know.
Well, we will tell you what's happening here, and if a ball appears, then all is well. But it's Lottie Wood with the driver.
I think that's perfect. Little cut, bounding down the fairway. That's just going to be a mid-iron into the green there in the par 5. Absolutely perfect.
Yeah, you feel if she finds a birdie on the final hole that she can say, okay, level par. It's not been great, but I haven't done any real damage.
Yeah, I think that's right. I don't think she's been anywhere near her best today, but level par and, you know, late tee time. I always think the early time is easier. I think she'll be pretty satisfied with the day's work. She may birdie here.
Taking one down the left, trying to cut it back. It looks like it's coming, but not quite enough. But then, you know, it's not a bad area. Oh, I was going to say, as long as you get a good lie. Trish showed us earlier in the day that you can get good lies, but you can get horrors. That looks like a horror.
The thing is, it's amazing how much distance that takes off if you catch the rough on a links course. If you hit the fairway, you get that extra probably 20, 30 yards.
Same line. Can she get a better lie? Oh, you can see it.
Again, it's the approach to the green. There were bunkers left and front left of the bunker of the green. It's tight from there. So Lottie Wood in good position.
And here's Mimi Rhodes for par and 14 after hacking out the rough. Their second. Oh, and a very good effort.
Arya Jutanagarn just working through a few things. You see the cross bunkers coming in about 240 or so.
Yeah, straight down the breeze, 17. Cross bunkers, as you say, 257. So you want to lay yourself short of those.
You can be close to them, actually. That's the thing. You get so much run and that's still going on, but it's oh wow, is it okay? I mean, that's close. And again, that's what links golf can do to you. You think, okay, that's fine. You get 50 yards a run.
Yeah, sometimes it just depends. If you hit a little down slope on the fairway or hit into a slope, can make such a difference to how much roll you get.
As a reminder, if you scan the QR code, you can shop away in the official 2025 AIG Women's Open shop. Sorry, that man just scuttling out of the way there. Well, it took my attention and took Nellie's attention.
You have got to laugh. Poor chap, got the fright of his life. World #1 on the tee, about to give him a fright with a 6-iron.
Good swing.
Oh dear, you got to have discipline on this tee. Not hit too much club.
Did you see if Arya Jutanagarn stopped short of the bunkers because it kept on running?
No, I don't know.
All will be
unsure.
revealed. That's the danger, again, downwind, you get that shoot forward, as Katrina was saying, and just never stop.
That one shot down the hill on 14. Can she make birdie? Get to 4 under. A little left to right. Enough speed. Oh.
Good to see her going well, though, because she had all sorts of injury problems last year, and she was once the best in the world in 3 majors. Back in 2015-16, she won a couple.
And such a nice person. I mean, when she won her US Open at Lancaster, she started a foundation there and helps all the local communities. Goes back there every year.
Now, from a long way back, Kim. Can she get it far enough to get on just the front edge? It'd be good. It looks like it might have had a bit of a flyer. But yeah, just popped up into that wind. It's so difficult, and that'll be, we saw Angel putt from there. That'll be a tough 2-putt.
Hyo-Joo Kim from some distance. It is a birdie putt. Yeah, he'd take that all day long. Beautiful pace. So the first page of the leaderboard hasn't changed for a while, and you can see everybody on that first page now completing their rounds. But Eri Okayama and Ryo Takeda, I don't think they're going to be challenged, although Inji Chun might have something to say about that. Laura Funfstück in with that 69. Good place for the German golfers, with Bernhard Langer winning twice the Senior Open and Alex Checker the last one, so maybe there's something in the Porthcawl air.
Put away, down the hill, little right to left. She normally scares the hole, but even she's dollied one down there in the jaws. She'll have to settle for a 70. Not a bad day's work, very solid player.
Here's Austin Kim deciding just to hit the chip and run up the green. Just checked up a fraction, not bad.
Looking down on the 18th, again for the members it is the 17th hole, but just works best with the design that they can get stands around this 18th green, or a stand there to the left. And this is Lynn Grant, and I think this is for birdie. There we go, popular figure, and a closing birdie for a round of 70. Not nearly enough hugs in the men's game at the end of rounds. I think we should bring those in.
Don't talk to me about hugging.
We loved the hugs, didn't we, Laura?
Well, Katrina and I used to walk on the green with our hand fully stretched. Yeah. The anti-hug brigade sat in this comms box.
No, I'm a paid-up member of that as well. So
you don't like the hug?
Oh God, no, absolutely not.
No place for it.
I'll just
I
wave
can't
from
remember
a
when it started.
No, a long time ago.
Chung on the 15th, down the hill, the par 3. And for a tricky pin, we've seen some really good shots into that pin.
My point about the hugs as well is that no one's doing it with any real feeling anyway. They're all just doing a token pat on the back.
It's the double tap. That's the one that really gets to me.
Lottie Wood.
201 yards. Monstrous drive, over 300 yards, just an iron in. It's not an easy shot still. That right-hand side is probably, yep, just there. Get out of there. Okay.
That's pretty good now, actually, coming across a good bit of green.
Trish used to like a hug. She was a hugger on the 18th.
Did she start it, in fact?
I think Trish Johnson started it way back in 1876.
I could always think of nothing worse. You've played in 90 degrees, humid, you're wet. Who wants to hug someone?
Quite right, Katrina.
Good chat as we enjoy the swing of Lottie Wood again. Really dynamic move through, and then that curvature of the spine. It's, I say, a young person's swing, but it's working so well. It's interesting to hear some other golfers as well saying they're just looking at the swing and saying, there's interesting things there that we could maybe try and work in. It's been so effective over the last month. Well, over the last years, but she's come to prominence in the last month. There's another very good swing here. Her former Curtis Cup teammate.
Another one sort of at it, maybe drifting a bit left of the flag now. That's okay though. You're safe, Train. There's been 17 birdies here, and that's not a pin you'd have down as a hole where lots of birdies are going to be made.
Perfect. Stay on it.
Angel down the left-hand side. Seen quite a lot of this today. Angel likes to get the club in the back of the ball and see what looks nice. She's got 206, but playing a whole lot less with this wind. Absolutely humming down the hole. And there's a bunker up there.
So if we're both going right, then we'll just go short.
There's a bunker up there, about 35 yards short of this green, and she does not want to land anything up there. She just needs to carry it past that. Can't be more than a 6-iron, and then it will just trundle its way up.
Just looking to be short of the green, she was saying. Well, it's careered on. What a shot that is now. Settled there. One of the best we've seen.
Great shot there. They topped that one out, and they just decided they wanted to land that short, and they worked that out perfectly.
Nelly in a good position here, ball lying nicely from 189 yards. Won't need more than a 7-iron. She knows it's going to take a hot bounce with this wind.
Another very, very good one.
Would put it past Nelly to pop that one in, birdie the last, all of a sudden shoot 69, and it looks like a good round. That's the way she is.
The good players can make a kind of good round look quite ordinary.
Oh, it doesn't look too pleasant for Lilia Vu. Oh my, well, there is the line. And you saw it instantly heading left.
That's about one of the worst lies we've seen. She just looked like she hit that as hard as she could, and it still grabbed the club and went left.
Yeah, that long grass just all over the top of the ball. You know what it's going to do, but you still have to try and hit the right shot, but so difficult.
Yeah, Lydia's lie is nowhere near as bad as Vu's lie. Was just a shocker. Yeah, she can get the back of the ball on, club on this. And I think, as you said earlier in the comms box, 9 times out of 10, Lilia. Oh, I get them mixed up. I've got to stop having Lydia's, and Lottie's. Can I please have a group without the 3 L's tomorrow? That was not good, because that lie wasn't anywhere near as bad. Vu's lie was as bad as anything I've seen. Now, Lottie Woad, well, she hit a very sensible second shot. I don't think you can get anywhere near this pin. It's not a chance with a left to right downwind.
Back to Lottie Wood shortly.
Long birdie putt up the hill into the wind. Inevitably she'll come up short, although it's on a really good pace. Oh, it's a lovely putt. Really well done.
Yeah, I thought she might putt this. I must admit, she's not a big fan of the Texas wedge, is she? She's played a couple of fairly loose ones today already. One at the 9th comes to mind. But this is easy, almost as easy as it gets. It's straight up the hill and it's into the breeze, so she can be aggressive. I'm glad to say that back off wasn't due to me for once.
It's okay, she would have been hoping for a little bit better. So she'll have that for her birdie, and we'll go back to Austin Kim.
Two putts she had from the very front of the green. Just slipping out there in her second one.
If she gets this right, she'll be miles down there. She's a little bit too far left as well, and it's not coming back, so she's going to be in the rough as well. Oh, that's set up.
Just as Katrina was saying, she's lost out on 60 yards there. It's the difference. Hit the rough, hit the fairway.
Yeah, tricky putt. Up the hill, left to right, considerably. And right at the end, especially with the wind and the speed of the greens at the moment, it's going to die directly to her right-hand side. I think she's done well today, Lydia Veal. I don't think she's been on her game particularly, but she's fought hard. Sometimes that's more important than playing well. Come on. Let's finish with a decent putt. All about the pace, this one.
Yeah, she's battled away today. She looked to have sort of salvaged things around the turn. That's where the scoring is possible, but yeah, that ugly 6 on the 16th.
And here's Rhodes for birdie on 15. And she read, that was a terrible read. You could even see, you'd see that from here. That was going to be up the hill and off the right. Got that all wrong.
Lydia, outside chance you'd have to say. Turn a bit left to right, plenty of pace on it. No, good try.
You know, when this group went out and obviously taking a lot of the crowd with them, and they all birdied the first hole, and you thought, oh, hello, we could all set the heather on fire here, and it's not really happened.
Quite often happens with the marquee groups because they are playing with the best players in the field and the ones you feel like are your biggest competitors, and sometimes it just doesn't happen.
Again, a long way to go, and not a huge amount of damage done, but there are a lot of players under par today, and it's a costly back 9 for Lydia Ko.
Cut looks like level par at the moment. It's very much around that mark. It could go one either way depending on how much wind tomorrow.
Angel Yin to get to 2 under.
That was unlucky. That would have been a great birdie after that great second shot she hit out the rough.
Well, we talked about it. If she could finish with a birdie, get back to level par, I think she'd be satisfied with her day's work. So this is a big putt. Of course, it started with a birdie, ends with a birdie. A lot of grafting and hanging on in between, but a decent opener for Lottie Wood. Level par. She can get out and get an early start tomorrow and get moving.
Yeah, that'll make her feel a lot better. I think finishing, well, with holding that putt for birdie and shooting even par, no one, it just seems so much better than 1 over.
Oh, without a doubt. It's only one shot, but it makes you feel so much better going off that into the scorer's tent. She knows it was a tough day today. She'll have to get better, but she's only 5 back.
And as Andrew said, out early again, out early tomorrow, can get off. Hopefully, if the wind's not quite so strong, get out, get a good round in.
See if Nelly Corda can find a birdie on the penultimate hole. I've seen so many putts today, just coming up a fraction short, not just from Nelly Corda, but from so many others.
Inji Chung, let's see if she's learnt from Rhodes' putt earlier. And she did. She got the line, just not quite the speed.
Yeah, again, another putt coming up short. There we are. I don't think we're going to see anybody challenging the jointly held lead of Eri Okayama and Ryo Takeda. Again, the Japanese dominance at the top of the board. There are still those in that group, Mimi Rhodes and Inji Chun, playing together and pulling each other along. going very nicely. So we are, good opening round as well from Minji Lee and Gino Titikun. They will be afternoon starters tomorrow. And once again, what an impressive round from Darcy Harry, the Welsh flag, up there in Wales for the first time at an AIG Women's Open. And it's so important to have that local interest, and can't get more local than a member. Darcy Harry actually from just outside Cardiff, but has been a member here for 6 years or so. And now we go back to Mimi Rhodes, tee shot on the 16th.
Got the driver out. She's going to take this hole on. I like that. Managed to hold that second putt on 15. Very big putt to make. You don't want back-to-back bogeys. And that is an absolute beauty. Right to the limits of this hole. Well done.
Yeah, that's boldness rewarded.
Second shot here on 17 for you. Laid it up off the tee, far enough back where she'd be able to get a visual of the flag stick. Gets it to chase on up to the putting surface. Number of players we've seen leave their second shots short of the entire green.
Straight down the wind, the 18th right now. Further left you go, the tighter angle you have for your second shot.
Looks good.
Perfect. And it's going to run. Watch the difference now. This one will scuttle along. And that's the further right it goes, the easier the second shot.
And Arya Jutanagarn with the ball speed with her 3-wood. That of more than a lot of players with their driver. She's had a day.
She's had a day. Just tired teddy bear, taking a moment to herself.
Nelly has drawn a crowd around this 18th tee. Rightly so, the world number one. It's been a bit of a battle out here today. How she'd like to find one more fairway. Throw one down the right half here, Nelly.
Snug left, taking the driver. Well, that seemed to burrow in there.
Lay up for sure. Give herself an angle with her third shot.
And it's always a treat to watch Angel Yin playing golf. She's a great character. She's got a powerful swing, and it's got a lovely sort of freeness to it. You can learn a lot from watching Angel Yin playing golf. The rhythm over the ball, the way she uses her lower body with every club in the bag to drive through the shot. And that wind is mainly down, but a touch off the right at the moment. Let's see if she can find the right half. That is position A. She'd have a good chance. Eagle time. Let's see it.
On the rough again. So probably a layup from her as well. You want, visually it's a hard shot that. You know you've got to go further right, but you know if you let it go, there's some gorse bushes up there, so you always know it's safe down the left, and it's hard to do what Arya did. She hit the perfect one.
We'll make our way up to the green. Hyoju Kim. Open look at this green. And the rough just kind of growing across, if you will, and that just kind of caused it to be a little bit of a clacky, fluffy kind of contact. It does not make its way over to the top tier of this putting surface. That'll be just for sure.
You've come up with some cracking English words today. I must admit, claggy, fantastic, well played.
Here's Austin Kim.
Yeah, just beautiful, beautiful tempo. Holds it at the top for ages and then just lets it rip, and this has got to stay up. Slowly, ball, slowly. She is a dangerous, dangerous player there, living life on the edge.
Don't know. They are okay. Celine Boutier just stayed out of the sand, but this will require a bit of touch.
Yeah, look for plenty of clubhead speed here through the ball. And that seemed a bit thin, to be fair. Not her best contact at all, that.
There's a slightly side hill lie there, and the lower on the face you catch it, as long as you don't actually scull it, it's going to cause the ball to actually spin more and more. That bottommost groove will cause the most spin.
This is the Spanish amateur Carla Bernat playing alongside Bronte Law and Shinsil Bang. Good scoring late in the day. There are 9 amateurs in the field. Look at that, after dropping a couple of shots in the opening 3 holes.
And you can see at the top of the grandstands, the wind's just still steady, whipping. Beautiful blue skies, though. Definitely a treat compared to what the intended forecast was 48 hours ago.
Yeah, there are a few wind-burned faces out there, sun and wind-burnished faces. Everyone's had a nice day, I'm sure, watching the golf. Some of those on the course have had less enjoyable days, but now Choi has been, Hyo Joo Kim has been pretty solid.
You were close. You didn't get any of it right.
No. Got nationality correct.
Well done.
Just roll this in for a birdie and bring this to an end.
Is it going to reach? It's on a good line. Such a shame. Again, another great player battling, but she's only 5 back. She'll tap that in. She knows she hasn't played her best, but in there still.
And has the benefit of an early morning tee time tomorrow, as does Celine Boutier and Yulimi No, who are also in this pairing.
Mimi Rhodes has been sizing this up for some time.
Can she get it back to this pin? We haven't seen many balls back there. She's in the perfect spot.
Yeah, ball just below her feet, straight back into the teeth. So, wanting to hit something. Oh, and she's lost this well right, spun out of it. Oh, dear.
It's such a hard shot to this green because you see nothing behind the green. It kind of drops away. It's just a difficult shot.
Yeah, for sure. It gives it almost like that infinity pool type of effect. And you see Inji Chun here getting ready to hit her approach. Hybrid in hand. And you can see right there, if she were to go on and raise the trophy this week, she will have completed the career Grand Slam. Staring this one down, and does not quite get the bounce up over that bunker, makes its way back down to the bottom. Hopefully there was just enough pace where she'll be able to get both feet into that bunker there, but still nonplussed.
Celine Boutier for a closing birdie.
Better looking stroke than most of the ones we've seen, and this one gets to the hole.
Finally, she's had her struggles on the greens today, and then at the last, you can see when there's not many red figures on there, you know somebody's not particularly putting well, but that was so much better.
Okay, just hung on. Outside birdie chance. And I'll break a little bit. Yeah, that's nicely done. 17 has been very tricky. 5th hardest hole today.
Now Yulimi No with her putt for birdie here. She's had a bit of a rough day out there and just quickly came out of that one. She can't sign her scorecard fast enough.
Adam Scott's putter there by the looks of it. Adam's been using that very well this year.
And you could just see the double bogeys on a 16 and 17 really derailed her round. If she had just kind of walked off with 4s on those 2 holes, she'd have shot 74 and still displeased, but still within striking range.
5. I like controlled 6, knowing that carries 170. I'd go right over the Mercedes. You know what I'm saying?
There's no out of bounds there, right?
There is not.
Caddy does quick check. There is not.
The quick last minute check. Looks like a 6-iron in hand for Nelly Korda. Angel Yin was forced to lay up. Her ball was buried. But it is such a difficult angle from this left-hand side. Everything kicks down from left to right.
Well, and that was pretty well played from Nelly, all things considered. That ball flew right over that Mercedes sign that her caddy Jason told her to take it right over.
With the wedge, Jitanagarn, perfect tee shot. Straight down the breeze. So tough to get it anywhere near this flag. Anywhere on the green would be a good result.
Well, 3 with 9-iron. Oh, wedge, sorry. Probably should have been a 9-iron, but she'll be so disappointed with that after the tee shot.
It's been a good season at the majors for Maria Jitanagarn. Very consistent. Top 10s in 3 of the 4. Was runner-up to Mao Saigo at the Chevron. You see, she is down in 7th place. No wins, but hey, wins in majors are hard to come by. So there are the winners in the majors, obviously at the top of things. Minjee Lee, Mao Saigo, Grace Kim winning the Evian, and Maya Stark the US Open. But the consistency from Jitanagarn this season has been impressive. There's a bit of slow-mo Nelly for you. Mimi Rhodes, loose second shot.
Just down in that valley there, but if this, absolutely delightful wee chip there. Easy little tap in for her par.
It's the first time you could say we've found a good angle on this 18th hole. Angel Yin from a little over 110. There's a little ridge halfway through this green. She's got to carry it over that.
And that a rare miscue from Angel there. You see that slump of the shoulders. Birdie the first 2 par 3s, failed to make birdie on 13, and it's going to be hard graft to make birdie here on 18.
It has all looked beautiful today at Porthcawl though, and again the forecast really was for quite a lot of rain today. They feared the worst, they got some of the best, and we're going to get conditions similar to this tomorrow and Saturday. A bit mixed on Sunday. Here's Inji Chun.
Yeah, land this one just over halfway, or she's gone the lower route, going to run it down as far as she can, but nope, just a bit short.
And that'll be okay. Give her about 6-7 feet for her par.
And now 17th hole is birdie for you.
And that was low the whole way. Easy ball, easy. Probably a little bit longer of a par putt than she would have liked.
Popular spot, I imagine, over on this right-hand side as well today. Back into the breeze for Nelly.
Yeah.
Oh, a wee beauty.
Yeah, most people have been coming up short from there. We've seen a few, but Nelly Corda almost getting it right up to the pin. Watching this group for much of the day, Iona, I wonder what you've made of it all, and I suppose Nelly Corda in particular.
Well, it's not been an easy day, Andrew. Having been out this morning and then again this afternoon, the wind a lot of the time has definitely been stronger and made things very, very tough. So I think Nelly overall will be pretty pleased with her performance today. She's fought hard and it's been mentally very tough. A lot of decisions to be made, particularly off the tee, and sometimes, you know, she has given herself a longer shot in for that second shot, but she's made some smart decisions and plotted her way around, not made any silly mistakes. Aria Jatanagarn, however, has not looked herself. She's not given up the ghost though. She's also continued to fight, but it would be a little bit sweeter if she could finish with a birdie.
Get a much longer birdie putt than this. Oh, come on. Lovely try. She'll have to settle for a birdie, but that'll get her back to level par. And all in all, not a bad day.
Now we see get another look. That one just kissing that left side there of the cup. Should be a little more than a tap in for Aria. Deference to the other players. Going to make sure she's going to mark that. And it just kind of showcases the level of play that we all expect from these players. You know, Aria going to tap that one in for her par, finish at level par. You know, let's say if Nelly were to go and make that putt for her birdie, she's 2 under par, only 3 shots back, but we could probably sit there and say, oh man, the number of chances that these players have seemingly missed. You know, like Celine Boutier in the group in front, you know, we saw that birdie that she made on 18, that lone birdie, and we were kind of thinking, you know, it's kind of a lackluster day, but it showcases the ability of these players and the ball striking, say, in Celine's case.
And as far as Angel Yin is concerned, she's come up shy a lot of the time today when she's had the putter in her hand. This one down the slope to begin with, so it should scuttle up. Oh, very nearly.
And that was a valiant effort from Angel there. She must have sensed what you were saying, Iona, because she made sure to give that one a chance to get there.
Inji Chun out of the sand, this to save par. Yeah, very well done. Knows how important that was just to keep the momentum going towards the end of the round. No, she's got that par 5 18th to come. See if Nelly can close with a birdie. Nice pitch to here. This for a round of 70.
You know, she's looking just outside of 4 feet for this putt. There won't be a lot of movement. Really good time to be on the more aggressive side. Got to give yourself a chance. There you go. And that is a birdie on the final hole for world number 1. 2 under par 70. Not a lot of like real mistakes out there. Just not a lot of fireworks out of Nelly's round. You know, just a lot of grit. So all in all, got to be satisfied with the day. Maybe not pleased, but at least satisfied. That being said, you don't have a choice. You got to take whatever score you end up with.
That is very true.
Have to show the grit sometimes. Dig out a score from somewhere. Angel Yin from the low down angle. It didn't look as if it would run very far past, but I think it might have just gone a little bit more.
Yeah, and on the positive, Angel had the benefit of seeing what the ball did as it did go past the cup from the long side of the screen here. So it just gives you a little bit of extra confidence knowing, okay, I saw what it did going past. Just got to replicate it backwards. Center cup, nicely done. That was a hard day's work for Angel Yin.
Yeah, again, just a little bit of treading water on the way back in. No birdies, one shot gone, back in 37.
Aria, just to tidy up her day. For a 72.
And that one does drop, so we've got a 70, a 71, and a 72 from this pairing here. And not a lot of birdies, only 3 birdies out there, are offset by 3 bogeys from Aria. They'll have all very much earned a nice dinner tonight. Maybe a glass of wine.
Yeah, and a bit more energy in those hugs as well. I think they were fully committed to those hugs.
And they were committed to being done. Dealing with that wind can be quite the effort there. So well done from all of our players.
Sorry guys, I'll do it after. I just need to sign my scorecard.
So Nellie's got to sign her score and then maybe sign a few autographs as well. The low score off that 3-ball. There we are, the sun glinting on the Bristol Channel as we look down a few pages of the leaderboard for you. So nearing the end of the play, still a good few groups to come in, a few holes to be played, but it's really been Japan's day on the first day of the AIG Women's Open, and Okayama and Takeda setting the pace with those rounds of 5 under 67. Ina Yoon with that 69, the leading Korean player. And Alexa Pano, the only American on the first page. But plenty of Americans not too far away, not least Andrea Lee. That was an earlier finish for Andrea Lee. Mimi Rhodes still out in the course alongside In-Ji Chun, so we'll see how they finish.
Lindy Duncan there, you can see, shot 2 under 70 earlier in the day. What a thrilling year she's had so far. Lynn Grant also in with a 2 under 70.
I think with that 70 for Nelly Korda again, you know, she got the most out of the round. Wasn't her very best, but she can look forward to that earlier tee time.
Yes, certainly. And that really does showcase how high a caliber of golfer she is, where she can go about and have just a fairly lackluster day and be 3 shots back of the leaders.
See, Narinan, the Korean player, at 2 under after 15, so she's got a chance to see what she can find in the last 3 holes, and indeed here she is. Second to the 16th.
Quite a long way back. Can she reach the front of this green? Oh, she's hit a beauty. That's a very good shot. Might not look that good, but that's very well done.
And on the 17th tee, In-Ji Chun going with it looks like a hybrid in her hand. Again, rule number 1, keep it short of those bunkers there. She sees her ball just scampering on down there. That is just about as far up as you would play in order to still see that flag.
Now that target, you can see you really need to be about 10 yards right of that if you want to hit this fairway. Now she's cut it nicely. This will be absolutely perfect.
Just a beautiful little cashmere fade for you right there. We see her chasing on down into the middle of the fairway.
340 to that bunker, so she's hit that a good 285, 290.
Just an iron. It doesn't even look particularly long iron for Mimi Rhodes.
Well, we heard Nelly hit a 6 iron. This doesn't look much more.
You can hear the wind through the microphone. She's staring this one down. He's just drifting down that left side just a little bit. So she will miss the fairway.
Consecutive Ladies European Tour after earning her card for this season, and there she is, unsurprisingly, on top of the LET Order of Merit ahead of Sarah Kuskova of the Czech Republic, Shannon Tan of Singapore, Ellen Bream has also been going well. And there are some events which are co-sanctioned, so you see the names of Gino Titicun coming in there as well. Darcy Harry, we've been talking about a great deal. 2 under par, 70 for Harry today. Back to the 18th tee.
This will be a fun watch here. Beautiful tee shot, and you can just see that little chasing left to righter. And that is just going to catch that rough there on the left side for Austin. Oof, disappeared in some of that roughage.
No, I don't think you have to go that far right. I think honestly, if it comes down like on the grass path,
like 7, 6, 3.
Oh, really nice second shot into the 16th for Anne.
Still level 3 right now. Wind is up there.
It's always a good par on the 16th into the breeze.
7, right?
Mm-hmm.
Won't get to the right bunker, right?
No.
It's 2, 300.
Well, Austin Kim's tee shot was recorded, so this is her second to the final hole.
You can see just getting right after it there. He needs to slow down a little bit. It's going to be right of number 18 green, and maybe right of the tee box, or left of the tee box on 1.
Just seeing the way that seemed to be lying almost on top of the that looked awful.
It's horrific. I'm not looking forward to seeing that shot for her. That is
Are you
very
not?
difficult. Well, I suppose a little bit was looking forward to it, but I feel sorry for her because she went for it. Didn't pay off.
So Mimi Rhodes was just a medium iron off the tee.
A sawed-off finish there for Mimi. Just needs that to scamper on up there. Probably pulled her second shot by 7 yards or so. Cannot dance with that right side though. Open maw of a bunker.
Oh, here we are.
Well, the good thing is she's got a clear line to the pin. The bad thing is it's just going to grab hold of this club head. If she's sensible, she'll just knock it out pin high right about 25 feet if she can.
You're right down in the metal.
Yeah, she's got this choked all the way up because the ball, as you had said, sitting up, and this is just really, really crafty. Go on, ball.
Yeah, it doesn't look good, that, but I think she would probably take that.
Clever.
Yeah, could have got right underneath it. I haven't seen the name of Diksha Daga, the Indian golfer, going well in this couple under par.
Okay.
That's good.
Go on.
Good day.
Dad caddies for a very enthusiastic, lovely man out there with her every step of the way.
Yeah, Narinder giving that ball plenty of encouragement. Yeah, he's been out there for a while, unless that's recorded. Maybe he's long since finished. A reminder, tickets for next year, Royal Lytham and St Anne's. Scan that QR code and you can be there watching somebody surfing off the coast of Blackpool. Maybe not, he's dragging that in, he's finished.
Yeah, Mimi Rhodes has just come up just in the left-hand rough, just shy of this green. It's lying very nicely. It's going to release, it's downwind. It's just a case of seeing the shot and obviously just executing it, but it's going to break a little bit left to right. It's going to be fairly quick. It's one of those that you think you just get on the ground as soon as possible. There's a lot of chatting going on about how to play it. Pretty sure it's just going to be a little chip and run.
She does have some form of wedge in her hand, although it doesn't necessarily look like she's got a 60 degree. It might be a sand wedge or even sort of like that mid-lofted wedge. Caddy Douglas Pyrie, giving her last little bit of information regarding how the ball's going to react once it hits the ground.
Austin Kim off that very awkward lie in the rough. Ball hobbling its way up towards the hole there. AK on the ball. That'll be a par.
What does that stand for?
Well, it's difficult to work out, but
Here I was ready to answer straight away.
You were getting straight in there, weren't you? Andrew, way too ready for that one.
Lovely round of golf from Austin there, and you could see, you know, just satisfied, very, very, very fulfilled and satisfied after that round.
Yeah, Ingie's just, I think it's Ingie to go. Yes, it is. It's from the back of the green. This is going to be into the breeze. It's going to be a slow putt. It's going to break a little bit right to left. She can be aggressive with it.
keep coming round.
A beautiful execution there from Ingie. And that'll be a stress-free par for her. Lone bogey came on the opening hole and has been flawless ever since.
Yeah, Christina, you hit the nail on the head there, didn't you? Stress-free. Playing golf stress-free. Doesn't happen very often, does it? But out here on this course today, with the weather as good as it's been, in all honesty, most of the time, I think there's been a lot of birdie opportunities. The scores have been, yeah, very decent, haven't they, really, for the first day of an AIG Open. But the weather's been about as nice as you're going to get.
Well, it's been hard going, Trish, for Carlota Ciganda.
Well, Andrew, I just saw her score. I just said to the guy, I said, sorry, Ciganda, 7 over, are you joking? I expected her to do very well around here. Now this putt is a little left to right. Come on, let's get something going. Yeah, well done.
Yeah, her season's been up and down. She's had some very good results, but missed cut at the US Open and the Evian. 9th at the Chevron, though, won the Mayor LPGA Classic in Michigan in June, so very much feast or famine this season for Ciganda.
Now this birdie putt for you. Going up the hill, just going to drift to the right at the end. Just drifts a little bit too much.
No, roads for a par. Up the hill. Good firm wrap. Yeah, well done.
Listen to the support. That would have been hugely frustrating to drop a shot off a decent tee shot. And now can approach the par 5 18th with a little bit of pep in the step.
Now after her birdie putt went just outside of tap-in range by, that is going to be a par 5 for you. Playing alongside Austin Kim and Australia's Steph Kyriakou.
Now, what can we tell you about now? Why don't we tell you about the AIG shot of the day? There have been a few contenders for this, but you might have remembered if you were watching earlier that Yamashita, this was her tee shot on the 5th hole. She bogeyed the 1st hole, she birdied the 4th, and this was so nearly a hole in one, and the longest par 3 on the course. And this really was part of a magical run. 4 birdies in a row, and then she had an eagle in length as well, and that got her round up and running. Miyu Yamashita, the AIG shot of the day. That was part of our round of 68 for Yamashita. Came back in 37, struggled a little bit on the way back in, but still part of that very, very strong Japanese contingent. One shot behind Eri Okayama and Ryo Takeda. Shiho Kuwaki as well. Mao Saigo, major winner this year, alongside Chisato Iwai, the better of the Iwai twins today. Manon de Roy has been doing well in the LET as well. A little bit further down. So again, I'm just waiting for the last of the good scorers to finish their rounds. This is the 14th, and Su Bin Chu for birdie. But again, I think the important thing is, we've been talking about throughout the day that the conditions have been fairly even. So often it can be so different from morning to afternoon or vice versa, but I think there's a fairness about it as the sun starts to slip a little bit lower towards the channel. So it's looking over to the Gower Peninsula down past Swansea. Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise seeing Carlotta Saganda struggling so much today.
Do you know what though? She's done well to steady the ship. She started 7, which is a triple, then she had a birdie, but then an 8. So she was 6 over after 4 holes, and she's still only 6 over. If she can birdie or eagle the last, it's a good effort.
Now, tee shot on 15 for Diksha Dagger. And she's just leaning a little, giving a little body English.
And as soon as she hits a shot, every time she hits a shot, you hear her father Narinder. It's a good one. He'll be providing the commentary. There we are.
It kind of reminds me of my own father when he caddied for me my first 3.5 years on tour. Except we would be screaming and shouting over every shot.
Yes, it was quite the party out there with you and your dad, Christina.
A deliberate player, Saganda, just sizing up this drive, going with the driver.
This tee shot almost picture perfect in terms of how it should play for Carlotta Saganda, but just gave that a little too much of a tug before it started fading back around, so she'll be there in that rough. We saw quite a few dimples though from our vantage point, so she'll be all right.
Yeah, now Ingy on 18T. You've got to trust your line here. It's very easy to just sort of look up and not quite sure where it is. There is a house in the distance, a white house. That's the perfect line. You can just see the chimney top. So come on. Just up that right side is perfect today.
It's fading onto that house. Trish knows of what she speaks here around Porthcawl. Well, everywhere, but she knows this course better than almost anybody.
Andrew, that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
No, I didn't mean a word of it.
No, I didn't think you did.
I did. Come on now, here we are, Mimi Rhodes. Now she can shift it.
Yeah, massively impressive start to her LET career. I know she wants an awful lot more than that. This is a great start to her AIG.
That's more like it. That is absolutely massive.
Gets the chase on down the fairway there.
Didn't run as far as I thought, though. I thought that was going to get that big shooting bounce forward. I mean, it's perfect, but not as far as I thought. It looked great.
Well, if we look, it seems as though the breeze has started to cool down just a little bit.
jacket going on. Temperature cooling, but still the crowd following this. One of the final groups coming in. We'll tell you a bit about the story of the day. Lydia Ko, this was in this group which all started with a birdie. Lydia Ko judging it perfectly on the first, heading out in the afternoon.
This was a birdie putt from Nelly Korda on the 8th hole. Tiny little hole with an hourglass-shaped green. Absolutely beautiful.
Darcy, this for a birdie on 17. A little left to righter. Can she hit it hard enough? That was the problem early, and yes, she did.
You know, Mimi Rhodes has had a lot of different colours on the board. Bogeys, birdies, eagles. Dropped a shot on the 10th, but this was to get right back in there.
And the shot of the day from Miyu Yamashita, 220-yard par 3, throws this one absolutely perfectly. And this is just, that is obscene. How good is that?
Rio Takeda, this was her third to the first, pushing her second shot, but the recovery was perfect. For a start it was, she birdied the first and the second. Actually dropped 2 shots in the easy par 5, 9th, but on the 15th, there was that, throwing a dart in, she roll in that putt. In all, there were 7 birdies from Rio Takeda today.
Okiyama on 17, little right to left down the hill. She had a terrific round on the go, and that was even better.
And this was her par putt here on the 18th hole. Failed to make her birdie, but good par from Mary Okiyama.
So again, a reminder of the leaderboard nearing the end of day 1 of the 2025 AIG Women's Open. Eri Okiyama and Rio Takeda tied at the top after their 67s. It's really on the second page of the leaderboard that find the biggest names, but Japan dominating the very top of the board. So just 1 hole remaining from Mimi Rhodes and Inji Chun. Minji Lee collecting her 3rd major this year though. She's well placed after that opening 70 alongside Gino Titikun. Andrea Lee also well placed after an opening 70. We are nearing the end of the first day, and what a glorious first day it has been. And again, it's not entirely what we expected, but looking over the rocks towards the red-roofed clubhouse of Royal Porthcawl, Porthcawl has certainly delivered. But it is the players from the Far East, from Japan, who dominate the top of the board. So news will come of Mimi Rhodes and how she finishes, but we are heading towards the end of our coverage here again as the sun glints off the Swansea Bay. It has been a day rich in entertainment, high quality golf, and we'll look to see what tomorrow holds. Certainly we expect it to be the same kind of weather. So from all of us in the commentary box, from Christina Kim, from Laura Davis, from everybody else on this first day, we bid you farewell, but we hope to have your company again tomorrow. Thanks for joining us.